Kalinda, where are you?
I'll be here in a sec. Have some patience, guys. Hello. Yes, a ghost is indeed talking. Patience in this era? Patience in this economy? By the way, did anybody watch that Lonerbox versus the World shit last night? Did I was playing video games while I was listening to it, and holy fuck, I don't know what's going on with Loner's audio. It's his mic was incredibly blown out. Did anybody else notice that? I wanted to message him during it, but I didn't want to like bother him. I feel like somebody needs to tell him that though.
I have no patience.
I have no patience. Oh, also, by the way, I figured it out, guys. I feel so glad. Sorry, hold on one sec. The amount of money that you guys have to give me because that you guys are all like fucking yankoids is actually way less than the amount that I thought. Because when I convert the thing, it's fucking insane. The exchange rate is crazy, you guys. It's crazy. Hold on. I only have to make like, I think, 70 American dollars every stream or something. It's actually nuts. Okay. Oh, let's get that. I should get a an animated background or something to put here of like the Ukrainian flag or something. That would be cool. I want to call into work. Oh, hey, STA. I mean, I don't know. I want to say you should if you really, really want to, but I mean, only if you can get away with it. The Jan 6 debate coming up again was so predictable. Yeah, true. I actually started watching Dev's video on that. I would highly recommend that anybody who is interested in that topic or learning about it should watch his video. I'm still annoyed that Destiny never made his video because obviously his video was going to be more concise. But yeah, I'm probably going to slowly watch Dev's video over time because it's like 4 hours basically. Just you wait, our dollar is going to be worth less than your dollar soon enough. Well, we aren't there yet, so, yeah. And until then, I will take full advantage. Top of the morning, D-Lit. Wait. Oh. I was just about to say, Jesus Christ, did Loner just go live? But no, he just posted a new video. Don Lemon and Black Panther Aussie's ICE, and Black Panther LARPer accuses ICE of war crimes. Don Lemon arrested. Black Panther LARPer accuses... Oh, okay, that's from Loner's chat. But yeah, did anybody else notice? I need to message him. I need to message Loner and tell him that, like, he needs to check his audio, because he's, like, an audio engineer, and his mic is fucked. It sounded so blown out. Hello, Two Hinge. For the cost of less than 1 cup of coffee a day, you can support Kalinda in Canada. Yeah, I know, right? It's true. So I'm going to make that goal. $1 equals 1 pet for Stuart. 5 super chats. $2 or less. 2 hours. Start goal. Check your audio, little gup. Yeah, exactly. Were you watching Loner's stream or Wix? I was watching Loner's. That's why it was weird. I wonder if it came through that way on Wix stream, because normally his audio is fine, but I did notice that I think since he moved, his audio has been a bit fucky. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so in my Discord, Fire sent me a very interesting article. And of course, now he's back to continue the debate. He thinks that I'm going to do it, like, on his stream. Basically, Fire is obsessed with... So Fire is he's a guy in my Discord that I have debated twice on this stream. He's an Indonesian kid who basically is, like, obsessed with Israel-Palestine. Or at least he seems to be. Because he talks about U.S. politics as if Israel is the most important issue to Americans and that they need to, like, embrace anti-Zionism or some shit. He's a leftist, but he's not a Hamas supporter or anything, but he's like a commie, basically. And he makes people in my Discord real mad. He got banned from LonerCord for saying some exceedingly crazy shit. He's constantly downplaying anti-Semitism. I had an argument with him about how the Venn diagram between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is very small, and he basically dismissed all of that. He thinks that unless you're blatantly out there talking about Jews or saying Jews instead of Zionists, then you're not anti-Semitic, or that can only make you anti-Semitic. I'm good, Fire, thanks, LUL. Yeah, but he was trying to, first of all, also he keeps conflating Zionism with Kahanism. And when we told him that that's not the case, he said that it was Lonerbox propaganda and that we all needed to stop watching Lonerbox, whilst them providing absolutely no evidence to the contrary and being unable to refute other people's arguments. But Fire's argument is that 80% of Israelis want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And and he sent me this article that, like, compiles a whole bunch of polling data in order to prove otherwise. And wait, what is this? Now he's sending me this stuff. International MA of Conflict Resolution. Oh, this is from Tel Aviv University. What is the, March 2025. What is your opinion regarding negotiations for peace between Israel and the Palestinian Authority? Very much, okay, so Jews, very much opposed, 40%. Yeah, Jews don't like the Palestinian Authority. I am in no way surprised by this. I think it sucks that they don't, but yeah. By the way, 40%, okay, like that's actually lower than I thought. I thought that it was going to be way higher than that. Israel leftists is like immigration to Israel to leftists is like immigration to conservative, obsessed as fuck. I mean, the PA kind of suck. Oh no, Addie, listen, I agree that the PA does suck because that they are corrupt and, like, they haven't really made any changes that I think should be made. Although actually, Addie, maybe if you want, you can come on and, like, talk to me a little bit more about that, because that my understanding is that I can name the reasons why Palestinians think that the PA sucks, but the reasons why Israelis think that it sucks, like, all I can really think of is that for some reason they think the PA are like terrorists or something, which is not really something that I necessarily entirely understand, but yeah. But I would, yeah, Addie, if you're available, I'm in my room if you want to jump in, and if anybody else has any opinions, you know, I think that this might be an interesting discussion, because one of the questions that we often ask is how do we de-radicalize Israelis or unblackpill them? Okay, sure thing. And I think that I think that that is an important question to ask too. And since this is Tanky Tuesday, this is an appropriate topic because leftists are obsessed with this shit. And obviously, by the way, as part of Tanky Tuesday, I also want to go over some other stuff too. And we're going to be doing Ukraine research. Last night I went back, or yesterday morning, I was listening to Leftoid on Talk to Loner and Dylan, that debate that they had like 5 months ago or whatever about the Alaska summit that was a spectacular failure. And in that debate, I feel like Lactoid basically admitted that he thought that Russia had just cause for war. And the reason why he seemed to think it is because he felt like the people of the Donbass weren't being represented, which I thought was very funny that that's his opinion. So that's going to be my next, that's going to be like my next thing is I'm going to, I think probably most of my argument with him is going to be around that because that I have formed I have like a moral idea about the separation, about like when should a country, or like when is it appropriate for a country or for a region to secede from a country. And I think that the bar for that needs to be higher than just, oh no, you're not trading with the country that I want you to, or like, oh no, yeah, oh, 6 pets, oh okay, hold on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, that's better. Oh, nothing. I had to change stuff for my Discord, but anyhow, I was just giving the cat his required pets as required by my paymasters. Although, hey Avi, if you're in chat, can you fucking tell the Mossad guys to hurry up with the money? Avi is my handler, so you know.
That's fair. He's a fun handler to have.
Yeah. They're taking forever. Jesus. I thought Jews
honestly,
were honorable or whatever.
I was just going to say something about Jews ripping people off, but I hadn't gotten there yet.
Jesus.
There's also the obvious, like, they're busy with Iran jokes.
Here are sleep cookies. Make the tankies go away.
And, you know.
Emoji, cookie emoji.
And then we go on from there.
Yes.
But, what's it called? If you want to know, like, I guess my point with the PA is just that, like, first of all, Israelis aren't blind. They also see that they're corrupt and feckless and have, like, little to no power. And so, like, they don't like that. Like, they're just, like...
Yeah.
They have a sussy record about saying things about Jews in the past and being kind of cool with terror attacks at various points. And sure, they've gotten better, but it's not like they've come out pretty directly and clearly. And, like, it's not like they haven't, like, when they have condoned October 7th and stuff like that, it was always for political gain for them. And Israelis are aware of that. And so, like, the notion that they're this, like, good, wholesome, like, group that people should be building trust in is kind of silly. And, like, if everyone can see that, I think that it's only fair to expect that Israelis can see that too.
Okay, so it's, yeah, I mean, the sussy things I can think of with regards to Jews, obviously, like, a lot of people don't like Abbas because they feel like he is a Jew hater based on his crazy Holocaust denial dissertations. There may have been other statements that he made that I'm not aware of as well too, and I think that's probably also there's the fact that like a lot of people in their brains too as well associate the PA with the Palestinian or with the PLO, which you know, regardless of whether they renounce terrorism, Arafat really didn't do much to stop the Second Intifada, so that doesn't help. And then
also like it's great that they renounced it, but like it doesn't mean people are going to stop associating, you know?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And there's a feeling, I mean, at least I can speak for myself when I say I generally get a feeling that the things that they do that I like are for international points, and the things that they do that make me kind of uncomfy are a lot more closer to like the things that they're saying to keep their base of support, whatever is left of it, or to try and get some support.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make me so comfortable for negotiations because like it's just not a good base. But I don't know. That's why I think there's kind of not great. But I don't think we should not negotiate with them at all. Like that's not the point. But like building them up as some like great thing and being like, I don't get it. Why don't Israelis like the PA? Like, because they fucking suck. Like, Palestinians like the PA. Then add on top of that the tacit support for terrorism and like.
Also, the Martyr Fund thing is really yikesy, and I continuously hear like split things. Did they actually stop the Martyr Fund, or is it still a thing, or like do they need to do reform to stop it, or and then the textbooks, Jesus Christ, the fucking school curriculum, which basically denies that you guys like have any ties whatsoever to the land, or that Jerusalem is a city in which you guys have anything. Hello SFO, hello Short Fat Otaku.
And that's the best case scenario. Like the PA books are better than the other books that are of the schools being run by other organizations. Like there are concerns. I don't think they're enough to not negotiate it, but like you could see why people wouldn't be thrilled about it. Like they're not, like there's not a lot of.
And I don't think it's helpful that fucking Smotrich over here cutting off their funding, because it also like limits their ability, but to like
absolutely
fix shit.
But like they wouldn't be fixing shit regardless. Like they've had how many years?
It's possible that they wouldn't. Yeah.
Like the notion that like this week was gonna be the week if only Smotrich hadn't cut off the funding after being in charge since when? 2000 and when did they have their elections? 2006? Like,
the PA. Oh yeah. I mean, I know, I get it, right. I think that the thing about that too is that I imagine that they probably changed over time, or at least in this moment it seems like Abbas is quite desperate to be in on the current Gaza stuff and peace process or whatever, because that maybe he recognizes this is the time
whatever there is to be in on, as always.
Yeah, he's also, as Loner has said a bunch of times, he's getting to the end of his life, so maybe he might actually desperately want to like secure some sort of legacy or do something. I don't know. Obviously, like, yeah, but right now, unfortunately, he's the only option, and I don't like I'm also a little bit less, like, I know in the conversation with Ogre Boy, I talked him up a lot, but I am, like, a bit more wary about Marwan Barghouti than I was before, because there is every chance that he could just become another Arafat, since he is very, very, very attached to the right of return, and has been so in his statements, and so that's a worry that, like, that's something that maybe he also will not want to let go of, in the same way that Arafat didn't want to let go of it.
Yeah.
And like that's obviously
the notion that there's like a fully formed person to talk to or work with, or if only X, Y, or Z. Like anytime you get that feeling when it comes to IP, just know that it's bullshit and propaganda, and like ignore it. Like there's no quick fixes. There's no perfect answers. There's no, oh my god, like if they would just talk to this person, like that doesn't exist. Like we're talking about two highly flawed, complicated, emotionally wounded, prideful groups of people, like,
yeah,
that feel like they have, well, one group that feels like they have the world behind them and so nothing can ever go wrong, and the other group that feels like they have no choice, so it doesn't really matter. So like,
yeah,
you're not gonna get, like, I personally am quite a Barghouti skeptic. I feel like the arguments to let him free seem pretty convincing, but like I'm not sold. History doesn't repeat itself. Like there's not going to be another Mandela. There's going to be another new person. There's going to be a new person with a new approach that's going to like, or new people, or like kind of steps. Like it's not going to be the same thing again. History doesn't do that.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, my hope, I guess, would be that Barghouti would be some sort of, maybe I don't know, somewhere, maybe not somewhere in the middle, but that he would, that maybe he won't, obviously he's not going to be exactly like Mandela, because Mandela was a non-violence advocate at the start, and then he got more blackpilled, and he was like, okay, well, fuck it, we're going to need guns to defend ourselves, because that we're just going to all get killed if we try to, like, use civil disobedience against the South African government, who has shown over and over again that they will happily just fucking murder people in order to get them to move here or go there or do whatever. Like, the amount of extrajudicial like, yeah, apartheid was really bad. I don't know a lot about it. I need to read more about it. But from everything I've heard about it, it seems to indicate that actually it's probably worse than like what happened, or what was, at least in the past, what happened to the Palestinians. Maybe not like the Nakba, obviously, because that was really bad, but like stuff after that. Although I don't know. Lately things have been getting super shitty with like the fucking settlers, and the apparently like there's been evictions and all the settler violence. That stuff is crazy, and you know, and like nobody seems to really be doing much about it. Although I did think it was funny that Ogre Boy said that Western media wasn't reporting on it, and then I think someone mentioned that somebody or sent me like a screenshot of all the times Associated Press has talked about the evictions, which is a lot. Like, I think they talk about that stuff frequently, and Times of Israel is like way on this shit too.
Yeah, they post every time something happens.
Yeah, which, you know, that's good. Like, Times of Israel is a actually, what do I know that you read Times of Israel, but would you say that it's a newspaper that a lot of other people read, or like do you have any, like, do you know any like right-wing people who scoff at it or think it's too left, or you know, that kind of thing?
Well, it's an English paper,
Oh, it's only in
so
English. Okay.
there is a Hebrew version of it that's pretty like, it's not very well known, and it is more political. So it's not quite as neutral as the English version. The English version is their big project because it's like a space that's like really missing in media, like covering Israeli news that's accessible, like fairly good, like posting times and like updating reliable reporting, kind of that thing.
Okay.
It's not like a niche that needs to be filled in the Hebrew market as much. I
Oh,
think the Hebrew paper is perceived as pretty left, but
okay. Oh, I see. It's available. So we've got it in English, their website. It's in Arabic, French. I think that's Farsi, and then also Hebrew. Except in Hebrew, it's zman.co.il. Or Zayman, I guess. I
yeah,
don't know how. Yeah, okay. So it has a
it's
different
none.
name.
Means like times.
Oh, okay, okay. Huh. Interesting. Um,
Yeah, but like there are a lot of like well-established news networks here, so it's not like quite as necessary in the same way.
yeah,
Um,
when I was on Insomniac was like rewatching one of my streams in Lonercord, and I hopped in the voice chat one night. It was like actually pretty late in the evening, because he's a madman and he stays in, like, his Insomniac is crazy. But he opened up channel 12, like just the live stream. He just had it there and he started watching it. That was
yeah.
that was Saturday night, actually, before the Rafah crossing was supposed to open.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I've been really sick, so I've been
you've been what?
I I've been like pretty sick, so I have like not looked at the news or anything in the past like couple of days. So I have like no idea what's been happening, but
Oh yeah.
um,
Um, well, oh, the Rafah crossing is open. It looks like it's 12 people let into
yeah,
Gaza from Egypt, of 42 who tried on day one of Rafah opening. 12 out of 42. I wonder why they didn't. It must have been security shit, maybe. Although I don't know. Like, I wonder if Israel is being like really heavy-handed with their security checks or whatever. But I have no idea like what even
I'm
goes into
sure
that.
they are. I'm sure Hamas is too. I'm sure Egypt is also. I'm sure
Mm.
whatever other security apparatuses have been set up there are also being very heavy-handed because everybody is at the beginning, and then they'll all stop caring and it'll be a free-for-all.
Yeah, I mean, I figure, yeah, Egypt is also probably going to be too, for letting people out, because those
Yeah,
people are going to be let out into
with
their
good
country,
reason.
and yeah, Egypt
Yeah,
is very wary about like Hamas and any people with ties
they're
to the
not good
Muslim
dudes. I
Brotherhood.
wouldn't want
Yeah,
them running
yeah,
free with no tabs on them.
yeah,
No,
exactly.
thank you.
Hopefully Yusuf will be able to get out, that kid in Gaza who makes those videos. I think he's
Yeah,
16 now. Yeah, He should be okay though. I think he knows people, or he's got money that he can bribe the guards if that's the thing. I don't know if Egypt is still allowing that or if they're cracking down on that shit now, but you know, hello, cat.
I'm sure we'll find out in good time.
Yeah. Um, but I mean,
But yeah,
I think like for this stuff, so yeah, I don't know, like Fire is sending me all these polls or whatever, trying to like make some sort of point, and I don't like. Maybe it actually is true that 80% of Israelis would like to ethnically cleanse Gaza, although I don't know that they would all put it that way. Or I feel like for a lot of them,
listen,
it's more I would push a button if I could to make them all go away or something.
exactly. If you ask someone, this place that has been the bane of your existence for the past 25 years has been lobbing rockets from time to time, has been getting scarier and scarier. That like from this place is like black hole that we can never seem to like figure out or resolve or like no, like there's just it's an endless source of war and suffering for you. If you could just make it disappear, like would you do it? Yeah. I don't know many people that wouldn't. I don't think they're thinking of the implications of that and are actually comfortable with the idea of like guns in hand forcing people and tearing them from their homes. Like that's not really like how people are so like that's a very broad question to ask. Like
Yeah.
again, if you ask them a question in that way to clarify, like, okay, so are you saying by force that no matter what, this is what should happen, and you're okay with the implication? Like, they're gonna be like, oh no. Like, it's the same thing with like asking Americans about like Medicare for all. Like, sure, why not?
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I figured. Like I always was sort of looking at it this way, right? Because it is incredibly like it's very much based on how you ask the question, and that's something that I think matters, and like what exactly it
Also
is that,
relevant in how
yeah,
Israelis like engage with the question.
yeah,
Like in the West, that's just like, oh my God, they said the thing. Oh my, like, but like people here, like these are practical things. So if you're saying like I could this magical pie in the sky question, like sure, but like if you start to get into the practicalities of it and explaining to them the moral implications, but also the safety implications, because who do you think is going to have to be doing that? Israeli soldiers going from house to house, lots of people being killed and like
yeah,
maimed and like booby trapped and whatever. They would not be so down with that either. Like it's not. People are people. They're obviously going to care about their own people more, and they're going to dehumanize the side that's trying to kill them over and over again. That's normal and that's healthy and that's just like survival skills. And
yeah.
also and like again, I'm not trying to defend like people here, but like
No, I have to look at it like
instead of
that,
trying
you
to like
know?
prove that either group is evil, like you have all the proof in the world to come to create a slideshow proving that either group is evil or saints that have done nothing wrong. Like we have all that evidence. So like there's not a lack of that. We're not worried. You know what I mean? And now the question is like if you don't believe that that's the case, like now what? And some people have answers and some people don't and some
Yeah.
people have ideas, but like
Hold on, wait.
I just
So Russia dehumanizing Ukraine is normal. I agree. Nat Promed said no. The reason why that's not the same thing is because Russia or Ukraine didn't do anything to Russia. There's not like a long history of
no.
Ukraine lobbing rockets across Russia's border or doing terrorist attacks into Russian territory or any of that kind of shit.
But
Historically, that has
if
been
you're
a
the
very
parent,
yeah,
if you're a parent of a Russian soldier who died in Ukraine, you might have less than
yeah. Oh
rosy
yeah.
thoughts about Ukraine. And that's normal and healthy.
Oh yeah, that would be normal. Yeah, if
That's
your
all I'm
kid,
saying.
yeah. I mean personally, if I was or like I would like say to them like, yeah, but it's really Putin's fault because he's the one who sent them there. But that's not what they're going to think because that's not going to be the media that they consume. And like the
But it doesn't
ordinary,
matter. It doesn't matter
yeah.
whose fault it is. If you're like they died in Ukraine, like to say if you ask Russians, right, who are like affected by the sanctions, and they're like, I just want this war to be over. Do they really care one way or another? Probably not as much as you would like them to, because people are utilitarian and they're going to approach it from like
Yeah.
most of the time they just want the situation to not be what it is. And like if you told them I could do that for you, they would consider it even if it's not ethical. Most of the time, given the option between a more and less moral option, you hope that people are going to choose the more moral, kind, loving option. But like, I don't get the problem like with understanding that a lot of people in Russia have negative feelings towards Ukraine, like, I don't understand the problem with accepting that. They don't have to like Ukraine. They have to not have a person in power who's launching an endless war in Ukraine.
You press the button and they
That's
all
all.
disappear. But, the monkeys paw curls, and the IRGC gets their shiny boom.
Oh my god. Thanks for the $5, Barabbas. Listen, Nat, I don't, I don't really, like, agree. I think that, like, I don't like comparing Russia and Ukraine to Israel-Palestine, because Russia and Ukraine is really not that complicated at all. I mean, Jesus Christ. Last night I was like, you know what? I wonder why the Chechens are so fucking mad. I wonder, why did they want to leave the country? And then I decided to look it up, and I'll show you what I found. I was like, let's find out. And I was like, oh. Because it's because they were genocided. They
the G word.
Yes. It's always fucking genocide. Especially with the goddamn Russians. And then the Soviets.
And whoops, I'm a mistake. We didn't have a genocide.
Yeah, and then the Soviets fucking did it too. The Soviets, like, deported a shitload of Chechen people and other people after blaming them, or, like, saying they were Nazi sympathizers, even though they weren't. And then, like, 67% or 60% of them, like, died as a result of these deportations. Yeah. These,
Jesus Christ.
it's not good. Also, from what I could see, Russia, like, since, like, I think the late 17th or the late 17th century was basically has been trying or was trying to make Chechnya part of their empire, essentially. And, like, there was like a war that was going on there, and then later on they, like, essentially were like, you know what, let's just help them all to leave. And so, like, they did kind of an ethnic cleansing, and this is just what I've managed to glean so far. Essentially, I completely understand why after the Soviet Union fell, Chechnya was like, hey, we declare independence too, guys, even though they weren't on the same tier of republic as the other ones. But
there you go. Asked and answered.
Yeah, the fucking Russians have been horrible to, like, all of the groups of people that they made part of their empire. So these things are not the same. Whereas, like, with Israel and Palestine,
I agree that they're not the same. But I do think it makes a clearer point that, like, yes, I don't think, as much as I think it's a pretty obvious difference, and I think with Russia and Ukraine, there isn't that much gray area at all, I still am not going to fight with a parent.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Who lost her child in that war, a Russian parent, and be like, no, actually, like, you should be wanting the war to end for different reasons, or you should feel this way about Ukraine, or you should feel, like, no, like, really, like, it's not my business. How, like, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Like, it's like...
I think that's the humane thing to do, is to, like, understand that, like, people are going to have feelings about things, and, like, that's okay.
Oh, well, yeah, of course, obviously, you know, and then you also, and I mean, the other important thing to remember too is that people's feelings are very much also forged by they're forged by the environment that they grow up in, the kind of media that they consume, the things their parents teach them, the things they learn in school, all of this other shit too. Like, that's another thing.
And also their experiences.
Yeah, and their experiences. And
when people were like, no, well, the protests in Gaza against Hamas, they're not talking out enough about the hostages. Like, no. They just want the bombs to stop falling. That's okay. We can work with that. We also want the bomb. We're working towards the same goal for different reasons. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's fucking, yeah. Like, you have to figure out a way. You know, I'm trying to
find. People have forgotten how to, like, figure out who's on their team anymore. Teammates are not because you're the same person or the same being. You're teammates because you have the same goal.
Yeah.
And everyone goes home after the game is over to their different houses and does their different shit, and nobody cares. Just because your teammate had chicken and you're a vegetarian doesn't mean you can't play football with them.
Yeah, also these are the polls that Fire was talking about, or at least this is from Tel Aviv University. To what extent do you oppose or support the following measures? I read this in the thing. Israel providing incentive that would lead to voluntary departure of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to other countries. This is very different than like straight up go house to house and drag people to buses so that you can send them away and shoot them if they don't come, or like deal with any violence that comes from that. So yeah, and I mean for
Yeah,
Jews, um
I'm sure
strongly
the number is really
support
high.
39, somewhat support 31, and then the numbers for oppose is
Hmm.
lower, but yeah, so it's like 60 something. Okay.
I thought it would be higher, to be honest.
But yeah, it's Israel evacuating Palestinians from the Gaza Strip even by force and military means to other countries. Strongly support 38.5, somewhat support 23.3, somewhat opposed 16%, strongly opposed 12.5%. Yeah, the people who oppose is higher for even by military force or other means. But yeah,
I know
it's
it's probably the
And then if
disembodied
you went
voice
into
of John
detail and
McCain
said by
probably,
military
but at
force
this rate
through
I'm
the
sick of
IDF, I'm sure the numbers
negotiating
would
with the
go lower.
Russians or the
And you know what? Hot
IRGC.
take,
No more.
for wartime numbers, when people are like at their most radicalized against another group, that's not bad.
Yeah, I would have expected like I obviously like there's numbers here, or there are numbers that like initially I was looking at these numbers because the article that Fire gave me, which Jesus Christ, talk about like ideological shit. That article was so ideological. I'm so glad that they just linked all the sources, all the polls listed, so I could just look at them instead of having to like read through that fucking Jesus Christ. Because that article was like, Israel's genocide of the Palestinians and like the ethnic cleansing, and it puts war in quotes and conflict in quotes, and as if like from the very start, it's all just been like the Israelis just want to kill the Palestinians and all this other shit. And so I was looking at that, and then I looked through the things, and like the poll started on I think November 2023 or something, and in that context is where you get the IDF is doing a great job, and no, I don't think that we should give aid to the Palestinians, and no, I don't think that we should ease off, and it's like, yeah, this is like a couple months after October 7th. I'm really not shocked that this is the kind of attitude that you were going to see from people who basically like had their sense of security just like fucking shattered. And for some people who were essentially completely blackpilled by this experience, again, like even those people in those, like it struck me what Loner said about and what Destiny said about the people they interviewed who lived in the kibbutzes on the border, like the ones that got attacked on October 7th, and how before the war they thought like, I miss the days when like before Hamas was in charge and before Gaza was closed off to us, when we would go across the border and like have coffee with our Palestinian friends and shit. But then after that, they were like, after October 7th, they're like, I want nothing to do with these people, but I still recognize that obviously like they need to like have a state or something, but I don't ever want to talk to them again or see them or anything, because that they, like seeing that video of that German girl, what's her name, Chinook, the like her body getting spat on as like she's driven through the streets by like ordinary Gazan civilians. That shit is crazy, and that's like a
Yeah.
Hamas video, oh,
And believe
Shani, yeah.
me, yeah, Shani, Luke.
Shani.
Um, and like, I don't want to be meeting up with someone for coffee and in the back of my mind wondering how they were acting on that day, because it's just too traumatizing. And that's fine, you know? Like, I would be very curious actually to like look at opinion polls of other, I don't know how many there are, because Israel tends to be ahead of the curve with like the style of conflict, and then like other similar wars only happen afterwards. But like, just like, yeah, like, and again, like, I'm not defending. I think Israelis have moved really far right, and while I understand why that is the case, I don't think it's okay or excusable, and I think a lot of work needs to be done, and I hope that the country can move in a more can pendulum swing more towards the left and be a more center kind of less hateful, less racist, less bigoted place. I always hope that that's the case. And like, I just, and like, I don't get the point of it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know. It's so insane. Also, thank you for the $5,
Like,
Barabbas. I gave Stuart 5 more pets.
oh, good job.
And we met the goal.
Poor
Thank you,
Stuart, it's being
guys.
neglected. Please donate more. New goal.
More money. Okay.
Like, the only point of making an argument that dehumanizes Israelis is to allow you to dehumanize Israelis. And like,
Yeah,
if you want to do that, you're going to do that anyways. I'm just uninterested. No matter how bad it is and how extreme they are, it's like, okay, that's a bigger project to take on. But like, if you're looking for a magic number that's going to be like, oh, I can give up and stop caring about them as humans, then like, we're just not on the same page, and I'm not really interested.
Yeah,
like, I think those polls are interesting because it gives you a picture of stuff, but like, I don't. There's a greatest way, like a quote, like in Hebrew quote that like floats around in Israeli politics. Says like, polls are like perfume. They're great to smell, but not to drink. Like, a poll is a poll. Like, let's not, give it all that much credence. It's a reflection of a moment in time. And like, who knows what happened that morning? If like somebody, like all the people that they were polling in this university were on a bus where there was one really suspicious guy, and they all thought that they might blow up and then nothing happened, but they came off the bus slightly more dramatic that day. Like, or maybe it was the opposite. It was a really good day, and the numbers are really higher, and it's all dire, and like, that's all great. Or not, but like,
yeah, no,
okay.
I know. Listen, like, I don't have any, like, yeah, like, I don't have any patience for people who don't want to extend any sort of empathy towards, like, Israelis or Palestinians if they're not from the fucking region and they haven't lived through it. I understand why Israelis don't want to extend empathy, and I understand, like, if you're not a Palestinian living in Gaza or the West Bank, there is no fucking reason for you to be dehumanizing Israelis so goddamn hard, And
if you're going to spend time and energy telling me that I'm not a human, like, I just don't have, like, I'm just uninterested, and it's boring. It's boring, frankly, and it's not intellectually serious or creative in any way. Like, do better, be better.
Yeah. It's not, it doesn't really get us anywhere at all. And that's the issue, really. And I do find this on both sides, that like nobody is willing to understand or whatever, in terms of people in the West. And like, I guess sometimes when
because they don't want to.
Yeah, because
if the game is over, they're going to have to find a new thing to LARP. They have a vested interest in the conflict continuing, because that's how they tell everyone that they're better than you. On both sides.
Yeah.
Like, the answer isn't from there. They're profiting off of this, obviously.
Yeah, I know. That's, like, even shittier.
Like, they don't have to fight any of the injustices in their own countries or contend with the colonization that they are benefiting from, or think about, like, how they could be, getting out the vote or anything like that, as long as they can just put on a t-shirt or a keffiyeh and or post a yellow ribbon on Twitter, and like, they've saved the whole world because it's so much bigger. So like, why would they want it to end?
Yeah, I know. It's honestly,
so they were shitting their pants when a ceasefire went into effect, because they can't do things the way they used to.
Oh yeah, I know. Fun. You can tell that Hassan just desperately wants the conflict to restart and wants Palestinians to start dying again so that he can start screaming about it on his stream. So
otherwise, how is he going to virtue signal?
Exactly. It's actually that, I mean, in his case, it's really fucking gross. Like, the way that he's just going out of his way to make everything about Israel, because it's like, please, can we go back to talking about Gaza, guys? Please.
It's like him and Ben-Gvir that are just like, please, can we restart the conflict? Please, please, please. And everyone else is like, please, for God's sake, no more fighting. And it's just Hassan and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich all drooling over the idea that more Palestinians will be harmed.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I know. I just, like... Do you think that like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich were happy when October 7th happened? Like, maybe not like consciously, but like kind of, or that they were like relishing in the like, oh my God, we told you so. We told you that they were terrible monsters or whatever, and like all the possibilities and the opportunity that they would be able to like have, or is it kind of a silly sort of you know, because that they actually live there and whatnot. Oh my god, thank you for the 15 shekels.
Oh yeah. Shekels coming through. I think probably in the first few days, no, because I think they thought they would be held accountable more. And once they realized they could continue the grift, they were very happy about it. There have been quotes of them saying, or people like from, or what's her name, Limor Sonoma, one of the members of Knesset from their party, saying that like October 7th was a miracle.
Oh my god, Jesus.
That things like could have been worse. Like there's a like recordings that have come out. Like it's never like fully frontal and like they'll never admit it, but like I think that's part. There's for sure some sort of that part of them.
I would hope that, like, wait, is stuff like that at all controversial? Do people get confronted about this shit, or does nobody care? Is it like the Donald, like, anytime crazy shit happens with Donald Trump, nobody on the right ever gives a fuck?
No, people do care. It's just like a drop in the bucket.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine. Actually, I'm curious about what channel. I wonder what channel. Because now I'm asking you to watch Channel 14, and I don't know if you would want to subject yourself to that. I was going to say, I wonder what Channel 14 has to say about Ben-Gvir and Smotrich specifically, because it's like the BB channel. So I don't know if it actually likes
whatever BB says on any given day. When they come after BB, they come after him. Like when I say that they have no spine and they are not like. They don't have any political position, it's the truth. Like, it's not me being mean or trying to roast them. Like, they genuinely just repeat whatever he says. And if he completely contradicts himself the next day, they're happy to go along and do that as well.
That, I think, is like really funny.
So just look at whatever his, like, other people are tweeting, and, like, that's exactly what Channel 14 is saying. Like, it's pretty one-for-one.
Well, I wonder if BB has talked about the latest drop in the Epstein files, because it mentions I think it's Ehud Barak, or no, or
he'll keep it until it serves him. He'll use it when it's useful, if it's useful.
Like he
has like files on everyone.
He retweeted that fucking, I think it was like a Salon article, because it was talking about Epstein's ties to Israel, but they were specifically his fucking ties to like one of his political opponents, and so it was fine. Like, I just...
No, he got a lot of shit for that, though. So...
Okay, I'm glad. Jesus.
Like, he did. Everyone was like, what the fuck? Like, do you see what else this person is reposting? He won't make that mistake again. But he'll still use it. He'll just find a different way.
I'm glad that he won't do that again. That's just, yeah, that like, holy fuck, talk about cynical political calculations. I'm just gonna happily, you know, like signal boost this like anti-Semitic shit about my country because it's shitting on my political opponents specifically. Well,
he has no problems getting in bed with Viktor Orban or any of the other far right like parties in Europe that are like blatantly anti-Semitic either. Because it serves him. Like, it's not, he is as cynical as you think he is. Like, that's just it, you know?
Yeah, okay, so it would actually be possible to, like, potentially get him to agree with two states if he thought that it was going to benefit him in some way, if there was a partner on the other side, if he could, like, I think that's funny. I don't see,
like, a lot would have to happen.
Yeah.
Like, things would have to, like, flip. And, like, in the current climate, it's hard to imagine that.
Yeah, it's
not impossible, and he has supported two-state solution in the past.
Yeah, I think that I think is funny, like, to just see, like, I think he even like was willing to do negotiations, or like he has actually like done stuff with Abbas in the past or talked to him or what have you, if I recall correctly. Like, he's not like been unwilling. So yeah, I don't know. I believe you. The more I learn about BB, the more it seems pretty clear that he is not particularly or like super ideologically necessarily like invested in certain things, or like it's certainly not to the extent like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are like, yeah, they would be the obstacle to that. But you know, obviously, although a shitload of things would have to change. Like, I really do think that probably if the Palestinians wound up having a leader who could get them to stop doing terrorism and change their whole tactic or whatever, and then they signaled to Israel that they wanted to negotiate, and the terrorism like cooled off or like became very little for like, I don't know, a couple of years or like 5 years or something, I feel like maybe that would be enough to empower people like Golan and other Israeli left-wing people to say, hey, look, we can make peace or whatever. But that's just my hope.
Yeah,
And yeah.
I think. First of all, I sent you in stream suggestions his Bar-Ilan speech in 2009, where he talks about his dream as a two-state solution. But I think it's more to do with like, I think these big like, when people are like, oh, like PA made this change, like isn't this what people are waiting for? Like, it is important to remember that like while there are a lot of walls and separations, like there is a lot of daily interaction between a solid amount of Israelis and Palestinians in the West Bank, and you can get a vibe pretty easily. And I think if the vibe stops being from the river to the sea and more about like we have to figure this thing out, I think that's more important than like any specific concrete steps, because right now any concrete step that's taken, every Israeli will probably assume, well, any like except the ones who really want to believe it will believe it, and everyone else will just assume that it's a technicality that they'll somehow say but won't do, and or that they found another loophole or something. And like that's just because of experience. And also like you can see like I don't know the word in English for it, but like the public interest isn't there. The public interest is in the other direction. So making those moves, like even if they are the most genuine, like you can't really fight the tide so much. And I think if those kind of things if Israelis started to see those things, they would be a lot more it like, again, in the same way that like you can see that the Israeli like politic has gone farther to the right, and so any one person can pass any specific law, but it's more about like generally getting the feeling over time that like things are kind of progressing in a different direction than any specific step. And that doesn't mean there aren't specific steps that would be helpful, but ultimately like it's going to be more about like feeling like the steps are real and or like not going to be undone by the next person because they're so hated.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Barabas just said in chat, the only consistent thing about Bibi is that he's a security hawk. And he put that in quotes. Would you say that's fair? I mean, it does seem like that. Oh, you don't even think that that's
a chicken.
Oh. Well, he sells himself as a security hawk. Is that a fair thing to say? Because that's
he sells himself as a security hawk. Yeah, he sells himself as a lot of things, but
I mean, obviously, like you said, he's very risk averse.
The only thing that's consistent is that he's a status quo politician, unless he has to make a choice, and then he'll
actually, on that note, like that would mean that there would have to be a whole bunch of things that would really need to push him in the direction of like wanting the Palestinian, or like of being willing to take the risk to do the two-state thing. It wouldn't have like just pressure from the Americans. It would have to be pressure from the public and like signs on the Palestinian side that they mean it this time.
It could get there. I just feel like the odds of it being him that gets there versus other people like are low. But like it's not impossible, and it wouldn't surprise me all that much. You know what I mean? I just feel like he's just so he has so much baggage and so much other bullshit, and I disliked for so many reasons that like I'd rather it not be him. But like
I could see there being an election and him losing on that question if that was a thing that happened, and like someone like Golan like surging in popularity or whatever just because of that, because like that is what's happened before. And it seems like obviously Israelis care very much about security, and this is a thing that in the past changed things with regards to their elections and whatnot. Like I remember, I think the first election Netanyahu won, he won it. It was very close, and the thing that made him win it was because of that bus bombing that Hamas did in Jerusalem. That that caused him to win against was it Shamir, the guy who was running instead of
Yeah.
Revin because Revin was assassinated, and then
Yeah.
Bibi he lost the next election. So I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, 93 to 96 he was in there.
He also like his margins have been shrinking and getting smaller and smaller. Like he has remained in power, but like he has like right now him winning is not even him winning. Like his goal in this election is just to make sure that the opposition can't form a coalition. Like
Hmm.
that's his win because he's so unpopular. Like that's how far we've gone. He used to be like a massive powerhouse, and that's the only move that he has left. And that is an indication of his waning popularity. But if you don't understand that, and you just see like he's still in power, like that's because of the way things work here and like
Yeah.
how you can
Oh yeah.
maneuver power and like withholding versus holding and the oppositional
Mm-hmm.
votes in the government that like won't join any coalition but are still there that make it that you can have two parties like that you can't form a coalition even if like you don't if you have like the other side can't.
Yeah. No, Lannis, I'm not saying that Golan is surging right now. I'm saying that in a hypothetical scenario where the Palestinians change like their resistance tactics to be like non-violence or maybe like I guess infrastructure terrorism specifically against like crazy outposters or something and just that, and they only like engaged in violence and self-defense against like crazy Palestinian or crazy settlers who were attacking them or some shit like that, but they stopped doing all the terrorism and they stopped talking about destroying Israel and stuff. Like I'm saying that if like for 5 years that was the posture that the Palestinians took and there was an election, I feel like Golan would probably gain popularity in that environment over Bibi, and I feel like it would empower the Israeli left. Because it
I will say
yeah.
like while I agree on like a moral and like ideological front with that, just knowing Israel and Israelis and Jews specifically and are like it will still be very very hard as long as there are like Israeli citizens and Jewish people being killed like
Mm-hmm.
to make peace with anyone like that. It would be a lot easier if they did it, and I'm not saying but like I were advising like a Palestinian resistance on how to best like turn the Israeli public, I would say like
The
it's
best
really really
way.
hard to stomach, and all you need is like one person to be like they have Jewish blood on their hands, and like nobody can say anything to that because we have like thousands of years of like having to stick together even if we fucking hate each other. So like that's just my personal thing on the matter. I think it's important to say like I
Oh
think the best
yeah.
way is to like just make it economically less and less viable. Like continue to destroy the same things over and over again. Not cause any like loss of life, so it doesn't justify
Oh,
in any
so
way
you're
like strong
saying
response, and then just like the
okay.
country's in like a very precarious spot economically, and like putting a lot of pressure while at the same time being like, see, like we don't even want to hurt you guys. We want to be your friends, but like, can you just get out of here? Like I think that would be the smartest play. And I know that sounds biased and obviously like it sounds like, oh, it's my team, but it's not even about that. Like I just
Oh no, I get it. I think that after all this time, I feel like if the Palestinians were going to be doing like ANC style terrorism, I call it terrorism because everybody else did. I don't really. I mean,
yeah,
I guess like blowing up infrastructure is a form of terrorism. Even if you're
yeah,
not targeting like civilians, even though I define terrorism as the targeting of non-combatants, but I mean civilian
yeah,
infrastructure, whatever, that kind of counts too,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
If they like took that
Right.
if that was something that they were doing, like I don't know, back like in like the 80s, 90s, 60s, 70s, like if that was like or if that had been their tactic from the beginning, then I think things would be different. But because it wasn't, I think now if they want to switch stances, probably civil disobedience is still your best route. Like what I was saying in that conversation with Overboy, like about the fact that yeah, I think that they should, you know, like even if it means that maybe some number of them might die depending upon what they do, but the whole point is basically to like kind of push not just because like I don't know, I feel like even
Like why was
Israelis,
the first Intifada so much more successful than the second?
yeah, yeah, it was, and I'm assuming that it was successful
Because it didn't
too.
feel good. and it was emotionally draining, and people were uninterested. And there's already so much financial like pressure in this country and resentment for the amount of money that gets sent to these settlements and is not going to the education system and or like repairing roads or public transportation or anything like that. And like leaning on that crack is such a smart, like and beyond effective way without like triggering any old wounds. Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you want less people killed? But like that's just my thing. Like I really like it's so effective and so potent specifically now to be like, we're not like them. Like because you just need one picture that looks similar to a picture that was taken on October 7th, and like the whole country's gonna be traumatized again. And I'm not saying it's fair or right. I'm
No,
just saying
I
like
get it. Yeah.
I'm like if I were advising them for like efficiency and like turning the Israeli, if they're interested in turning the Israeli public in a different direction and having a better chance at getting what they want, if that what they want is a two-state solution, like I think it's like literally an open shot. Like there's it's
yeah, they should
such
do
a brilliant, perfect move, especially right now,
yeah.
because like the country's like in a really like awkward spot economically because like as a country we're doing really well, but like the individual like cost of living is skyrocketing and people like really are not like keeping up with inflation, and like the like people are like really feeling it in their pocket, and it's like the perfect time to make a move like that
Oh
in a
yeah,
peaceful way,
so you're saying
which
that
forces
like
Israelis to like look twice.
go back to doing like general strikes or whatever, and like because that was one of the things they did in the
Even
Second Intifada.
even like any sort of disobedience that doesn't take lives, but like will cost a lot of money. Whether
Oh
it's like
yeah.
destroying water towers and settlements or roads, like specifically in the West Bank, like focusing on the West Bank and making it that it will cost so much money to rebuild
Oh yeah,
um,
or they could
the
blow
things that
up
are destroying
like
in the West Bank and make
if
it more and more
there's
inconvenient,
if there's
but like
like
with no one getting hurt
yeah,
purposely. Like only doing it when you know that no one's around. Like I think that will actively and aggressive because people are already tired, and so reservists who are being sent to all these places to guard are exhausted, and they're being attacked by the right wing, and they're irritated, and the money's going there. There's so many things that if you're like, hey, we're on your side, like if that energy came, like I think that would be a really really smart move on their part, and also selfishly I would really like that.
no, yeah, I think that that would be good too. I also think, by the way, internationally, that like if people was going to, where I feel like boycott, divest, and sanctions is such a shit. Like the way they go about it, like they should confine themselves to like boycotting construction companies that do work in the West Bank that like to build settlements. If there are any that like if there are any that exist outside of Israel, or like products that are sold specifically in the West Bank that are not sold like that are not like for Palestinians, or like that are there like companies that support settlements basically, or like something like that, instead of just
Honestly,
all of Israel,
no offense to BDS, but like I don't think that the boycott, divest, and sanction move is going to be the way to put pressure on
Oh,
Israel.
it's
First of
it's
all,
probably
because
not.
like in terms of exports, over 50% of our economy of exports are defense tech and other tech. So like you and your BDS are never going to touch that, right? And ultimately, even countries that don't recognize Israel, like Saudi Arabia, are still doing massive deals with Israel because it's that good and they want it that badly. So there's not really much you can do on that front. You know what I mean? Like, and not everything, like, why don't you invest instead of not buying something or buying something, invest in Palestinian businesses and propping up their economy? Like, that would also go a really long way.
Oh, hey, yeah, that'd be good. Why
Or
don't you do
just
mutual aid for the
they're not exactly
Palestinians?
exporting it's just stupid. Whatever. That's just my opinion on the matter. I think it's just like a dumb waste of energy. And like the one big win, which was SodaStream, like actually ended up fucking over Palestinians. So like I just think it's like
Oh, because
an
they
obvious indication.
did they
They
buy?
just moved. They had a lot of Palestinian workers because they had their factories in the West Bank, and they had a lot of Palestinian workers. And then they were like BDS kind of got to them, and so they just moved to like southern Israel and like hired Israelis, and like a bunch of Palestinians lost their jobs. Like
Well, that's shitty.
Yeah, it is shitty. But like, what do you think economic pressure is going to affect the people?
Oh yeah,
Like the
yeah, you're
workers. Who do you think
right.
the workers are in the West Bank? Who do you think
Yeah, that's
these
true, you know.
construction companies? Who do you think they're hiring?
Construction companies?
Palestinians can't come into Israel to work legally, but they can go into the West Bank settlements and work legally. That's
Yeah,
where they're getting jobs from. Like, again, I don't want the settlements to be built, but like you have to understand that like the first people that are going to be fucked by financial pressure are the people that are the most dependent on it, which is who? The people that you're trying to defend.
yeah,
And that's not
okay.
being, again, I don't think that the answer is to then build more settlements to give Palestinians jobs. Like, obviously not. But like, understand the short-term implications of like this very short-sighted movement is just stupid.
What if all the outposters managed to get kicked out, all those houses could get converted into Palestinian villages. Lol. But I just think that's kind of a funny thought. I don't know if that's realistic or not, or kicking out.
Yeah.
I guess like Funky Tortoise said that like the IDF absolutely could go in there and clear out like all of those crazy people. So
Yeah,
and I yeah,
absolutely.
although they've got guns, so that would probably be hard, but I mean that's
They
like a whole
do, but
other.
I don't. I mean, they had guns in the Gaza settlements too.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I would have a very very hard time.
Believing that they would start shooting at like IDF soldiers if they tried to get them to leave.
Yeah, and even more so in an organized fashion. Like, is there one crazy schizo person who might do that? I can believe that there would be one person who would go that far, like be the Baruch Goldstein or something. But like on a mass scale, no, and like they would not have the public support
Shooting
of the
IDF
country,
soldier,
even the
yeah.
right wing. Like the notion of like in the same way where I was talking about how like a Jew killing another Jew is like the most horrifying, like on like justifiable thing to almost all Jews, and like it's just not something I would worry about on like a large scale. Also, like, yeah,
Van 11 says at max there's 3,000 outposters. Sorry, when I say outposters, I'm not just talking about, I'm also talking about those settlements that Smotrich recognized when he threw a fucking temper tantrum for every state that recognized a Palestinian state, because that was a thing that he did, which I thought was very childish, but you know, yeah, like that was something. And there was also fuck, what was like basically the settlements, like the crazy people that live beyond, what was the Yitzhar, I
yeah,
think was that the one where the with the guy that
yeah.
yeah,
Even there, like they're gonna do what they did like in Gush Katif. They're gonna like handcuff themselves to their homes and throw a fit and like go kicking and screaming. But like, I don't think even the IDF or anyone like when they're thinking about doing it like emotionally and like the effect that it would have on the country, because it's a really difficult image to see like your police force like working against your own people. Like that's just like a painful thing to see in general.
yeah.
And seeing people kicked out of their homes, like it's just difficult to watch regardless. Like I think that's always the case. But I don't think there's like a concern over like any real like loss of life, or especially like intentionally or anything like that. Like it's the political will that isn't there. It's not the like logistics.
Okay. Yeah, I worried about that a bit because like Sev was mentioning that they all had guns or whatever, but I think maybe he is overestimating the fact
Everyone in
that
this
they would.
country has guns.
Oh yeah. A lot of people do have guns, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people,
Lannis.
but like even though there's so many guns here, there's a lot less. I mean, it's getting worse, but like there's a lot less violence, and like because people are better trained to use them. They're not like hobby guns. They're like people like it's just like
Lannis, are you available? Because if you are and you want to come in here and talk about this, because I know you have a different perspective. And yes, I do think that Smotrich doing that was like fucking childish. I don't like it. Just seemed like it seemed almost like a very Trumpish thing to do. I understand that it's a response. I just thought it was like a shitty response, but that's just because I don't agree with his
he
government, or
is
like yeah,
childish.
like
So like he also said his economic policy is believing in God, which is incredibly childish and also fucking awful and has screwed us royally.
wait, did he really?
Like,
That's insane. Okay.
yes,
I think Lannis has in the past defended Smotrich's economic policy before.
no,
Um,
no, no. He
he's also
deserves zero defense. He doesn't have any background on the matter or anything. He refuses to show up to meetings. Half of the finance ministry has quit because he was impossible to work with.
Oh God! Wait,
No.
is he a fucking I don't want to say DEI pick. Is he like a
Yes. He's
Oh,
a DEI.
actually, I guess he is, because BB had to choose him, right, as part of like the coalition deal. Like he was like, I need to pick like a couple of these crazy people.
Benvir to take him and to join a coalition together so that they would be able to like have their votes count and they wouldn't like take each other out. They hate each yeah.
All right.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
So basically, about the disengagement from Gaza, and you're saying that the people would handcuff them and how you said it, throw a fit. I think it's a little bit minimizing the situation, because the disengagement from Gaza was very difficult for people to stomach, for the Israeli public at large.
She said that.
It was.
I would like to say also about the disengagement for Gaza, that many of the settlers there, up until the very, very last moment, lived like some divine intervention or something like that it won't happen. Like there was.
I mean, I don't like the settlements, and I don't like and I agree with the disengagement. I basically agree with the.
Hold on.
Sorry?
Much more savvy and jaded now, and
wait,
the state
guys.
won't be as passive now.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go on.
All I wanted to say was that in comparison to the concern that there would be organized gun violence and like a massacre of soldiers that were sent to like empty out these settlements, that I think they would put up a fight and throw a fit, but there wouldn't be en masse like a huge firefight. So in that comparison,
so I misheard you.
Throw a fit, they wouldn't be like organized with guns and booby traps. That's what I was trying to say. That's
also, to clarify, not that I think that this engagement was wrong. It was correct. Basically, if you listen to Professor Dan Shuftan, you would understand what I'm thinking about the disengagement, because he says all the right things, that it was a correct move, but afterwards the IDF also disengaged from Gaza and let them do whatever they want, and let Hamas take power. And basically this is his take, and this is my take as well, even before listening to him. But he's very eloquent in this. And that's it. That's what I wanted to say, that the disengagement was very, very difficult for the Israeli public, because people basically were sent there by the state. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but they were sent there to the state, by the state.
Yeah.
And then the state takes them back. And also, I want to say, as someone who supports the disengagement, the practice of how people were treated after the disengagement and how they were basically compensated by the state was abhorrent. People lived in remote
tradition for everyone who's been fucked over by the state. Like, look at the people from the north and the south that have been whose homes have been destroyed.
Hold on.
That's always been the case.
Can I just throw something out there?
There is.
Sorry, I'm sorry that I'm kind of in some ways interrupting. Listen, Lannis, I know that you're saying that on a moral level or whatever you don't support the settlements, but it seems like you do support the settlements as like a punishment for terrorism or whatever, or as a negotiating tactic.
No, this is a different. Yes, of course, I said it. I'm standing by it. I think that a sane government,
I'm gonna dip out.
not Smotrich, a sane government, hawkish government, would be able to use the settlements as a leverage against the Palestinian Authority to achieve what Adi explained previously, the vibe change in the Palestinians. If you show them that they lose land, but
I don't get this coding. Yes.
Oh wait, where did she go? Where did Adi? Oh, she left, or maybe she'll come back. I don't know where she went.
But did I say something bad about her?
No, you didn't. It wasn't that. Also,
It could just be that she got disconnected or something.
Potentially, yeah.
I hope it's not something that I said. I wasn't trying to be offensive or harsh. But
No,
anyway,
it wasn't anything that you said. Hold on though, just a sec. Addie says she needs to dip out. Oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, you know,
okay,
she's
fine.
She's been sick too. Yeah.
Anyway, about the settlements as a tool. So basically, I agree with what Adi says, that if there is a vibe change in the Palestinian resistance tactics, this would go a long way with Israeli public opinion and Israeli, elections polling in the end of the day. But to bring this about, you need to bring about a change in education in the Palestinian Authority. This can't be, you can't have the narratives taught in schools that we are displaced, we are perpetual refugees. You can't have this, right? And basically, a tool for this could be in a sane hands, in a government that is sane, that is not governed by a divine decree of God to settle the land, but a government that is practical, hawkish but practical.
How
It could
are
be
you
used by
different
them.
from Hamas then? If you're using it as a tool to like collectively punish the Palestinians for having extremists in their midst or whatever, like how is that different from Hamas killing?
No, it's not having
like,
extremists in the
Israeli
midst.
civilians because
No,
of
I collectively punish
war
them for
crimes on
having a
their side.
narrative. For having I collectively punish them for having a collective narrative, yes, that
Bro,
Israel should not exist,
That
and that the whole
I get
land
that,
is
but you're
that
not.
sounds to me like I'm going to beat them till they like me.
Yeah, that doesn't
yes,
work.
yes, I'm going to.
You
What
can't.
doesn't work with force will work with more force, like we say in the army.
No, you can't
You know?
do that. You can't make
Yeah,
them
the
stop
army is
believing.
a certain tool for force. Like
You can't
for
make
other
them.
part, you don't use an army.
You can't make them stop believing in a thing by like beating them over the head until they comply with you. That's not a good strategy. You're basically doing this whole like, I'm just gonna make them submit to me shit. Like that's not.
Yes, yeah.
Like you're probably gonna create more Hamas terrorists.
Yeah,
by
you
doing
will.
that.
All you're gonna do is like make
literally.
them hate you more. They're not gonna like you.
Especially like the reasonable ones, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's like a random like little fucking like Palestinian village in fucking Area C or some shit, and a bunch of settlers come in as like part of like the collective punishment plan or whatever, they're just gonna be like, what the fuck, we didn't do anything wrong, and now they're just gonna be fucking radicalized by Hamas.
Yeah. Well, like, they are already radicalized by the narrative that Israel should not exist. They are already radicalized
and you're making
beyond
it worse,
what you imagine them to be radicalized, right? They need to change the narrative. We tried the way of, peace, Labor Party, doing the suggestions with the Barak, with the Olmert. Didn't work. It didn't work.
I mean, like, you can say that, but it's not. I just force isn't gonna work. You're not gonna make that. That hasn't worked for years. Like, you guys have been in the West Bank settling for ages. And
yeah, it's not like we like it's not like expanding the settlement wasn't right. Like it's happening right now.
No,
and
but
the Palestinian doesn't seem like to mellow with it.
I agree with you, Sense, that it didn't work up until now, but I want to add on it. Okay? And you know it because you're an Israeli. You know it that this expansions of settlement is basically some kind of in a backdoor way. You're not annexing the parts that you're expanding into, right?
Yeah,
nobody annexes it.
The goal
start
is
annexing.
to
Start putting actual annexation suggestions in the Knesset. Start annexing.
As soon as they did that,
so that's going to be a one-state. So it's a one-state solution for you.
No, he doesn't.
No, it's not a one-state solution.
One thing before I
it's not
really
a one-state solution.
Wait, hold on. Go, Adi.
Okay. I just wanted to say to Lannis, like, you're right. We tried peace once, almost. It didn't work. We also tried this, like, collective punishment, making their lives more and more miserable, more strength and more strength and more strength, and that also didn't work. So, like, maybe we should give the first one another shot before doubling down what we've done for the past 20 years that just blew up in our face 2 years ago.
Let me tell you something.
So this notion
Okay,
that only the left wants to try things that didn't work again, I'm really, really tired of.
Let me tell you something. We Israel, with the Bibi governments, did make their lives more miserable and did expand settlements, illegal settlements, or whatever, right?
Their support for Hamas only increased. When we tried it the other way, so much more of them were on board with the two-state solution. And I would prefer that reality.
Let's try annexing Ma'ale Adumim, for example. First thing, I live in Jerusalem.
How could we do that?
Wait a second, and then we say, of course, it's hard to undo something like that, and we understand it. Don't you think? Don't you think Palestinians will understand it? That it's hard to undo something, and the next negotiation will be based on Ma'ale Adumim being part of Israel and non-negotiable? Yes, it moves the line officially.
Lannis, this was the logic that they used with the hostages, where they're like, we're not going to do this anymore. They're only returning 8 instead of 10. And the next time we paid, like, exponentially more. It doesn't work like that. In your mind, it works like that. In reality, each deal is worse than the one before. And when you're the belligerent, you have to pay more.
Trump bent them to comply. Okay? Trump bent them to comply. Once something is annexed and passes, yes, he did.
Hold on a second.
He bent the government to comply.
Wait a minute. Lannis, the thing that the Palestinians really cared about during the negotiations, like the land swap stuff and the amount of land that they were going to get, that was like less of an issue for them than the notion that than like the temple, than Jerusalem and the right of return. Those were like the things that stopped. You know, it wasn't like, or that those were like the two big sticking points.
But these are non-negotiables. So they can have, they will have a situation. Okay.
The right of return is not yeah, sure, it is non-negotiable in the way that they want it, and that's not going to happen. But Jerusalem is something that could absolutely be, like, when I say the right of return, I'm talking about like the Temple Mount, the holy sites. I'm talking about their ability to access it, is what I was saying. And I think the proposed vertical sovereignty was like a good idea or whatever. But those were the two things that Arafat didn't want to give up, especially the right of return. And that's why I think he was too much of a coward to actually finish the negotiations. I mean, like, he asked and he got way more. Like, I think in Taba that he was going to get like 99% of the West Bank with land swaps or whatever. And, you know, like, that's fine. But I don't think that was the main thing that motivated the Palestinians or what have you. And I don't think that this weird, like, all you're doing is just radicalizing them harder.
Even more than that, we're not talking about the negotiation tactics right now. We were talking about how to move the populations closer together and to de-radicalize them to the point where this is a politically feasible and viable thing to do. Okay? And it's been 20 years.
How do you move? How do you move the Palestinians? How do you move the Palestinians?
When we were trying to work towards peace, when there was a good faith effort being made and some hope, there was support for it, the same way there was on our side. And when we stopped caring, they got radicalized too.
Okay. While Arafat was speaking in English about peace deals and peace plans, and in Arabic he was saying this is an intermediate step for conquering all of the land.
And still, a larger part of the population was on the same page as the Israelis, which is what we were talking about. Okay? Finding good leaders who are brave enough to do what needs to be done is a separate conversation that I'm happy to have, not at this particular moment, because I'm not feeling great, but in general. But that's not what we were talking about, and you can't confuse the different issues. And the truth is, the facts are, the numbers are in, and punishing them more and more and more just radicalizes them more and more and more. That's just how it is. Generally speaking, when your life is so shit that you have nothing to lose, you're willing to do a lot more drastic things to change the situation. That is always the case. I'm not saying that's the only reason for the radicalization, and I'm not saying there aren't people that are profiting off the fact that it's a very unfortunate situation and forcing in some very radical beliefs about Jews that are not fair and not okay and not something that we can live with or work with. That's all the case. I'm not taking away any of that. All I'm saying is that if you look at how it was when we were trying for peace versus when we weren't trying for peace, they were less radical then. And so there's no argument. I don't know what your argument could be.
And yet, Arafat, we all agree he was a coward for not going through.
By the way, I think a lot of
What was he afraid of?
Palestinians would probably...
What was he afraid of? He was afraid of the Palestinian street
We'll
that would
never
keep
know.
him alive.
He was afraid of getting
Yes.
assassinated. But that... Now, hold on a second. Lannis, here's the thing, though.
So was
Arafat...
Robin, and he was.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
doesn't mean it was the mainstream position.
Yeah,
Well,
like...
Actually,
it's
Rabin never considered that he would actually be assassinated. Nobody
I mean,
It
thought
should have been.
that it would
But the
escalate to that.
point is, that doesn't mean, just because they're scared of violence, that doesn't mean that majority of the people are on that side. You just need a small group and no ability to defend yourselves to be scared of violence.
Yeah,
Just
like...
look at what Hamas did in Israel.
Arafat may have just
But
been
it
like, you
doesn't-
know
it
what?
doesn't line
Maybe the
up.
majority of Palestinians will totally be cool with this. But all it takes is like a group of crazy people or those fucking Hamas guys who were obviously not his friends to like assassinate him. And then that's it. And he was too much of a
Yes.
coward to take that risk.
And then the second Intifada started alongside with the
Yeah,
Hamas
and he didn't do anything about it.
Al-Aqsa brigades.
Now,
Of
by
the
the
Fatah,
way,
They worked in tandem.
he may have thought that he would get more too, by the way. Now, hold on a sec. By the way, just so you're aware, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, after
exists.
the PA renounced terrorism, they basically like severed or they cut ties with them. And they removed
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I
you know.
believe this. I also severed ties with the M&Ms,
Yeah,
but
okay, I know. Apparently you don't believe it, but
Just
I
to
mean,
clear this
I don't believe
conversation, as me shitting on the PA.
Yeah, and the Al-Aqsa Brigade might have cut ties with the PA, but the PA hasn't cut ties
oh
with
yeah,
the
that's
Al-Aqsa Brigade.
yeah. I don't know if that's true today, but back during the Second Intifada, yeah, obviously I can believe it because Arafat didn't do anything to stop the violence, and he should have. And that's the issue.
And there's a lot of good reasons for Jews to be suspicious. That also doesn't mean working towards a plan that isn't putting anyone in danger, or at least putting it on the table that under the right conditions, that's something that people would be interested in doing, while not putting anyone at risk, that automatically has a calming effect. That's always going to be the case. Like, I don't
like,
understand the
I have a question
contradiction.
for you.
Like, one side of the other has to take the first step. So, like, both sides waiting for the other one, like, to show just won't work. Like,
yeah, it's just
The thing is, you don't even have to. Sorry, you don't even have to take like a step necessarily. Like you can just promote. Like again, I tried to have this conversation with Kalenda before as well. Like who's a good leader on the Palestinian side? Like just promote those people, like the ones that are reasonable, the ones that you could have a conversation with. Like just.
I don't think
know.
Israel should go near that with a 10-foot pole, because I think that will just make people think they'll be rife for conspiracy theories about them being like a Mossad plant or anything like that. And I also think it'll be harder for Israelis to trust them if they think it's being propped up by Israel, because they won't think it's gonna last.
Okay,
like Israelis are not
prop it
stupid.
up then, but like just
just stay out of the way. It has to be natural and it has to be fully occurring from them. And part of the fact that there aren't those people is why Israelis are rightfully frustrated. There aren't those voices, and there is a lack of
there is these voices.
lack.
There's John Aziz and Ahmad Fuad Al-Khatib, but they're only influencers.
They're on the ground and they don't have popular support, and they aren't able to do networking.
Yeah.
Why do they have no popular support?
Well, hold on a second. I understand why they're diaspora. Also, I understand why Ahmed doesn't have why Al-Khatib doesn't have popular
support. That's like a recent thing. Like even interviews that I heard him from the beginning of the war, like this shift he's made is very, very recent. But he never had support because he's been in diaspora. But there should be more of them, and there's a lot of to have a lot of criticism. And I'm not.
Well, I don't know. I'm black pill about it. Both groups have pressures both within and without to continue the conflict. So I don't see it.
Lannis, listen. Oh shit! Damn it! He had to leave. God damn it! I was gonna say that the strategy that he's promoting basically just helps Hamas, because that's one of the ways that it works. Like Hamas wanted Bibi to win that election in the 90s, and Hamas obviously likes Bibi because that Bibi like plays into their hands, and the two of them feed off of each
other. Extremists on both sides play off each other, and if you don't see that and don't understand that the best antidote while having a very good military option is to have somebody, a leader who's not going to play the game, who's not going to buy into it, like, then I don't know what to say. Like, Hamas and Bibi literally do serve each other's goals. Because as long as they're Hamas, Bibi has something to defend Israel from. And as long as Bibi's in charge of Israel, Hamas has, like, all the, like, the world is their playground as far as getting, like, public support from, like, stupid Westoids and, like, who are, like, lefties. Like, and so they serve each other because they're each getting what they want out of it. And all of us are fucked. And if you don't realize that, then, like...
Well, in that, I think, like, the only silver lining is that Netanyahu's cynicism can be shifted or directed elsewhere. He just as easily can just now shift his focus back to Iran or focus on Turkey as the great evil villain.
Exactly.
And then it can be like, this is just like it's nothing ideological. So like, it's not in the realm of possibilities, but theoretically it could have been that somehow the Palestinian states could be presented as a way to counter Turkey influence if Turkeys are the big bad guys now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Jeez.
But and again, like
Wait, hold on.
like I said, the main problem is, like, there are huge pressure for continuing the conflict, far outweighing peaceful resolution.
Yeah,
like
I know. It's like has always been said, like, both sides have plenty incentive to just keep fighting. Also, SDA says, reminder, Bibi isn't on the Epstein list. And then Van Loven said, you know who else wasn't on the Epstein list? Sinwar. True. That's true. They were not on the Epstein list. By the way, Jesus, where are all my lefties at talking about Epstein's ties to Russia? Because there's so much shit apparently in the Epstein files that indicate Epstein's ties to Russia, far more than his ties to Israel. But we're never going to hear about that.
No. It's called selective reading.
Yeah.
You should try it. It's a lot of fun.
It's just everyone's just gonna keep saying there's so much evidence that he was a Mossad plant when he had, like, all these ties to Russia, and apparently, like, Russia was helping him get like women and stuff, and yeah, that shit's crazy.
Yeah, he was trying to get those tapes on Trump from Russia.
Oh yeah.
Well, have you considered that the Russia are controlled by Mossad?
Wow, no, I hadn't considered that. I forgot. Mossad controls everything. I don't know how Mossad has time to, like, do anything because they have so much control over everybody.
That's why they keep forgetting to pay you.
They're very good at multitasking.
Jesus. Abby, where are you?
I did want to say, though,
go ahead.
On the previous point, that the vested interest in this conflict going is so much bigger than, like, just the people in Israel. Like, as in, the peoples themselves each have this vested interest of, like, keeping on going. But there's so much more than that. There's all these organizations, and, like, yeah, I'm going to bring up UNRWA. Like, if this solution is solved, they're over. The institution has no reason to exist. And so naturally, that's not something that they're going to be interested in. You have, like, all of these other groups that use this conflict as, like, the same way we were talking about, like, how Smotrich and Hamas and Ben Gvir are the three people that are wishing that this conflict would reignite so that they have somebody to, like, morally, like, some way to, like, vague post their morals and kind of show the world that they're better than anyone without having to do anything. Like, that's a lot of people too, in a lot of countries that have a lot of interest, and as long as this issue is an issue, they don't have to worry about the other things. And, like, that's a real concern, Like, even if there were people in Israel, like, there was a public interest in coming to a two-state solution, and in, like, amongst the Palestinian people in the West Bank and Gaza and Palestine. You think Iran's gonna like let that go quietly and comfortably? Like, no. You think
Yeah,
Russia's gonna
I
let that
need to
happen?
go.
You think
Thank you for
China
having
has
me on.
Oh, okay, bye.
Like-
Oh shit, Jesus, that was stupid. I didn't even notice that. How the fuck did I? Anyway, sorry, I just lost my queen because I'm a dumb fuck. I'm gonna be right back, you guys. Can you like entertain the chat, and then afterwards I'm gonna move on to other stuff.
Sure.
Oh, chat,
Yes.
you didn't even see my dumb move. I fucked up. I moved my queen up here, and then I got taken by this horsey because I'm stupid, and can I? Yeah, I did this. You know what? We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. You all saw nothing. And I'm just gonna.
We did see nothing
I'm just
until you
gonna
put it on screen.
leave it, or leave her here, and you know. Yeah. Actually, okay, there we go. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. BRB. Yes, horsey. Yes, I know they're called knights, okay? Fuck you. They're horsies. BRB.
I don't really have much to add. I just kind of wanted to.
That's fair. Sorry if I came on a bit strong.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to flame Lannis for his. I feel like it was kind of mask on with the settlement shit. I don't know. I just think.
Yeah. I
I
think
don't know. I just think
very
collective
complicated.
punishment is like immoral. I don't even care like what the reason for it is. I just don't think you should do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you for what it's worth. It's a lot of, I think a lot of people here hold a lot of like obviously hypocritical and like contradictory views where
Mhm.
like they're like against collective punishment, but then are pro doing things that would be
Considered as such.
considered collective punishment, and then you ask them to square the circle and they're just like, I don't know, man. Like I'm just trying to survive. Like that's pretty common, I think, generally in
Like, and I get
groups of
like it's
people
really
that are-
easy for me as a person living in a safe country where I don't have to worry about this shit, like to critique people for not being principled enough or whatever. But I don't know. I still think people should try to hold
Yeah.
themselves to some sort of standard, at least, especially like not to do the soy like, oh, they're oppressed thing, but like, I mean, they are the ones with the rough boots, right? Like, of course, like
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's like exceptional. Like lots of people have been fucked in history, but they are the ones that got really fucked, right? Like at least this time around.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Jews weren't fucked before that, but
No, I know. We don't need a prayer oppression Olympics.
yeah.
I think a good way to think about it is like in the West, you're thinking of it as like a philosophical question on both ends, and for them, asking them about collective punishment is a philosophical question, and asking them about like certain actions is like a security or a practical question, and so they're not even thinking about it through the same lens. And so when you bring it up to a philosophical level, they are contradicting each other, but they're not coming to that conclusion from any belief system, more from like a desire to feel safe
Yeah.
and to like feel like they're in control. Like it's not and they might even agree that it is a contradiction. It's they're not operating from that place, which is why it's very easy to hold those two opinions at the same time.
Yeah. I understand. Like
In the same way that like people who are Palestinians, right, who will talk about how awful like the Nakba was and then advocate for ethnically cleansing the Jews, and you're like, oh, but I thought you don't like that. But like they're not. That's operating out of like desire for justice and to like maybe have some revenge or like some other things, and the other one is like a philosophical thing, and they're just very different parts of the brain.
Yeah, and like I having a desire for like quote unquote revenge is like a very human thing, right? But you should always acknowledge,
Yeah.
or at least try to acknowledge that like, oh, this is not good. Like, this is my instincts, and I have this gut feeling right now, but that's not necessarily like a good thing. I don't know, or at least you should try
For
to
sure.
feel that
I
way.
agree, but then if you ask them what they want, that's something that they want, and that's okay. It's okay to want revenge. It's not okay to exact revenge if that's the only reason you're doing something. But like it's okay to want to have that, and like that's fine. But like it doesn't line up with their like moral beliefs, right? About like kicking people off the land that they've been born onto and punishing them for the sins of other people, right?
By
And
the
that's
way,
okay to hold those two things.
someone asked you how Al-Khatib recently shifted his position.
I think he's become significantly less critical of Israel recently, and has said a lot more things that have triggered some Palestinians and pro-Palestinian voices by side of like winking and nodding about like Nakba denialism, like casually. Like it's been pretty subtle, I think, from what I recall. It's not like he's like really come out and said anything, but he has talked about how like his family like left where they were instead of being kicked out from where they were, which is I believe what the story was or something like that. Like he's been talking a lot more about that than the other way, just using facts that are triggering, because everything in these conversations are. And it just seems to be more
like
apologetic of Israel and a lot more focused on criticizing Hamas, which is fair, but it can be perceived as like shilling for Israel.
Is this like an audience capture, almost like a concern, or like what is the?
I don't know. I'm not like, that's just what I've heard from, like, that's not really my area of like I'm not the person to ask about those things. I don't know all the ins and outs that much, and I don't know him and where it's coming from. I know that he really, 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 really fucking hates Hamas with every like fiber in his being. And I know that sometimes, like, if Israel and you hate Hamas, you might be teaming up with them. I don't know if it's an audience capture thing or just like similar goals, and he just wants to go home and he sees that like this is the way to get there, or if he's gone through brainwashing, or if he's a Mossad op, or if he hit his head. Like he could have a tumor, like you never know.
Yeah,
maybe he's on drugs. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, I think hating Hamas is probably a pretty good first position.
He used to be more critical of Israel, and that's not really where his energy is right now. And so I think that's like a noted shift. And I guess if advocacy is measured in how much you hate your opponent, then like that's going to be a big shift, which is usually the case in this conflict.
Hello. Okay. Wait, what's going on now? Who's people were people talking about Al-Khatib's Jubilee debate? Yeah, that debate was wild. I feel like he conceded way too much to the Israelis there. That was kind of, or to Israel in that debate, or rather he like, I don't know, that sucked.
I think he just wasn't as aggressive towards Israel as people were hoping for him to be.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, he also just didn't like when he was talking about the Nakba, I feel like you can't talk about it. Like, Jesus, all you have to do is just say like, yeah, you know what? Yes, a bunch of Palestinians got kicked out of their homes, or like, yes, Palestinians were expelled. That doesn't mean that we need to fight forever until victory, like 70 years later, you know? Like, I feel like
I think it's because people are really scared of like giving the other side a perceived own.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem, right?
But that's right. Like, that's more of like a lack of something than like not like he's outright been coming out with like pro-Israel talking points or like denial of like Palestinian identity or anything like that. He's
you're right. Yeah,
focusing his energy on like attacking Hamas, versus like attacking Israel, which is a shift. But like, I feel like a lot of the reading into it comes from the, like I was just saying this before also, about like if advocacy is shitting on the other group, then like, yeah, he switched sides. But like if advocacy is like he perceives like the biggest threat to like his family and his community's survival in Gaza being Hamas right now and not Israel, then he's going to focus his energy there as opposed to like ruffling feathers in other directions. And like, I don't know, but obviously it's like not, those aren't the things that are going to trigger me as much. So like it's easy for me to say that from the outside, but that's just my take on it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Also, we could just ask him. So somebody could.
That's true, they could.
I'm gonna let you get on with the stream, by the way.
Yeah.
I just wanted to hop in.
Okay.
Talk to Lannis.
Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, awesome. Thank you. I will get back to the stream.
Well, everybody like and subscribe. And
yeah, like the stream, guys. Like it. It helps the algorithm and all that shit.
Yeah.
It does. It helps me. And it helps
Yes.
all the Palestinians.
True. Thank you, you guys.
Bye-bye. Have
Bye,
a good one.
Adi. Feel better. Okay, so, right, today's Tanky Tuesday. I'm getting my ass kicked in this fucking game. What the fuck? Am I supposed to... Which one of these pieces is worth more, chat? Is it the rook or is it the bishop? Because one of them I'm gonna lose. Actually, wait, no, hold on. Or I'm sorry, is it the horse or the bishop? Because one of the... Wait a minute, wait. No, I'm not. We'll see now. Are you gonna do it, sir? Oh, I see how it is. Is this the only thing that he cares about? No! Well, I didn't have a choice. Rip. That was dumb. If you lose this chess game, Mega wins the midterm. Stop! Yes, Chase, find me some lefty clips, preferably not necessarily about Israel-Palestine. Also, wait, hold on. I wanted to look... Where the fuck was it? Oh, okay, this is the thing. Where's that thing that... Because we got off track here. Fire sent me something in the Discord. Where is it? Because I told Fire that he was reaching with the thing that he was saying. And he said, how am I reaching? But, like, I feel like Fire just is not understanding the complexities of what I was trying to talk about. So, like, I think this... Oh, yeah, this is what we were looking at before. Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm sorry that I've been subjecting you to Discord alert sounds this entire time. Because I forgot to turn that on. Oh god, Vosh is going to talk about Epstein. Oh no. Do you think Vosh will... I feel like out of all the leftists, Vosh would probably have to, you know... What? Oh no, the chess bug got her too. I mean, it didn't really get me. It didn't really get me, Bill. I just haven't played in a while, and this is also a game that I can play on stream. Although, in fairness, what I should do is I should play more Wolfenstein 3D while I listen to stuff. How do you feel about Norman Finkelstein being completely vindicated in the Epstein files? Wait, was he... What do you mean? Vindicated in the Epstein files? Was he mentioned in the Epstein files? There's no way. I don't think that there was anything about him. Oh, you mean being vindicated because he was not mentioned in them? I haven't read the entirety of the Epstein files, by the way, guys. It's like millions of pages of fucking documents. Play Minesweeper. Oh, Chomsky? He was mentioned and cautioned against associating with Epstein. Oh. Was this before or after Epstein became a, or was this before, or I'm assuming, was this after Epstein was convicted? Because if so, I feel like that's the least you can do. Like, all the people who continue to associate with him after 2008, all I have to say is, like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was so surprised Chomsky wasn't in the first batch. He was in the first batch, Bill. Some of the photos that were released were of him and Epstein. I don't know if there's been more from Chomsky in the files. I wish that, like, if there's some easy way to search, I would love it. I would love to have a way to do that, but actually, you know what? Let's read the tabloids, even though this is a thing that Loner does. I guess, like, also, in terms of, like, Finkelstein, seeing that thing coming, you know what? Rare Finkelstein W, that's what I'll say, okay? So, also, Hassan got unbanned from Twitch after 3 days. Maruzzi, I know you're not out there, but, wait. Ethan went on Piers Morgan to debate Benny Johnson and, Rod Blagojevich? What? I don't know why it's always 3 days. He got a 7-day ban, he appealed it, and they put it down to 3 days. Anyone see the Dick Cheney edits titled "No Blackmail Needed, Just Love for the Game" or something? Let's see what this says.
Also say, right before this show, I did my first ever, after much ado, much invitations, begging, you might even say.
Not quite begging, but they were very persistent on trying to get you.
Piers Morgan, we did it. Straight up political blood sports.
What did you call him? Morse Piergan?
Morse Piergan.
Wait, how was Cheney vindicated? What do you mean? Did Cheney say something about Epstein?
I don't know. I can't do it on
Hang on, Mr. Klein. Oh my
purpose
god.
today.
I can't do it. We got a license for that. I can't do it.
It's Shipe Narf all over again.
Yeah.
I feel like if SDA was in here, I'm sure that he could come in here and like do some British, but I can't.
So I don't know how long it was. An hour or something? But
That was about an
When are we getting Loner Box on? I don't know, but Loner needs to go on Piers Morgan. Actually, you know what? I think that what would Ethan debate Benny Johnson? I mean, Ethan is a progressive liberal still. Like most of his opinions are still progressive, regardless about the Israel stuff. No, he's just never mentioned in the files. Oh, I see, because he never had. I mean, I feel like that makes sense. Like, were there even any, like, old school Republican politicians who were mentioned in the files? Like, it makes sense, for example, also that George Bush wouldn't be mentioned in the files. Because that George Bush is a, because George Bush was an evangelical Christian, right? Now, I could see Newt Gingrich being mentioned in the files. Hey, Gelatinous Rube. HW was mentioned in them? Yeah, but HW wasn't an evangelical Christian, so, or, like, he wasn't, like, I guess, a born-again Christian or whatever. I don't think he was super socially conservative. Oh, no, I'm not saying that they have a problem with pedos. I'm just saying that, like, based on at least my impression of him, someone like George Bush, it seemed like he actually did, like, live that tradcon life, you know? Loner is too passive for Piers. It would be fun to listen to him rip into the other panelists, but his knowledge would not fit for the format. Kind of like when he went on H3 and mainly had to talk about Hassan because that was Ethan's main interest. Yeah, I think Loner's first appearance on H3 was really good because it wasn't just about Hassan. It also became about the conflict and stuff, which I thought was good. I mean, yeah, I guess Loner is probably a bit too passive. The problem is too is like I don't think that Piers would ever bring him on because Piers only wants to bring on people who are like insane. Like Piers knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's why he has people like Rabbi Shmuley on and all these other crazies. That's why he only has Destiny on after Destiny fires off a crazy tweet, so that Piers can like basically beat Destiny over the head with it, and so that and then all the other guests can yell at him. Like, yeah, no, Piers is a showman. He understands the market, and as much as he might try to be like, I want to host conversations here, it doesn't mean that's a thing that's actually happening. Oh, thank you, Boof, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much. Now you guys all get to look at this gif of Stuart. Wait, Princess Mantis is lurking? Oh, she subscribed to me, yeah. That's nice. I didn't even realize that. I think it's because I commented on her a couple times. I love her videos. She's a very funny person. She's very talented.
How are you?
It's gonna air tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Unedited.
Uncensored.
Uncensored, baby. It was with
We'll see.
Benny Johnson, someone that is just a total detestable loser. Who have
But I was still
Oh hey, Bomber got a gifty. Nice.
Really happy to see that he was there. I mean, he's been we've talked about Benny Johnson for years at this point.
money
on the
costs you
podcast, so.
Did you hear Basan Auto was banned off? No, I don't even know who that is, Chase. I feel like you are so much more in tune with all these crazy people than I am. We can watch this Epstein thingy, Chase, from Vosh. Although I noticed that you wrote totally not IP related as your follow-up message, which makes me think that it actually is. Oh, he's a Palestinian journalist in Gaza. Oh, is he like one of those pro-Hamas journalists, like Al Jazeera people? Bomber of Doom, holy shit. I'm green, orange Bomber. Yes, you are, Bomber. You are indeed. Imagine being in tune with crazy people. Well, like, Coffee, it's just that Chase follows all of these crazy lefties. Chase is like my barometer. You know what, Chase? Keep doing it. And then bring me content and I'll watch the stuff that I think is interesting. She's the one Deborah messing through a fit about winning an Emmy. Wait, oh, so she's not a pro-Hamas person. Is she, was she like a, or at least I'm assuming that she's not. Is that because did she work on No Other Land with that Israeli dude and that other Palestinian guy? I read she has ties to the PFLP. Oh yeah, I mean that might be a thing. That's a whole other thing. Okay, no, I wonder what she won an Emmy for. But you know what? I'll look in a sec.
He's the left camp meme guy.
He was the left camp meme
who's
guy.
ironically very unfunny.
Losing money costs you nothing.
And then the great disgraced governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich. Disgraced,
yes, governor of Illinois was randomly. And when Ethan said that, I tripled. I'm like, are you saying Rod Blagojevich? That's who's going to be on there?
Such an weird
It's
pairing.
so fucking random.
Wait, is Blagojevich? Who is Trump? Pardoned him, by the way. Why are we watching H3? Oh, we're not watching H3. I was checking the tabloids, and Benny Johnson and Ethan is on H3 later. If Loner doesn't stream it, then if Loner doesn't go live today, then maybe we'll watch it. I'm just checking to see if Hassan has said anything crazy. Oh boy. Yanis Varoufakis suggests Hassan. Oh no. Wait, is this the guy? Is this that stupid EU Parliament guy whose name I think that is this the guy? Greek economist and politician. He's been the Secretary General of the Democracy in Europe movement, a left-wing pan-European politician. Is this the guy who's basically just like fucking pro-Russia? Or who said like some insane shit? Hello, Alex. Varoufakis. All my homies hate Varoufakis. Yeah, I know. I thought his name was Farafakis for some reason. That might have just been because Dylan was pronouncing his name wrong. I don't know. Later political career. In an October 2022 interview, Varoufakis stated that the U.S. wants to keep the Russo-Ukraine war going as it serves American interests. For the war to end, he proposed that the opposing sides should come to an agreement that will include the withdrawal of the Russian troops to their pre-February 24th bases, a commitment from the U.S. that Ukraine will not enter NATO, normal guarantees with Ukraine's independence and neutrality, a Good Friday-like agreement for the Donbass area, and the issue of Russia's annexation of Crimea be discussed in 50 years, as there is no way that any of this can be resolved peacefully at this stage. He also said that he supports Ukraine as he would for any nation or any funding people that are defending their homes. Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought, but like also at the same time, I feel like this is not like the right, like, really a Good Friday-like agreement. That's it. People need to stop doing this. They need to stop acting like the support for breaking away in Donbass was like this thing that the majority wanted or that the majority of people felt. This is not true. Like, The majority of people in Donbass before the war, before 2014, saw themselves as Ukrainians, just like the whole country, the majority of Ukrainians, everybody did. I think he said Euromaidan was a coup on X, unless I'm mistaking it. I mean, yeah, that's... technically, you could say that it was a coup, but it was a coup that was done like by the people, or rather done by the representatives on behalf of the people. But whenever anybody says coup, they're trying to like say something about the legality of it. Research what he said recently on Ukraine. He said there are full of fascists on both sides. Oh, so he did the both sides thing. Yeah. Doesn't matter if the majority of people wanted it. You can just secede unless this is different for some reason. You can't just secede. No, Johan, you can't. I don't know if you've been here for it, Johan, but like, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's ask the Clanker. For citations as well, of course. Extended thinking. Good morning. Please tell me what international law says about its or about Only Peace says secession is wrong and evil. Most of the time, yes, but not always. Planker, there might not be citations for the question too general. I'm asking it. Why are you asking it about international law? Because I think international law is important. Okay? And I'm also going to bring it, and Leftoid also seems to, or I don't know if, like, Leftoid talks about what's legal or illegal all the time. I mean, you can laugh at me if you want to, Ash, but international law, I think it's important because it is our basis for the international rules-based order. Which I understand that you're like, or you seem to be some sort of isolationist and you don't give a fuck about that, but yeah. I mean, but it is though, like, countries try to abide by it. It's a good baseline, even if it's not enforceable. And it's only not enforceable because the UN is fucking useless. But like, we use stuff from international law in order to determine things, you know? The US has similar stuff that's related to that. Even if the US is not like signed on to it officially, the US still tries to follow it. I would argue that the US generally does a pretty decent job of following it. NATO does too. NATO countries in general, you know. I disagree, Kalinda, it's unenforceable because no one would enforce it. I know it's unenforceable. I'm not saying that it's enforceable. That's one of my issues with like shit like the UN and stuff. I think what I'm saying is that it's a useful barometer in terms of determining like it's a good template is what I mean. Yeah, the US does have its own version, but I thought they were pretty close. I think it can be useful in further explaining principles the US has discovered. I mean, yeah, if you want to say that, that's fine. And obviously the United States contributed international maritime law. That was the US's thing. Like, that's something, and that is something that the US, at least until recently, was upholding. Now I think they've just fucked with it, but an appeal to international law to subvert the right of exit is the sort of thing oceans of blood have been split over and will be. I mean, you can say that if you want to, that's fine. I was just wondering what international law had to say about it. That's not going to be my argument. I have a moral argument. I don't think, or not just a moral argument, rather, I have a practical argument, okay? I don't think that regions of countries should be able to just secede for any fucking reason, for any good reason, like any old reason. I don't think that's or like any little thing. I think it has to be my bar for like when it becomes acceptable for a region to secede from a country is like basically they have to be getting like fucking genocided or have been genocided in the past, or they've always been treated like shit by like the rest of the country or whatever, you know. That's why I think Somaliland had a good reason to leave Somalia, because they were never treated well. That's why I think Chechnya had a good reason to leave Russia, because they were never treated well. If the survival of the people depends on it, yeah, basically, at that point, I think that's fair. And I'm sorry, but like the 24% of people in Donbass who wanted to leave and join Russia did not have a good reason. Like, the trade decisions of your country are not a good enough reason for you to say, well, fuck, you know, we're getting removed. And, or the fact that the president that your people supported got removed from office because that he broke the law and violated the Constitution by outlawing protesting. I think that, like, I'm sorry, but that's not a good enough reason for you to, like, say, well, fuck it, we want to leave. Like, that's just stupid. Not to mention the fact that the majority of people didn't want to leave, and this was largely just a thing that was fomented by Russia. Like, yeah, there was some legitimate grievances of some people, and people did go out and protest, but that stuff was so small, and it needed Russia's help in order to even, like, really properly get it going. That's why it took Igor Girkin and a bunch of his dudes actually going in to start seizing buildings in Sloviansk. And most people in the Donbass, by the way, did not support that when polled. They didn't support any of that shit. Don't forget, Russia have historically taken people from conquered regions and shoehorned in Russian peasants. Estonians were moved to Sochi. Yeah, oh yeah, I know that. I understand that too. But like the thing is that even after all these years, even the predominantly Russian-speaking people in Ukraine, even they still consider themselves to be Ukrainian. They didn't see themselves as Russian. They saw themselves as Ukrainian. That's why the whole narrative about the two Ukraines is bullshit. If you look at like any kind of polling data or whatever, you can see where people were. Yeah, I think hitting historical inaccuracies is going to be a lot more effective for you. The moral arguments get weaker by the day. I mean, yeah, I will hit those historical inaccuracies, but like, I don't think Leftoid actually believes that states should just be able to secede because that the people in their region don't feel like they're being represented or whatever, or like that they don't feel like the government has their best interests at heart. Because if that was the case, then he would think that like he'd basically be okay with everybody being able to secede. Like, does Leftoid think that California should be able to secede from the Union? Does he think Alberta should be able to leave Canada? It's not reasonable. That just doesn't, on a pragmatic level, that doesn't work. 2,000 meters to Andriivka showed a Ukrainian from Bakhmut that started learning and speaking Ukrainian after the 2022 hard invasion. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Actually, a lot of the guys in 2,000 meters to Andriivka who spoke to that journalist, they basically they were people from Eastern Ukraine who were fighting to get their homes back. I know you get a lot of satisfaction out of calling people trolls, but these are well-reasoned opinions. Wait, sorry. What do you mean, Ash? What are well-reasoned opinions? The opinions that Leftoid has? I don't know if Leftoid actually believes the things that he says. Like, I find it very hard to believe that somebody thinks that people should just be able to secede. Like, that a region should just be able to secede from a country if they feel like they are fucking, if they feel like they're not being represented by that country. Because if that were the case, and, like, we just said that that was cool, then that would just be a crazy precedent to set. Like, America wouldn't allow that. Alberta would suddenly be allowed to leave. And, I mean, by the way, Alberta is actually allowed to leave, because then under our thing, like, if you can get an independence referendum, yeah. That's not confusing at all. Wait, what's not confusing? I don't understand what you're saying, Ash. Alberta might be able to leave anyways. If they can get the necessary signatures to have a referendum and Alberta votes for it, then yeah, they can. But I don't think that that's a reasonable... I don't think California should be able to leave by saying that they're out of step with the rest of America. Like, I don't believe that. Yeah, like, America doesn't allow countries to secede, or, like, regions to secede. Do you actually think that, like, if a region of people says, we don't feel like we're being represented in the rest of the country, this means that, like, we want to leave? I feel like that's unworkable. That doesn't work. You know? Also, it doesn't, especially in Ukraine, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. Because people in the East still had a shitload of political power. Yanukovych was their guy. I think... 2019 Ukrainian election. Really? Oh, okay. Huh. Holy shit. Look at Zelensky. Look at the percentages of the votes that he fucking got in like Donbass, in Donetsk and Luhansk. That's crazy. They voted for him. He was their guy. He got more support in the east of the country than he did like in other parts. Poroshenko actually won in Lviv, which was the most east. So to say that these people can just say, oh, I don't feel politically represented is incredibly ridiculous. When, like, the guy that they voted for was the guy who got in, and he was the peace candidate prior to the war starting. Yeah, Lviv was, like, the only one. Zelensky won by a lot. Alberta leaving Canada in favor of the U.S. is built upon political interference. Yeah, I know. But that's not going to happen. Okay, the Alberta separatists are like 5 people. If Alberta isn't in favor with allying against the US in favor of China, then yeah, I do actually think it's important enough morally to permit the alternative is completely unfavorable. I don't understand. What are you talking about? In favor of allying with the US against the US in favor of China? Like what? Why wouldn't Alberta just stay with us? By the way, he's talking about referendum, US recognized, blah, blah. But according to the Constitution, the whole country have to take part in referendum. Just referendum in seceding part has no power. Wait, which referendum are you talking about, Vasserman, with Ukraine? Alberta might be able to leave anyways, or if the US says yes. I mean, the other thing too, Ash, is that Alberta doesn't actually want to join America. That's not what the Albertan independent people want. They just want to become their own country and leave. All 5 of them, by the way. I cannot emphasize enough how small this movement is. This is not a lot of people, okay? Let's please bear that in mind. Like, I don't think that's going to go anywhere. But I'm just saying, I don't think that they really have a good reason to want to leave. No, I'm not talking about the size of Alberta as a territory. Alberta is big. I'm talking about the number of people in Alberta who want to leave. I'm saying that the Alberta separation movement is tiny. That's why I joke that there are like 5 people in it. It's not that big. This is not really a like hugely popular thing. It didn't take off in the same way as the Quebec one did. I don't know why you keep bringing up Catalonia being small. I mean, yeah, sure, Catalonia probably is small geographically. Also, doesn't Catalonia have like a Catalonia is an autonomous community of Spain designated as a nationality by its Statute of Autonomy. Its territory is situated in the northeast of the Iberian Peninsula, south of Pyrenees. Okay. Isn't this like where there were a lot of Muslims? Don't they feel like they are separate from the rest of the country because of this or something? Or are these like, are these guys like, oh, Catalan people? These guys are their own separate ethnic group. Sorry, wait, hold on. Read above, please. Sorry, just a sec. Channel activity, 1 sec. Is it in US, Canada legislation that one state can just vote to move out? Not in the US. In Canada, we can have referendums to like for provinces to leave if they want to, but you have to get enough signatures and the people in the province need to vote for it. Yeah, it's not in Ukraine's as well too. Actually, I bet international law is probably just going to say, like, if I actually were to ask the Clanker this, it would probably just tell me that this is a domestic matter that would be up to the countries. Does any country have in its constitution right for its territory to secede by just letting this and only this part voting in referendum? The thought of Spaniard yelling at each other over who is more European is hilarious. Okay, I don't even know, like... Catalonia secession is peak narcissism. They are doing very well, but are angry they have to pay taxes to help poorer parts of Spain. Oh, okay, so there's not even, like, any kind of... Okay, whatever. Like, I'm just saying, okay, I have a bar, I have, like, a moral bar, or, like, a bar where I think that it would be reasonable or practical for a group of people to want to leave, and at that point, I would say that that's okay, but in the case of Ukraine, it's just not met. Especially not, like, when, in 2019, like, when the current president is literally the guy that they overwhelmingly voted for. Like, people in Donetsk and Luhansk like Zelensky, and they voted him in. And also, he was the peace candidate who wanted to, like, who wanted to make some sort of peace with the separatists, the quote unquote separatists. But you know, I don't think the so-called secessionist movements in Ukraine were big either. The anti-Maidan protests were tiny, and that's with Russia paying a lot to participate. Yeah, I don't know if Leftoid will buy that that's the other problem too, is that I feel like if I present it, like, I don't know, I'll have to, like, find various information about that. But I think the polling makes it pretty obvious that the majority of people were not, like, super, it's not like people in Donetsk and Luhansk were all clamoring to join the customs union over the European Union. It's not like there was polling that suggested that they all just wanted to leave. Polls show that they see themselves as Ukrainian just as much as any other part of Ukraine. Maybe not as much, but they certainly do. Like, when that number is in the 70s, then I think that's meaningful. And, like, when only 24% of people of the population of Donetsk or Luhansk or, like, the Donbass overall wants to leave and join Russia, then that's not, yeah, like, you don't get to, those people shouldn't be allowed to speak for everybody else. Not to mention the fact that it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. The problem about Crimea is we'll never know if the bar was passed for them to leave. All we can look at is independent polls of the Crimean population before 2014. Crimea is a different matter. Crimea is a little bit different, I think. And, like, that's a bit harder. Now, I have heard that Russia probably, because Russia also had a much greater presence there too, because they had that army base there. And they were able to penetrate that more. So, like, that is one of the things that I think the Kyiv Independent did, like, a big thing about how Crimea was actually basically, like, they were like the Russia was influencing their people and stuff. I think that I have it here, actually. Hold on. Where is it? Where's all the polls? This chat is getting too big. Russia losing Crimea is like the UK giving back Hong Kong. It is vitally important to regional power projection. Yeah. Crimea River. What? There were actually many Russian citizens living there. Yeah, I know. Crimea still voted to be part of Ukraine initially. So my understanding was that Crimea had an independence referendum in the 90s. Like, they had their own, and then, like, Ukraine wouldn't let them do it. But they didn't vote to join Russia. They just wanted to be, like, autonomous. And then, like, later on, these numbers changed to people just wanted to, like, be an autonomous region inside Ukraine itself. Rather than, like, leaving Ukraine. They still wanted to be part of Ukraine. They just wanted to be seen as autonomous. You know, okay. I asked it a question and then trying to get okay. Like to move to Crimea. Do we have polling on if they wanted to be independent or join Russia prior to the Russian takeover in 20? And then I accidentally wrote 2024. But the clanker was on and it knew pre-2014 polling. In your opinion, what should status of Crimea be? 53% autonomy in Ukraine as today. 25% Crimea should be separated. It's given to Russian Crimea Tatar autonomy within Ukraine, common oblast of Ukraine. Yeah, so like people, they wanted to be independent, but it wasn't join Russia. Isn't Crimea populated by majority ethnic Russians because the Russian Empire plus USSR did their thing? Yes, it is. Does Kalinda like Justin Timberlake? Not really. So real, the Tatars have been treated very badly by Russia throughout history. Makes sense for them to not trust either one. Yeah. Okay, this is during Euromaidan. This one is important as it captures the view during Euromaidan before Yanukovych fled. So do Crimeans actually want to join Russia? What is your homeland? So is this Ukraine? Crimea? Own region. Yeah, so the Crimeans saw themselves as Crimeans, a lot of them, it looks like. As we can see here, we see like it was like 50% of Crimeans see themselves as the own region, and only like 35% see themselves as Ukrainian. And then like a much smaller number see themselves as Soviet, probably older people. And the number of people who see themselves as Russian is not that big. Also, this is overall Ukraine as well, too. You'll notice that even within this, like 70% see Ukraine as their homeland in the East as well, which I think is important. And the own region numbers are smaller. And then obviously, of course, we get like from the East, we get the most who see themselves as Soviet here. But yeah, those people are probably older people. A lot of boomers who were like, we see ourselves as Soviet, because that was the common identity that the Soviets kind of like, you know, pushed on everyone. So yeah, I think this is interesting, really. The political identity in Ukraine emerges, is one of tremendous variation in a degree of commitment to Ukraine as a state in the degree. Okay, yeah, so it's like 35% of Ukrainians did volunteer Ukraine, and while allegiance to Ukraine was higher, around 50% among ethnic Ukrainians and Tatars living in Crimea, those figures were considerably below support in eastern Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, they were less, but it's still really high. Certainly, it's like the vast majority, I would say. Geopolitical orientation, West. Issue of language policy. Well, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to look up all the language policy shit too, because Leftoid's obsessed with that. I'm honestly trying to decide, like, I feel like making the prompt be, does Russia have casus belli to invade Ukraine, actually might work, because Leftoid seems to think that they do. He seems to think that Russia had a good reason to interfere to help, like, the LPR and DPR. He seems to think that this was all legitimate, which is kind of nuts to me, that he would say that, or that he feels like this is the case. That's a bit crazy. Have you ever watched Sarcasmatron's videos on Ukraine? I have not, no. Whoops. Ethnicity and language. Russian as state language. Oh, people in Crimea wanted to speak Russian. And of course, people in the West opposed it. In the East, there were more people who supported it. The results do illustrate important differences between Crimea and other regions. Wait, okay, so where's the Only 1% of Crimeans mention Russia as homeland, and only 10% mention the Soviet Union. This suggests that even though Crimeans have much stronger pro-Russian and geopolitical preferences than Ukrainians, these preferences did not translate into a strong emotional identification with Russia. However, in a more recent Razmakov sent Senator survey. This is from December 21st one. While substantial minorities endorsed either Crimean independence, 35%, or joining another state, 29%, a majority, 56%, was opposed to either of the political options involving Crimea's separation from Ukraine. Of course, it is anyone's guess how these proportions have been affected by the events of these past 2 months in the context of the highly partisan and informational environment. Yeah, okay, so, you know, it's, yeah. All right, so this is what it says here. 56% opposed either form of separation from Ukraine. 29% another state. All right, yeah, so it's not lying. So obviously, yeah, Crimeans like wanted like to be an autonomous republic, but that's what they were before 2014. Right before Yanukovych fell, before the takeover escalated. KIIS polling is often cited as showing support for joining Russia rising into the 41% range just before the seizure/annexation sequence. Supporters for joining Russia appear to have increased sharply in the immediate pre-annexation chaos window, and then unsurprisingly, opinion data becomes harder to interpret once soldiers without insignia are standing beside the ballot box. Yeah, that's the important thing too. The Crimean conundrum. So, I mean, I don't know, this gets crazy. And then you start to ask questions about, well, how much of this was Russian influence, you know? Because that's a bit nuts that suddenly their minds changed. What Crimeans really think. Reunification with Russia enjoys considerable legitimacy within Crimea among most of the peninsula's population. Nonetheless, on the ground in Ukraine, prevailing opinion at the interstate and state level does not matter. Reunification with Russia enjoys considerable legitimacy within Crimea among most of the peninsula's population. It is considered legitimate within Russia itself, where in 2014, polls revealed rising support for annexation from 64 to 73% in September. Wait, were these like Russian polls? Oh, this is from the Moscow Times. Whoops. More Russians support annexation. Oh, Russians. Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't give a fuck what you guys think. Not your country. Okay, it is considered legitimate in Russia itself. Sorry, I read that wrong. I'm just a fucking idiot. Lannis, are you a nationalist? Lannis, does your ethno... I don't know if Lennis is an ethno-nationalist or not, but I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't think he would define himself as that. Lennis is Israeli only, P, by the way, and he calls himself a centrist Israeli, but I would say that he's probably the most right-wing Israeli in my Discord or in this community right now, because all the other ones have left. I'm not saying that means that he's like an extremist or whatever, but I'm just saying that he probably also, unfortunately, represents a lot of Israeli opinion. I think it's useful. I think that it is valuable having you here, though, Lannis. And I do appreciate your perspective because you give a good barometer, even though I disagree with a lot of what you say. Just like I think it's good to have Fire here, even though he drives me up the wall, and everybody else too. It's fun to have people around that you don't agree with. Also Ash too, who I disagree with. I don't think that Avi is like as right wing. I think Avi is like one of those people who's maybe moving away from that. Also, I don't actually know what Avi really thinks half the time because Avi is a prolific shit poster. He posts a lot of shit. He does a little bit of trolling, a little trollage. Of course I do, Boof Clouds, you're great. Listen, I love all of my Israeli fans or audience people, okay? You guys are awesome. Hello, sir. Also, we've only got 11 minutes left on the goal, my friends, if we want Stuart to get more pets. Not that he's not currently already getting pets, but you know. Political Science Division, okay. Is really talking about ethnic group deciding to secede because they don't feel as part of the country. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't saying anything, Ash. I was just saying I disagree with you, but I'm glad that, like, you're here. Oh, thank you.
Stewart Fund.
You always give me $6.90. By the way, I just want to say I am continuously surprised by the amount of money that I'm continuously surprised by, like, how little shekels are worth when translated into Canadian dollars. Why do you have a Wii Fit box in the background? Because that my parents brought that to me and gave it to me because they didn't have room for it anymore. They also gave me the Wii and all the games that it came with, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm actually going to do anything with this, you guys. My mom used to use it, but then she decided that she didn't want to. She used to use it years and years ago, and I don't really know that I want to use it anymore. I'm actually hoping that they'll take it back. What games? Oh god, I don't know. A bunch of, like, golf games and stuff.
Everyone cool down.
Oh, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much for the $10-inos, Jordan. Belinda Canadian, my American heart has broken. I mean, yeah, I am Canadian. I'm half American, though. My mom's American. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Don't forget the book ones. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I can claim U.S. citizenship. I just need to fill out the form and pay the monies, which I haven't done yet. And I also don't know whether or not it would be a good idea to even attempt to do that in this current environment. Aw, chin scritches. Aw. I love you, buddy. Do it, vote for Obama. I got my mom to vote for Obama. In the 2008 election, I got my mom to do absentee voting. And then she basically did it in every election thereafter, which was cool. And she's going to do it again in the midterms, I think, or at least she wants to, even though Trump is trying to take away Democrats abroad. But yeah, I got her to jump through all the hoops and register all the things. And now she votes, which I think is cool. Aw. Hello. Oh, you're so cute. I already fed you. Why are you back here? Are you asking for attention? If I had the choice of living in the US or Canada, I would choose Canada. America is a living standard downgrade. I mean, potentially, yeah, there's definitely things that I don't, obviously, like the healthcare. If I were to move to the US, I would probably move to a state where it doesn't cost as much to live, so Texas, because then I have friends there too. And then I would, but I would, every 6 months, I'd still go back to Canada so I didn't lose my healthcare. And I'd be doing all my healthcare shit there. Absolutely not a good idea to jump into America right now. I would be forced to deport you. Yeah, I know. I'm sure. You know what, Ash? I kind of want to do it just because that you said that. I want to be part of turning Texas blue. Not gonna lie, absentee voting is such a based invention. I wish we had that in Israel. Oh, that would be nice. Landscape in Texas is changing, it seems. Yeah, it does. Would U.S. citizenship even benefit you? They are one of the few countries that tax based on citizenship, not residence. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I have an American Social Security number, by the way. Or yeah, a Social Security number. I have one of those. My mom got me one when I was a kid. Whoa, Kalinda out there with some crazy replacement conspiracy theories. Yeah, except I wouldn't really be, because arguably, Gelatinous Rube, it is my birthright to be a like an American. Prove it. What are the last 4 digits? Fuck you! I'm not gonna tell you that. I'm not giving you my social security number. Absolutely not. I don't want you to use it in whatever weird scheme you're running to employ illegals. Let's argue about the great replacement. I want to be racist again. Oh, hello, everybody. Everyone say hello to Short Fat Otaku. He's our resident racist. Say hello to him. He's in chat. Of course it's your birthright. All Canadians are simply Americans in denial. Hi, Epic. Of course you would say that. Everyone wave to the racist. Also, SFO, I just want to say I started watching your January 6th video, and so far it's quite good. But it's really long, so I'm probably going to watch it in stages. Not like on stream or whatever. But like, yeah, if people... It's a really good video. And I think that people should watch it. Go check it out, guys. Yeah, it's like 4 hours. Any Albertan secessionists in chat? I very much doubt it. I'm pretty sure the Albertan secessionists are all too old to know how to use a computer. The land is American denial. I don't know if we're talking about the people. I mean, I don't think that you want Americans to join, I don't think you want Canada to join America. Ash, how far in did you make it? I mean, like I said, stages. I'm not that far in because I just started listening. I'm about 20 minutes in because I just started listening to it this morning while I was making breakfast. When I was having pancakes before stream, and then I wanted to start stream, so, you know. Yeah. I did not make it that far. What have you got coming up, by the way? What have I got coming up, Ash? Well, Ash, I want to debate you again on immigration. Actually, I would like to argue with you again about that. You haven't missed much, Chase. Did you like the Linkin Park Trump remix? Yes, I did. And yes, that did remind me of when I was in high school, too. Dev, I think that you and I are probably in a similar age range, or we are both millennials. And I, too, listened to Linkin Park when I was in high school. So, you know. Yeah. That was actually a good Linkin Park remix. Although there's a shitload of them out there, so... I did think that it was funny that they were, that they did that. What's this remix? At the Save America rally on January 6th, there was a, Trump played a remix of Linkin Park. Of, like, In the End by Linkin Park. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do. I have some of their songs on my, on my Spotify playlist. Some of their new stuff is pretty good too. I like that kind of music. Yeah, true. Gotta hype the crowd up somehow. Gotta make them mad. Yeah, loud music is I like rock and metal and all that. But honestly, I'll listen to mostly anything that you put in front of me. Okay, well no, Chase, we were just talking about Ukraine. I haven't watched the Vosh video yet. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do, okay? We are gonna watch the Vosh video. But it's only 15 minutes. Okay. All right.
I know we all kind of understand the general shape of this, like we're all broadly aware of how far.
Countdown until Vosh mentions Israel or does some sort of weird conspiracy theory relating to Israel, at which point I will probably stop watching depending upon exactly what he says.
Are the roots have dug into the ground. There is an audio file, not the other kind of file in the Epstein files, that's really revealing. And I mean, we only have it because Epstein just, I guess, randomly decided to record a conversation that he had with Ehud Barak, when he was Minister of Defense in Israel, talking about Palantir.
Really?
Strap.
That's it. 28 seconds. Oh shit, I'm sorry guys. Fuck me. You missed it. We can't see it, LOL.
In because you are about to get a level of access we may never.
Okay, so this is a guy who is recording his phone as he's 2 hours and 11 minutes into an audio file in the justicedepartment.gov website.
Really? Who's this guy? I'm curious.
So ignore him.
Forget again.
I really hope he doesn't talk that much.
This is an incredible audio file on justice.gov
Please.
exchange. He did time that Bill Pritzker mediating the lucrative success of private careers.
Have you seen the one where he says J.D. Vance presidency is preferable to Newsom? What, Vosh? Did Vosh actually say that? Oh wait, yeah, I think I did see that. It's because that Vosh is fucking stupid. It's because Vosh's brain is broken. He's just completely lost it. Like, Israel-Palestine broke his brain, just like it broke every other leftist's brain. I just like to watch Kalinda's reaction and not this fucking dickbag's face. Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, I know. Well, listen, okay? I feel like my rage, the level of triggered that I am at Vosh for this shit is just so much, because I gave him so much credit. I was like, Vosh is like the only good lefty because he actually advocates for harm reduction. He actually advocates for voting for Biden and for Democrats. He actually advocates vote blue no matter who. But then, like, fucking the Gaza war happened and it broke his goddamn brain. And now he's just insane. Couple that with I know he's always been an extremist on Israel, but like, you know what I think it is? I think the problem is that it's because he went into his fortress and he's basically stopped talking to people, which now makes him so much more susceptible to like laziness and audience capture. Vosh is not great, but still better than Destiny. I wholeheartedly disagree with you, Only P. In terms of ideology, no, Destiny is like leagues better. But that's also because I'm a liberal and not a socialist, and therefore, obviously, like, I have way more agreements with Destiny. Like, I just, I've always had a bunch of disagreements with Vosh. But I do think that the fact that he stopped debating and the fact that he basically disappeared into his fortress, he doesn't talk to anybody, he doesn't really do anything into anybody, or with anybody, like, it's all just, he just like goes on stream every day for like, I guess 4 hours and covers the news, and then he just fucks off. And that's it. And like, at that point, the only good that he's done is like fundraising if he does 24-hour streams. Like, I think during the last Israel-Palestine thing, he was doing things like having conversations with people like Aristocracy during the, I think it was like the 2021 stuff, which is different, you know? But yeah, I just don't. Yeah, he raised money for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, which I think is good. Belinda, do you think he got autism burnout? What, Vosh? I have no idea. No, I don't. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I guess he was just better when he was interacting with other people. Even after he had his big divorce with Destiny, he would still debate and talk to people. And once he stopped doing that, he just became worse and worse and worse. Not to mention the fact that he's lazy, and he just got more lazy, which sucks because we saw him. Do you guys remember when he debated Jackson Hinkle? Before he did that, I think he took some time to do some research on like all the conspiracies related to the Bashar al-Assad stuff, related to whether or not he actually did use chemical weapons in Syria, in that one town. And then like Vosh basically dismantled Hinkle's like conspiracy shit. It was really good. He probably stopped debating because of the folder drama. No, he stopped. That wasn't the only reason. He stopped debating before that, Chase. That wasn't. Yeah. His appearance on Tim Pool was really good. He did good in that debate against Charlie Kirk about like vaccines and everything else. You know, like he used to be a considerably more reasonable person, and I think like the fact that he is audience captured and he doesn't talk to anybody, so he's super isolated. And then like the fact that he was already brain broken on Israel, it only just made him susceptible to be even more brain broken, you know.
For formerly government officials.
Hey, so what Tom asked me this morning,
Tom appears to be
That was great. Thank you. That was a really good snippet you just played.
Tom Pritzker, who is the
was he thought you should make a list of his words, not was. Mentoring. He said, yes, but who has IOUs to you? Is that who's out of the people in the past who you think you're close to? He said that he really wanted you to make this list of this person owes me a favor. This
Linda, you need a soundboard with Vosh's woo soundbite when he opens the text file. Oh yeah.
person owes me.
Listen, if anybody wants to make that, if people want to give me soundboard shit, you can drop it in the community suggestions, and I will add it. I do have a I have like a soundboard app.
You genocidal scumbag.
Obama.
Yeah.
You fucking piece of shit. You have no fucking dignity.
No, I don't have Soundboard Harbor. I just downloaded software. It's called Amplitude. It's just a piece of software. If I want, I know that I can figure out a way to make it so that it will play through Discord as well. Vosh was a proficient debater back in the day, but he got lazy, and now he just collects money like a dragon. Yeah, I know. I agree. He did get lazy, and he was a proficient debater. I used to watch him. I watched him during. I started watching him again. I think in around 2020, around 2020 probably, or 2019. Krogan's voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, true. Is it? Is it, Chase? Is it? Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. You probably need the based. I have it. He's also sus as fuck. I did not like the lolly shit, which was another big reason I stopped watching him. I mean, yeah, listen, I stopped watching him a while ago, okay? Like, yeah, I stopped watching him a while ago. Actually, I stopped watching him because that he kept making insane fucking conspiracy or insane like because he kept being confidently wrong about history. That's why I stopped watching him. Because he kept like saying America is like the Weimar Republic in the most obnoxious ways possible. And I was not a fan of that. Anyway, Vosh is like the only far lefty with good views on Ukraine. It's a shame he's so brain broken on Israel. Yeah, I know. Like, I used to watch him quite a bit during the Ukraine thing, and I was quite pleased to see his takes on that. I thought it was good. Is there a way to reach his audience? I doubt it. Vosh's audience is like crazy far leftist people. I think Vosh's audience has always been a bit crazy. A lot of Vosh's audience are the people who Destiny purged during the big lefty arc in like 2019 or 2018 or whatever. And any of those people who are tankies went to Hassan's audience, and then I guess the rest of them stayed in Vosh's audience. I remember when Vosh tried to make a school shooting analogy during his Rittenhouse debate with Destiny. Yeah, I know. I remember that too. The Rittenhouse debate with Destiny, in part, between him and Vosh, did kind of open my eyes a little bit. The extent to which that Vosh basically just, like, he was such an ideologue on that issue. Like, he just, basically his take boils down to he just doesn't like Rittenhouse and thought that what he did wasn't self-defense because Rittenhouse is a conservative. That's literally it. Like it's actually nuts. Like he couldn't defend it, and all he did was like basically run around and like say crazy shit. Another good lefty on Ukraine is Robert Evans, who Vache's. I'm not familiar. Anyway.
His life. This person owes
Oh my God.
his job.
So what you're hearing him say, again, this is someone who led Israel's most elite.
Please.
Was
please, 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 please. Oh my God.
Here, so you got to work it backwards and say, here is my. Instead of thinking about what the opportunity.
Clean audio. Thank you. YouTube.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
That's smoking, yeah. He looks under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir. Pallen. Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company, and look out.
Palantir, Palantir.
Yes.
They don't know how it's spelled.
How you write Thiel? Thiell.
Thiel.
Yeah. LLY.
No. Thiell.
Okay.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him.
Wait, when is this from? Do we know when this was, when this is from? Does this even matter? Like, talking about putting Ehud Barak on the board of Palantir. Have you seen Hutch comparing him to a weed dealer who keeps yapping while you try to make a purchase? No, I haven't, but that sounds funny. This recording is insane. 2013, I think. Yeah, okay. He was not even in, okay, he was the Minister of Defense until 2013. He was not the Prime Minister. Minister of Defense, March 2007, 2013. So did he come back? Because I thought... Yeah, he was the Prime Minister during Taba. And then he went to jail for corruption. Minister. Well, I just want to know if he was in the government. He was defense minister under Olmert and Bibi. Okay. Oh, so they just kept him until 2013. Prime Minister Olmert. Yeah, I see. And then everything else was just like, oh, he was also the defense minister while he was prime minister. That's funny. At least from 1999 to 2001. Apparently this is a thing that Israeli prime ministers will do. They'll just occupy both of those offices. Relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. So 2003 was when they met. 2015, and then Barak invested in Reporty, a tech startup that developed video streaming and geolocation software, and later changed its name to Carbina. Oh, this is an Israeli thing. A large portion of the funds invested by Barak were supplied by Jeffrey Epstein. For Epstein's 63rd birthday in 2016, a number of letters written for the occasion by high-profile individuals were compiled as a birthday gift. Among these was a letter from Barak and his wife in 2023. Wait, so this is all 2023. Do we have anything? Was this, you said this conversation was from 2013? Was this after, I'm guessing this must have been after he left the government. I mean, we can listen to the rest, but if they were talking about getting Barak a position on a company board, is this not just private shit? Okay.
He's going to come here next week. so I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you. He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz, that's what they pay Larry $1 million a year, just to advise them.
Andreas and ANDREE.
It sounds like he's talking about like getting advisors. Yeah, he was a private citizen at the time. Okay, then who gives a fuck? Who cares? Why does it matter? It sounds like Epstein's giving like Barack here like business advice or like hooking him up with other people that he knows in order to like help him out in his private life to make money or something.
SON.
I understand this is a bit scuffed, but I guess it's crazy to me that this kind of deep state shit would happen this openly or that it's this straightforward.
Why is this deep state shit? Two rich people talking to each other. Like, there was no such thing as private citizen who used to be a foreign leader. Ash, I'm just going to assume that you're trolling. That is so stupid that I can't even comprehend why you would say something like that.
So this is former Israeli prime minister at the time, current.
What do you mean he still has connections and Palantir of all companies? All right, that's it. What? I mean, yeah, he could still have connections, but I'm just saying it sounds like Epstein's giving him business advice here. I don't understand, like, yeah, maybe Palantir does have something related to this. This doesn't mean that, by the way, this does not prove that Epstein was like a fucking Mossad op or something. Also, I'm pretty sure Barack was like done in for corruption and had to go to prison for that. So it really wouldn't surprise me if he maintained weird corrupt shit. Epstein did a lot of philanthropy in the Jewish community. The conspiracy theories are going to get so bad. Yeah, I know, but it's just, it's all just, isn't it weird? Because Epstein happened to have relationships with Jewish people. That's all this is. And some of those Jewish people used to work for the Israeli government. Or maybe they did work for the Israeli government. So it's a whole bunch of isn't it weird shit. That's where all of these connections come from. And by the way, there's more of these connections to Russia, so I could make the same claims about that. And there's like I would argue probably stronger evidence that Epstein was connected to Russia in some way. But like I'm not gonna say with 100% certainty that meant that Epstein was a Russian agent or a Russian asset or whatever. Because I can't make that determination. Shockingly, there are not a lot of us. We tend to know each other. Yeah, I know, right? Olmert went to prison for corruption, not Barack. Oh, Olmert went to prison for corruption. Okay. Epstein was also connected to the Gulf State. It sounds like Epstein had a lot of connections to a lot of people.
Defense secretary on his way out. Jeffrey Epstein is essentially saying, hey, so you're leaving government, but don't worry, your time in the limelight is not over. You need to create a list of all of the government officials who have IOUs, and then you need to get into the private sector. Here's a promising company that you could invest in and care about, Palantir, just starting up. Palantir, interesting, right? Shortly after this conversation, Palantir contracted in Israel and set up a Tel Aviv office.
Oh, they're talking about the sus thing. The sus thingy. Yeah, I mean, Palantir does sus shit, or like not good shit. Like, you know, I'm sure they probably could have been used by Israel. I'm not saying that Palantir is good. I just don't understand why, or like what exactly it is that he thinks that this is like really that big of a surprise or whatever. I remember when Vice tried to flex in front of a journalist that she had the contact info of someone who was a staffer in the government. Oh, Daniela Vice, right? Like, everyone has a connection like that they can flex here. Bosch is shocked that private companies use ex-officials for their connections. Yeah, I know, right? Israeli tech doing such shit is nothing new. Yeah, I have Galant's son's emails. Oh, yeah, I know. That's also another thing, too, right? Like, it was so easy for Destiny and Lonerbox to be able to get fucking interviews with both Palestinian and Israeli politicians because everybody knows everybody. So it was possible for them to do that when they went to visit. Because like they honestly probably could have gotten an interview with BB. You know, I could probably get BB on the phone if I tried. It's not impressive. That's actually funny. But no, yeah, I think that like I just don't think that things lined up in terms of scheduling, but it's very possible that they could have potentially gotten an interview. Or maybe not, because BB is kind of picky about, or like seems to be really picky about who he talks to, but it's not like they couldn't have necessarily reached somebody who could have reached to him. Talk about Israel. That's what I'm doing, Avi. Yeah, I know, it's a small country, and all of you guys know each other. I had another roommate who went to jail for a loose connection to a plot to destroy the Dome of the Rock. Tam.
It's that straightforward. It's that straightforward. This is how well connected these people are. Day one, Palantir, Peter Thiel, that wacky guy. Yeah. We're setting that up, you know? Here, you're leaving government? Well, that's okay, man. You're entering the private sector. That's where everyone ends up after government, right? We're all getting worked in together. Yeah, you should invest in this company. Which company? Oh, the most evil company in the world. This is, I actually really like this. I mean, it's super evil, but I like it as a demonstrative thing, because this is crystal clear evidence of the point that I've been making, which is that Israel is not a separate country. It is only in like the legal sense. Israel is and always, well, I shouldn't say always has been, because it wasn't like this in the 1950s or 60s. For the past couple of decades, Israel has operated as an external military economic base that American companies and American politicians use as a way of advancing their interests.
What? Why is that only Israel? Aren't there other countries that do like defense contractors or whatever? What in the fuck? I think Ukraine would like a word about how they hired Hunter Biden. I guess, does only Israel do this? We live in like a fucking global world, my friend. There's so much, like, fuck. We were just looking up the other day. Epic was talking the other day about how cool it was that the Republicans were voting to fund a plane that was made by Boeing that had first been commissioned by the Australian government. Is the Australian government an extension of like American global capital, or like the American government now, because an American company does business in Australia? What? In Canada, we also buy American military hardware. Are we also an extension of the United States? Don't answer that, Epic, if you're in chat. It's so stupid. He's doing the Nasrallah thing of America actually controls Israel. Yeah. This doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. This isn't specific to Israel. What in the fuck? American defense companies do a whole bunch of shit. Don't forget the CIA, COOD, and Australian PM conspiracy theory. I think Vosh uses the same hyperbolic rhetoric as Destiny, but Vosh is truly married to his rants, even in calm discussion. Yeah, it's fucking kind of nutty, honestly. It's just, this is dumb. Like, almost all Western countries use Palantir. Isn't Palantir, like, actually, like, a defense? Hold on. An American software company. Wait till you find out about Microsoft, guys, and all the connections that they probably have to lots of foreign governments. Oh, boy. Wait till you find out about, like, you know, Microsoft putting Windows on so many computers in various governments around the world. God damn. Defense, data analytics, and consulting. Develops data integration and analytics platforms enabling government agencies, militaries, and corporations to combine and analyze data from multiple sources. Yeah, so it's... I mean, for fuck's sake. Customers. Oh shit, look at all these countries that are extensions of the United States. Holy fuck. France, the Netherlands, Germany, Norway, Denmark. Oh no. Microsoft is evil, but also Microsoft is not so involved in genocide and the network stuff as Palantir. Wait, why'd you spell out? Oh, you spelled it out so to get past the auto mod. I mean, I don't actually agree with that. Or like, yeah, I don't know. I don't, or rather, listen, I'm not going to say that, like, obviously Peter Thiel is evil, so I don't like him because he's like one of those weird dark enlightenment anti-democracy people. Wait, you have a new theory, do you, Addie? What's your new theory? Microsoft is heavily used by the IDF. Yeah, Microsoft is used by a lot of governments. They work with lots of governments around the world. This is what a multinational corporation is. Hello, Vosh. I'm so glad that you joined us today on Globalism 101. No one like high-techism. Look up where Epstein is buried. Not right now. Like, yeah, Palantir's entire thing is that they is that they are like outsourced, or is that they offer their services to governments. So of course they're going to, but it's so funny that like Vosh is acting like this is some crazy new thing. Just tell me. IDF was basically ran on Windows for a long time, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I can believe that. Lots of countries use Microsoft. A lot of them do. So this is very stupid. CEO of Palantir is super pro-Israel, though. That's true. Well, yeah. I know. That's not surprising at all to me. And yeah, obviously, like, you're going to find a lot of pro-Israel people or whatever. It's just that Vosh acting like this is some sort of crazy big deal is very weird.
And the reason for the continuous mistreatment of the Palestinian people, to many, it's about Jewish supremacy. But to the people in the know, it's not about Jewish supremacy, because who the f cares, right? You know, the deep state is made up majority of Christians, or in practice, like culturally Christian, but practicing agnostics. You know, these people don't believe in God. The real reason they keep the...
Isn't Peter Thiel Jewish? Although I don't know if he's actually, or if he's an atheist or not. I don't know what his fucking beliefs. Damn it, my theory was auto-modded. You know what, Addy? You want to come into Discord and just explain your theory because it got auto-modded? This is insanely... So basically, like, Vosh is just going to use this to turn this into a... Chase, I'm never believing you again when you say something is totally not IP related. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Oh, wait, Ash, you can come back. I only just saw you in the waiting room. I'll talk to you after I finish talking. I'm not going to talk to Avi. Thiel is a Catholic and descended from South African Nazis. Wait, really? Why the fuck was everybody acting like he was Jewish? Why does the right hate him so much? Okay, he's an evangelical Christian. Or, I'm sorry, why does Fuentes always talk about him? Hello, Addy. Hello? Oh, fuck me. Oh. Hello. Ash, I'll bring you in a second. Go ahead, give me your theory.
Anyways, I think if people like Vosh and others are operating from this like base reality that like Israel is bad and shitty, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like the logical next step is that like nobody should be working with them and nobody should be using their tech, right? But that base assumption isn't true. And so most people don't agree with those conclusions. But like, instead of questioning that, because like the notion that Israel could be anything other than bad is so off-putting, they have to come up with like crazier and crazier conspiracy theories to justify the fact that like, sorry, at the end of the day, Israel has really good tech and that's why the business is booming and that's why people come here and that's why people have all of their like people work with these different companies and want to open offices here even if they don't want to open offices elsewhere. And like, we can go into the reasons why that is the case, but like, it's just the truth. And like, it's all just like coming from this like refusal to like re-question the fact that like perhaps maybe Israel isn't solely bad and uniquely.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not. This is the same kind of shit as usual, you know. Yes, Palantir does this.
Like, that's why it's anti-Semitic.
Well, yeah.
That's why like all of this comes back to that like same thing, because like it's this obsession and insistence and like the uniqueness of it, which is so untrue. And it's like, and they're not in the majority. If a majority of people felt this way, even though the tech was good, there was a world in which like the Israeli tech sector wouldn't be booming right now. But it's actually growing, counter to all the predictions during the war that it would shrink because so many people were in reserves. Like, because there's such a demand for like the products and the workers and the like work environment that Israel produces. So like they still can't accept the fact that they're not in the majority, that there are these people that secretly all agree with them. People don't like what they see from Israel, but not enough and not far enough and not extreme enough to take the actions that they view as logical. And so the only other option is conspiracy theories. And I think it's going to keep on happening. Like, all of these people that were like, quote unquote, brain broken over Israel are just going to be out of that about anti-Semitism, them being anti-Semitic. And I don't think they're becoming anti-Semitic. I just think they were hiding it better.
Yeah, I do think that there's quite a few people like that. Vosh, honestly, like, I mean, Vosh has always been like really crazy on this topic, so you know.
But if you're really crazy on that topic, why is it? Like, why is it that Israel breaks your brain versus everything else? It's because of the anti-Semitism.
Yeah, there's just some weird shit going on there, you know. It's
What's that weird shit where people just aggressively hate Jews more than like any other bad group that's done bad things?
Why is it just the Jews, you know? And it's weird because Vosh used to be really good at finding this out, but you know,
as long as the anti-Semitism was on the right.
Yes, basically. Yeah, I just don't think like
that's the thing. Like that's what I always say. Like both sides just use Jews as a pawn. And like once you come at it from that perspective, like it's fairly obvious.
Yeah, I think these people view it, or rather, I don't think that Vosh sees himself as like hating Jews or whatever, but I do think that like there is kind of this weird underlying thing that kind of
I don't care how he sees himself.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
He feels about like he irrationally feels stronger about something, about one conflict than any of the other ones, and is happy to like contradict all his beliefs and values in service of that irrational feeling. It's called hatred.
I agree. It is. This is all
it's pretty obvious. I get that he wants to label it whatever he wants to, and he's free to do that and cope with it however he thinks.
Yeah.
But like, I just don't think it's avoidable.
This is why I think left-wing anti-Semitism looks different from right-wing anti-Semitism, but I mean it is still anti-Semitism.
Yeah. It is a different thing, but it's still just hate, and it's still just bigotry, and like. When people are able to like, I feel like there's so many people where like they're able to walk the line really well, and I don't know if a lot of other Jews can relate to this, but I feel like there's so many people that like I'm like I feel really off about them, but I can't quite put a finger, and everything is like slightly justifiable, but it just doesn't feel right. And then like eventually, when the mask slips, there's like so much relief, and I feel like people just need to start believing Jews earlier on when we say like something just feels really off about this person, and like I can't explain why, but like. It's just not it because yeah, and I'm also just I'm gonna go, but I did also just want to say that Jeffrey Epstein worked with a lot of Jewish people and gave a ton of money to a lot of Jewish institutions, so this is about to get really bad. So all Jews in America and around the world, please stay safe. Don't let people gaslight you into thinking that you're part of a demonic or evil group of people. You're not. Jeffrey Epstein was a horrible man. And organizations take money from people who are willing to give it to them, especially nonprofits, without asking many questions. Two things are true, and some Jewish organizations probably need to go. All of it could be real, but like, stay safe and stay sane.
Thank you, Addie. Feel better, like I said before, you know.
Thanks.
Bye.
Until my next rant.
Yes.
Sorry. Bye.
Bye. Hello, Ash. Can you hear me?
I certainly hope so.
Yes. Oh, are we doing cams now? I don't know if you're streaming or not. I'm not, like...
I'm not streaming, no.
Okay, good, because I can't...
I feel like you should be able to see my face to see the expressions. Even if the chat doesn't.
Well, I mean... Hold on.
You don't have to put my face up. First of all, nobody needs that. Second, that's not a, it's for your benefit.
Okay, fair.
That way you can tell when I'm trolling or not.
Ha! I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to tell that anyway, but go ahead.
Well, not if you keep feigning ignorance here to every, like, oh my god, I can't believe I've heard something contrary to 2020's liberal Democrats.
Like, but my thing is though is that like I don't even know what it is that you're saying. Like what are you trying to make some sort of claim here? Like Vosh hasn't uncovered some crazy new thing. He's talking about a thing that happens everywhere. Palantir doing business in Israel is no different than Palantir doing business in all the other countries that they do business in. They are a defense, like a company that sells their services to governments. That's the thing. That's what they do. Like, I'm not saying Palantir is good or whatever, but yeah, that welcome to globalism. I feel like I don't understand why Vosh is making a big deal about this.
Some people, one, don't like globalism, but two, not every country is equally as important. For instance, Vosh does he still live in America?
Yeah, he does. And I know some people don't like globalism, but I mean, I don't think Vosh is one of those people. And also I think globalism is based, but that's a whole other conversation. Or rather, I think that I think globalism has overall been good. I don't think we should go back to like being all separated or whatever and not doing business with each other or not being so interconnected. Because I think that overall has generally been good for the state of the world and not having as many like wars or other such shit like that. But you know, yeah, there's so many companies as well too. Like multinational corporations are a thing, and I don't necessarily think that's bad. Vosh lives in Seattle.
What are their domains? Right, like if Walmart goes to another country, I'm not terribly worried. If Walmart's in Israel, so be it. Right? If Buc-ee's makes a new stop in Tel Aviv, that's totally fine. My concern is the state surveillance program peddlers.
Oh no, if you don't like that, listen, if you want to criticize Palantir specifically because of that, I agree. That's not good. I don't like the state surveillance shit either, unless like there's like an actual justification
I think
for
that your
it.
reflexive defense of them would suggest otherwise. No,
I'm not defending Palantir in that thing. My problem was that Vosh was no, I wasn't. Did you not hear what I said? My issue is Vosh trying to say that there was something special about Israel doing business with an American defense company. Or like an American company that sells its wares to governments around the world, and he's trying to make it sound like there's something special about this when there's not. It's not. It's not got anything to do with Palantir. It doesn't matter what their wares are. That's not the point. That wasn't even the point that Vosh was making. The point that Vosh was making
I'm not
was
so sure. So their wares, for one thing, there's a wonderful program called Gotham, which is their internal service that kind of operates like the old Promise.
I feel like you're missing the point.
software.
It feels like you think that I was defending Palantir as a company here, and I'm telling you that I'm not. I said earlier that I don't think that they're good. I'm saying my problem was with Vosh's contention.
Would it matter?
What? Would what matter?
Sorry. Go ahead. You first.
My issue is Vosh. My issue is with what Vosh was saying. Vosh was trying to claim that this is proof of some sort of weird conspiracy about how Israel is just an extension of America, because that Israel's doing business with a fucking American company that like sells its wares to governments around the world. It doesn't matter what those wares are. That doesn't make a difference. That has nothing to do with the argument that either of us were making. I just think it's very strange that he seems to think that this is some big thing, and it's not. All I'm saying is that, like, there's no difference between, like, companies sell their shit to governments all the time. Is Vosh going to be shocked when he finds out that, like, Microsoft Windows is operating on the computers of governments around the world because they made deals with Microsoft? I
dislike that personally, but I'm not going to. But I doubt that Vosh would make the same argument. However,
no, he wouldn't, because it's not doesn't have to do with Israel.
Palantir, because here's the thing. Palantir's wares, and you studiously avoided this so far, Palantir's wares are domestic spying programs.
It's not just domestic.
They directly contradict our...
It's not just domestic
absolutely 100%... Hold on. That's
not the only
Gotham
thing.
Gotham is a domestic spying program.
Yeah, I know.
Built off a separate domestic spying program. Right. Built off an earlier domestic spying program. That is the primary concern.
Okay, but again...
if I'm going to steal... Right, I mean, the really...
yeah, but you're like being way too charitable to him.
Position of steel-manning Vosh here.
So. You're being way too charitable to him because he hasn't mentioned any of that. Maybe he'll mention that later in the video, but that's not even the argument he's made so far. So far, he's trying to just make some dumb claim about how because that Jeffrey Epstein told like a former Israeli prime minister, an outgoing defense minister, that about like some shit related to like business connections or whatever, and some stuff that he should like try doing to get on the board of one of these companies, and that the end result of this is that Palantir set up shop in Israel, and he seems to think that this is proof of some weird deep state shit. Like, Vosh's argument has nothing to do with Palantir as a company.
No, I don't believe that at all. As dumb as that guy is,
You don't think
I could really eat crow afterwards. But hold on, he did not pick two random people having a business meeting to be upset about.
No, he picked.
It was the former prime minister of
Jeffrey
Israel.
Epstein.
And Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's the
talking
reason.
About Palantir. So we're operating with a little bit of a different foundation.
That recording
no, there
leaked.
are facts that we must assume are in evidence here, because of the subjects that we're talking about. Obviously, you can't say like, oh my God, he's just upset about the principle of two businessmen meeting. I mean, he's a communist,
he's
so
not
like,
upset
maybe,
about
but
that.
He's going a little bit further.
No,
than
that's
that,
not
right?
what he's saying. His argument is that Vosh's argument is that America is just an extension of Israel. Like a military extension of Israel. That like America is basically just a glorified military base. I've heard him make this argument. This is what he says. This is what he believes. Okay.
Okay, and then on what basis? Why would he focus on something like Palantir here? Why would he focus on Jeffrey Epstein? Why would he focus on the former prime minister of Israel if it was merely this?
It's because that they were leaked.
Do you think that he has any supporting? Sorry, this will be my question. Do you think that he has any supporting arguments based on the people he's focusing on right now? If he were to delve a little bit deeper, or is he kind of assuming? Maybe he's not explaining for everybody because fortress arc, but like surely he has some kind of understanding here shared with his audience. No.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how stupid Vosh is on. Like, that doesn't matter though, because I don't even think that these two things, like, listen, if I were Vosh and I was gonna make the argument you're making, I would just be saying, holy shit, guys, Palantir is operating in Israel, and like, that's really bad because they're going to use it to spy on Palestinians, because Palantir is an evil company that operates domestic spying programs. And look, this is how Palantir got to Israel. It was through Jeffrey Epstein talking to a former prime minister. Okay. I wouldn't be saying a bunch of shit about how Israel is just an extension of America militarily. And like, this is the deep state and all this other dumb crap. I'd specifically be talking about Palantir and the things that they do. And I have not seen Vosh do that yet. Instead, he makes a bunch of other dumbass arguments. Because, by the way, I don't disagree with the argument that you're making about how bad it is that Palantir is, like, about how bad Palantir is as a company and the things that they do. I don't disagree with that, okay? I'm not in favor of domestic surveillance unless you, like, get a warrant, and, yeah, but otherwise I'm not.
We've been doing warrantless spying for a while here.
Yeah, I'm aware, and that's not good.
If Palantir originates in the US and it is a deep state program, it's basically the deep state software company, and we are
what do
exporting
you mean when
it
you
to
say deep state? I don't. Why are you? Sorry.
Are you going to contradict? Like, how intent are you on contradicting that point?
I just want to know what you mean when you say that, because I'm sorry, but when people make that argument,
a domestic spying program. So do you mean like what does deep state mean? I don't actually. But wait, I don't believe that you don't.
No, I mean, I'm asking what
with this term prior.
I have had interaction. I'm asking what you mean by it, because usually when people mention it, they're usually people who throw that term around is like weird conspiracy theory shit. So I'm wondering, what does it mean to you? What do you mean when you say it? I'm trying to be good faith here instead of making weird assumptions.
Conspiracy? You just poisoned the well with weird conspiracy shit. That's not being good faith.
No, I'm not. I'm asking, what do you mean when you say deep state? I just want to know. I'm just trying to get like a picture of where your mind is at. Like,
you know what? I mean weird conspiracy shit. And so we can move on to what's going to be dismissed later anyways.
Okay. Like, wait, do you think that like Lockheed Martin and Boeing are also like deep state companies because they're defense contractors? By the way, I think that Vosh would be making this exact same argument if on the phone Jeffrey Epstein told Barack, hey, I can get you a position, or like we were talking about getting you a position on the board at Boeing or Lockheed Martin. I bet that Vosh would make the same fucking argument. I don't think that it's specifically
possibly, yeah. But that wouldn't. Here's the thing: that argument wouldn't hit as hard to normal people. It
probably
hits
not.
By virtue of it being Palantir.
Yeah, I'm sure
because
it does.
Palantir's wares, once again, are domestic spying
programs. That's not the argument that Vosh is making, though, and that's my problem. I'm saying if Vosh was like, holy shit.
Does it contradict the argument he's making? I guess that's what I should have asked earlier, is like, does it contradict the argument?
No, it does. It does what contradict the argument? The fact that it's Palantir?
The fact that it's Palantir, it has a somewhat unique wear that's not simply selling missiles, selling planes,
No, it
selling
doesn't.
bombs,
It
selling
doesn't
guns,
contradict.
which we've been doing for many, many years.
It doesn't contradict the argument, but the problem is that the argument that you're making is considerably more intelligent than the argument that Vosh is making. The argument that Vosh is making is fucking stupid.
Course.
Because Vosh, because Vosh doesn't. Apparently, Vosh doesn't. Apparently, Vosh forgot what globalism is, and that multinational corporations are a thing, and like that they deal with governments.
I don't. It could be like you could make the case here, I guess, because we haven't really dove into any kind of like. We haven't gone any layers deep at this point. We're still just kind of like skimming around the pond here. You can make the argument that Vosh is simply by instinct identifying some deeper conspiracy, some kind of deeper connection between Palantir and the United States and Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, it's because
and
it's
I might
Israel.
Be convinced by that.
It's because it's Israel. That's why. It's because that Vosh is only talking about this is because it's Israel. Wait, hold on. Epic Phalanx is saying nothing about Palantir is special or unique to this time. Defense contractors like them have been around since the digital revolution and warfare. Google too. Oh yeah, Google also has worked with the Defense Department. I mean, Epic might be able to. Epic works for the Air Force and he knows a whole bunch of shit. I don't know if he would want to talk to him or if he. I don't even know if he's available right now. He's probably at work because it's a weekday.
What was his claim?
He said nothing about Palantir is unique or special to this time. Defense contractors like them have been around since the digital revolution in warfare. Google too, as in he was saying that because Google has worked with the DoD as well.
Yeah, that's not really my threshold, but I'll just call back to the argument I made earlier, or something I said earlier, where Palantir's Gotham is built off of Prism or the same architectural principles as Prism, which were built off the same architectural principles as Promise back in the 70s and 80s.
Okay, by the way, Palantir doesn't just do domestic surveillance, just so you know. That's not the only product that they offer.
That Kalinda, you know for a fact, I know that you know that has no bearing on my argument whatsoever.
I know, I'm aware of that. I just wanted to get it out there.
If they have a Palantir cap, if they have a merch store...
No, that's not what I mean. I mean that they make other shit.
No, it's a little red herring to be like, oh, by the way, they do other things too.
No, I mean they do other stuff that governments...
They offer gardening services. Well, I suspect that Vosh is not really concerned about the gardening services. He's really dumb, so he might be.
Yeah, but that's not what... When I say they offer gardening services, that is not what I meant, because that's not what they do.
Okay, well, what do you mean? What is the relevance to the argument?
I'm saying that there's other shit that they do besides domestic surveillance.
What? Because you're bringing it up as like, are you bringing it up as a rebuttal or just like a fun fact?
No, I'm bringing it up because because that you were making it sound like you're making the assumption that if Palantir is doing business in a country, that must automatically mean that their business is domestic surveillance, and that's not necessarily the case. That's all I'm saying.
It could be. That's true. It could be the merch store. It could be the gardening services.
No, I don't mean that. I mean they
in lieu of. Well, hold on. You said other services. That could be totally.
Yeah, but other services aren't necessarily like they could also provide stuff to the military that the military could use on the battlefield for that sort of surveillance against the enemy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like.
Is this the defensive? Oh, it's a purely defensive technology.
No, it's not a purely defensive or
crossover here.
I'm not saying
just to be clear, I was absolutely correct when I said that you were offering that as a rebuttal earlier.
No, that's not what I'm doing. All I'm saying is that I think it's important to understand the full picture.
Here's the thing: if it's being used as an offensive technology or sold as an offensive technology to the Israelis, there's actually nothing. It's digital. There's nothing stopping it from being used against the Israelis. And it would be kind of ridiculous for it to be used against the Gazans primarily, given that I mean, not a lot of technology there.
Okay. By the way,
not as effective. I don't think that their primary business. Look, the architecture that this software is built on, which is like
but you're talking
50 years old.
You're talking about one.
It's not as effective on pagers.
You're talking about. That's my problem, though. Palantir's only offering is not just going to be Gotham. Do you think that's the only thing that they've ever made? Also, Gazans have.
It has no bearing on my argument.
Okay, that's fine. All I wanted
Unless
to do.
Unless you can come up with a way in which like that changes something that I've said prior, like, and it doesn't. I'm still I am drawing inferences. I am drawing inferences.
Yeah, you're drawing.
Like,
you're making an assumption that Israel's doing business with Palantir in order to like do domestic surveillance on their citizens. When I don't.
Yeah, it's a primary service of theirs. It's what they're doing in the United States right now.
Yeah,
that's
I
a
know,
totally
but
reasonable assumption. It's a perfectly reasonable inference, and I would not be opposed to evidence that showed that they're actually avoiding domestic surveillance completely. But the domestic surveillance company doing business with another country, I assume that it's going to be domestic surveillance, similar to how I would assume. Hey, you said Microsoft does business with other countries. I assume that they're selling operating systems. I assume that they're selling Microsoft 365. I'm going to assume reasonably, because that's what normal people do,
okay,
that they're selling their primary products.
I feel like neither of us really probably know a whole lot about what Palantir does, based on, except for like, I guess, whatever it is that you've read in the media.
I actually do. No, pretty. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. I did build my own HICLib version of Palantir, so I could just start scraping news articles, start scraping records, so, prison records, immigration records, financial records, whatever.
Cool. You're a programmer. I understand. But like,
the history of this company, I don't know why we're still like spinning around this. I feel like you've gotten stuck on this one detail, which is like, hey, by the way, like they sell other stuff. It's like, I have no reason to believe that Vosh cares about the other stuff. I know I certainly don't care about the other stuff. I know it doesn't hit as hard caring about the other stuff. And it's not what normal people would be concerned about.
Do you have the same smoke for like Google or Microsoft for like the shit that they did for the Chinese government and shit? I hope that you do.
Okay, so what else do those companies provide? And I don't like
Google
other
and
those
Microsoft?
companies, so I don't know. I feel like I should just bite the bullet there and say I would be inclined to give them a proportional amount of shit.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, I don't want to get stuck on this, okay? I told you I don't want to defend Palantir or whatever. That's not what I'm interested in doing.
Yeah, I don't know why you are so desperately. It's
what I'm trying to say.
I'm trying to let you know, Vosh is really. I'll just go through this. Vosh is presenting an argument that hits hard, that's very clippable because of people's natural intuitions around a defense contractor selling domestic spyware.
I think,
speaking with Jeffrey Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that like Palantir is as big of a thing here for Vosh's argument. I think that Vosh could make the same argument with Boeing or Lockheed Martin, and I think that he absolutely would. I don't think
but it wouldn't hit as hard.
I mean, you can say that if you want to.
It wouldn't matter to as much to normal people. Like, he would say that because he's ideologically captured.
But
Boeing
matter
has
to
no influence on my freedom of speech,
crazy
right?
audience. Yeah, that's fine.
Does Lockheed Martin
I understand.
affect my freedom of speech or Boeing or anything like that? Do they sell any products that modify my ability to speak in public or my ability to criticize people? Do they am I going to get... Is a plane going to fall out of the sky on me if I start talking about the wrong people?
I feel like I'm not. Listen. You're saying all this shit about Palantir, and I don't even know like how much of this is true at all with regards to like them limiting Americans' free speech. I understand that they are like that.
No. I'm
stuff
making an appeal to like
domestic surveillance, and
anti-BDS laws or threats of.
Oh, we're going to talk about the anti-BDS shit or whatever. I mean, why are you bringing up Palantir then? What does anti-BDS laws have to do with Palantir? I don't think these two things are related at all. If you're talking about Israel at all, or like, then I feel like Vosh's argument would still hit in the same. Vosh's argument, by the way, if Vosh doesn't make the argument about Israel having an influence on the U.S., he makes an argument about how it's the other way, about how America is just, or Israel's just a glorified American military base, and America's just like American companies are testing their shit there. Which again, that's why I think it's stupid. That
one's pretty hard to defend.
What?
That one's pretty hard to defend.
Well,
like, not my brand of conspiracy. I'm much more in favor of the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other way around is fucking dumb too. But whatever. I just, like, or rather, I think that the other way around ignores a lot of the history between America and Israel and just assumes that it's all money, which it's not. Like, I think
I wouldn't say money.
The extent to which that Israel, yeah, but a lot of people are obsessed with AIPAC. The extent to which that Israel has an influence over the United States has a lot to do with how much Americans like Israel. And I think that
Sure,
yeah.
sure. As is the right. I mean, they can dislike the influence of foreign powers. That seems pretty normal. We did the same thing with Russia.
Yeah, but do you
We've
actually
done the same thing with
do you
communist China.
hold on? Do you actually believe that Russia still has an influence over American politics? Do you believe that Vladimir Putin tried to influence the election? Do you believe in all that stuff that was laid out in the Mueller report?
Yeah, so I have no obvious examples come to mind. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but no obvious examples come to mind.
The Internet Research Agency was a thing that was created. Russia did do like bot farms and like various influencing operations online, where like there was an account that was created for the Tennessee GOP that had like I think tens of thousands of followers, or maybe it might have even been 100,000, and that account was just a Russian asset. It was just a Russian bot. They distributed fake news stuff that tried to make itself look like CNN and other such things in order to report stuff. They would set up rallies and whatnot. They tried to pit both sides against each other. This was all a thing. They interfered. Also, I think probably the biggest example was the Guccifer 2.0 hack of the DNC, which Guccifer 2.0 was a Russian hacker, and he did a spear phishing campaign on the DNC office, and he hacked them. He actually was talking to Roger Stone, and then they timed the release of those DNC emails so that they occurred, I think, right after the Grab 'em by the Pussy tape came out. So that was something that people were talking about. Yeah. Like Russia interfered or was engaging in disinformation and misinformation.
That was also amplified by like the death of
election.
Seth Rich right afterwards. Here's the thing: is like you're bringing this up to just kind of discredit grassroots movements that were forming around the time.
I'm not
sure. I guess it had an influence, but like that's the purpose of that report, is to just dismiss this as all being Russian influence and none of it being grassroots.
Wait, what are you talking
saying,
about?
Hey, I'm kind of dissatisfied with my current.
I never.
Sorry, go ahead.
What? When did I say that it was all Russian influence? Are you trying to say that I'm saying that Hillary lost the election because of Russian influence?
That was the purpose of the report. Is that
that was not the purpose.
And that was literally the phrase on TV, was that Russians stole the election.
I mean, that's fine, but that's not what Mueller said, and that wasn't the purpose of his report. The purpose of his report was to find out the extent to which Russia influenced the 2016 election, and like to document it, and also it was to answer the question of whether or not Russia or whether or not Trump colluded with the Russians in doing this, and whether or not he obstructed justice by firing Comey. That's what the purpose of the report was. It had nothing to do with.
Some people do summarize that as Russia stealing.
Yeah, I know, but those people are stupid because it's way more complicated than that. Okay, I don't think
like all the people giving credit to Mueller's report in the first place.
I no, because Mueller's report was
advertising it, foisting it on the American people. Like that was a pretty big deal. I was around at that time.
Yeah, I know, I was too. It was a good report though, and like people can try to make that claim, but those people are being dumb. Nobody was like, nobody reasonable was saying that Russia stole the election. Okay, because that's not true.
I agree that like journalists aren't reasonable, but when every TV news anchor is saying it does tend to have an impact on other unreasonable people.
Do you actually think that the argument? Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to grant this because I think this is silly. Do you actually think the argument was that Russia stole the election for Donald Trump, or do you think it was that Russia interfered in the election in favor of Donald Trump? Which is true, they did. They had some interference. The extent to which that interference influenced things is a different matter entirely. But it doesn't mean that there was no interference. I would argue, honestly.
Oh, they were so beyond the realm of the actual influence that was uncovered, like jailing 12 hackers, jailing 12 bot farmers or something like that, is as comparable to, or is as the idea that they had any kind of significant influence that was to be measured.
I mean, they probably didn't have that much of an influence, but I don't think that matters. I think it's important to acknowledge that that it existed and that they tried to do it and that this isn't good and that like there are things that
I think that's election interference or election denialism. Actually,
what's election denialism?
I think casting aspersions on our glorious elections, which are safe and fair and free.
Now you're just trolling.
And have never had anything wrong with them.
Now you're just trolling. Like, please stop.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you brought up like the Russian interference thing. Like, I already granted you. Like, okay, I have no obvious examples come to mind.
Yeah, and then I gave you some examples.
I think when other countries interfere, that's not good.
Okay.
I really don't like the presidents or prime minister, whatever they have, of India visiting with Greg Abbott. Texas isn't a country; it's a state. I still don't like it. I don't like the foreign interference.
Okay.
I feel like I'm going to pass every hypocrisy test here.
I don't know if that's foreign interference or not, but I guess it depends. Is that foreign interference? Why did he visit? What was the point? Was it because he wanted to like invest in Texas or something? Is that why?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's something I regard as foreign interference for my own purposes. Which means, for the question that you asked earlier,
I mean,
foreign interference is the thing.
You might cast a wider net on what foreign interference is than I would, but it's whatever. It doesn't, like, I don't think that foreign leaders coming by and talking to governors or whatever is necessarily like necessarily counts as foreign interference. I feel like foreign interference is usually, like when you're doing some sort of clandestine operation like what Russia did, or if your country's leader is coming out and like almost campaigning for the other team or whatever by saying, hey, you should vote for XY or whatever, yeah, like I think that is.
Speaking of like what got us on this this chat, this stroll here, and speaking of foreign agents, I feel like that's what Vosh is appealing to here.
Okay, maybe. Wait, what do you mean? But Vosh thinks that that Israel's an extension of America, though.
Sure. I think it's a pretty unsophisticated way of putting it, but like I made the argument earlier, I think the reason this connects with people, and he could just be wording it poorly, he could have no fucking idea what he's talking about. That's probably more likely. But if we're evaluating why people might take this at face value, it's because it's hooking into some deeper intuition that I was trying to steel man earlier.
Okay. I don't know, like, if you want to have a conversation about that, we can, instead of trying to make it about what Vosh is saying, because I still think Vosh's argument is really dumb. And Vosh doesn't know anything about globalism or understand how it works.
I mean, did you do the entire clip, or was that the entire clip?
No, it's 15 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
We're like 5 minutes in. Listening to Vosh talk is annoying because, well, I don't even know how much the rest of this is going to be about this. It's probably just going to be him rambling angrily about fucking, about Israel-Palestine. I
mean, that was the previous 5 minutes, so.
Well, yeah, but he basically turned this into...
Would not be surprised.
Yeah, also, I'm pretty sure that it looks like Palantier's thing was, its use in the Gaza war. Or at least that it was used in the Gaza war, or that Palantir contracts with the IDF. And I mean, like, if Palantir was being used to spy on Israeli citizens, then they would be contracting with Shin Bet, which is Israel's like FBI. But I mean, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Can you say that last part again?
I said if Palantir was doing domestic spying on Israeli citizens, then they would be doing business with Shin Bet, not the IDF. Shin Bet is Israel's domestic spying agent. Is Israel's like FBI, basically. But that being said, Vosh would be mad at Palantir, and Vosh's audience would be mad at Palantir because that if they're doing business with the IDF, which all of these people have probably heard because that these people are obsessed with Israel-Palestine. And they talk about it a lot, But yeah. Anyway, do you have disagreements with me about Ukraine, or did you come in here to talk about this other thing, or about just this?
Oh, Rich, earlier, no, I don't have any disagreements with you about Ukraine. My disagreements were on the secession point specifically. And I don't think that that's going, because here's the thing, Leftoid and I think are similarly aligned on the secession point. I don't think that I've made my point earlier. I've characterized, Ukraine versus Russia as kind of a civil war between the post-Soviet bloc. And given that's the case, I don't really care. I don't mind if the pro-West side wins in that case.
I mean, I disagree with that characterization, but that's
case.
A different story. I disagree with that characterization, but that's like, I guess, another sort of argument. Because saying it's a civil war sort of implies that they're both... that they're still both one country, which I don't think is true or fair at all, really, and that's not how Ukrainians see themselves, at least not non-boomer Ukrainians.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a turn of phrase. I guess I would leave it as. But on the secession point, somebody like Leftoid and I, like, we are pretty aligned there. We do advocate for secession. We do advocate for people, the right of exit, self-determination of peoples. It's pretty normal that if you say, like, hey, I feel like people aren't representing us, I feel like I want either those people out or I want to have control over my own representation if I can't get them out.
Okay, I feel like this is an unreasonable, like, I just don't think that this works. I feel like if we said this, if every region that felt like they were that felt this way got to secede, then we'd have like a whole bunch of secessions all over the world, because there are so many like instances of that. I mean, like, hell, California could arguably make that claim. There are at least a large number of countries in America, or a large number, several states in America, all the red states, all the southern red states could probably make that claim in the US anytime a Democrat gets elected, like, it's kind of silly.
Well, I don't think so, because they've just voted in a Democrat. This also assumes that, like, the federal government provides these people nothing worth staying in the union for, which is a little worrying.
Well,
I can't let my girlfriend leave me. She'd leave.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean, though, right? Is that they do provide. I think that a lot of the secessionist stuff is also quite delusional in some ways or another. Like, I don't think, like, Quebec, for example, when Quebec wanted to leave Canada, they were under the delusion that we were going to continue to, like, give them all the same funding that they were getting before. And we said, no, that's not happening, because that's not how this works, right? I don't think that Quebec would do very well if they just left. And I feel like the same is true of Donetsk and Luhansk, which, by the way, there was no polling really that said they wanted to join Russia. And like, I don't think that on their own they would necessarily do well. Obviously they, and Zelensky was their candidate too. Like, they voted for him by quite a lot.
Right.
So I would say that they do have
there's
a
your
voice.
argument there, right? You don't have to appeal, and you shouldn't appeal to the, anti-secessionist argument at that point, because these people weren't secessionists to begin with.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't even bother with that.
If you go back and say, like, listen, you could present a great argument for why your girlfriend didn't want to leave you, and therefore it was bad for, I don't know, ICE to kidnap them or something.
Yes.
Right? Under the principle of saving them, right? But if you come at it from, like, well, actually, girlfriends never have a right to leave me, like, that sounds creepy and evil and bad. And even to, I know it might not seem like that to Canadians, but, like, a lot of normal people still hold that kind of general principle of the right of exit, that, we want some kind of self-determination. And in the spirit of that self-determination, the Ukrainians said, let's stay Ukrainian.
I actually, no, I mean, first of all, you could say you Canadians, but in Canada, we have a right of exit. We allow for that. Like, Quebec had, the people in Quebec gathered enough signatures, and in the 90s they had a referendum, I think it was in the 90s, to leave, and that referendum did not pass. It did not meet the threshold, and they did not exit. It's you guys in the United States that doesn't allow secession. You guys don't allow secession.
A lot of people over that. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, do you think...
Forgive me if I've mischaracterized your arguments earlier.
Yeah. No, listen, my bar for what I think... my argument is mainly a pragmatic one, not a moral one. Obviously, like, I think people have the right to self-determine. I just don't think that it's realistic to think that everybody should just be able to leave. And there's a bunch of reasons why. And one of them you literally just mentioned was, like, if those southern states leave the United States, they're going to be losing things because the federal government does give them stuff, and they probably wouldn't be able to survive on their own in the same way as they would if they stayed with America. Just like Quebec, if they were to leave, they'd probably get fucked economically, and like they are better off to remain part of us rather than leaving. And I think that that's now California and Texas might be able to make it on their own because both of them have huge economies. Alberta might be able to make it on their own because they got oil, but yeah, it's just, I assume Texas probably.
They're French.
Yes, they
incompetent.
are. Yes, that's fair. No offense to any of the French people watching. I doubt that there are any, but yeah. Also, I feel like the Quebec people would say that if you called them French, they'd probably be insulted, and they would say, no, I am Quebecois. Because they don't.
Therefore, they would say they're really pretentious and disgusting French accent, so we wouldn't have to worry about that.
Yes, they would, but
they're rejected out of hand, right?
Their French is different than than France's French. It sounds slightly different. I think if you even go to France and you speak with that accent, French people don't like you, but you know, yeah. Oh, Toby's not here. One of my mods lives in Quebec. But she's not, yeah, I don't know. She's like an Anglo though, or she's an Angloid. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, like I guess we could talk about immigration.
The history is awesome. Oh boy.
Even though your opinions on immigration seem to be pretty feels based, to be honest with you. I don't, you know.
Well, I am a leftist, right? I think that
No, you're not.
feelings matter more than facts.
Well, I mean,
I do think that feelings matter more than facts.
Yeah, but
and it's a critical component.
You kind of did like make that argument to me before, because like I now understand, okay, like with regards to immigration, A, immigration is good for your economy, and B, no, immigrants do not commit more crime. Illegal immigrants also commit less crime, and if like immigrants if immigrants commit more crime, it's only because that they are typically younger, and as they age out of that age group, then they basically are in line with the same like amount of crime. And if you say that bringing immigrants into your country means an increase in crime, I mean, like, sure, but that's just because your population has increased, and that should be an argument against increasing your population, which is silly. Like, do you think?
I don't think I made any of those arguments.
Yeah, I mean.
Ever.
Okay. No, that's right. Your argument was much stupider. You had some weird argument about like racism or something.
Thank you.
That you couldn't
exactly.
prove empirically. Like, which means this doesn't really mean anything to me because it's literally just a feels-based argument. Like, if you can't provide me
why
any
did you bring it up? We could go back to shitting on Bosch. Sorry.
Because
circling the drain here.
Because then I wanted to argue with you about immigration, but it feels like you don't have like is that your only argument against immigration? Because or were you just
so
like
which one are you referring to? Because I went over things. So I went over net contributors versus net detractors, which are not distributed evenly across all immigrants. That was one argument. Two, I was arguing on the basis of the character of the nation. I don't think that, for instance, being racist is a moral good or something that we should strive to be as Americans.
But you don't have any evidence but now this is just based on
I do have
feels.
evidence. I don't have proof. That's not just based on feels. If you come from a culture that has a caste system that is evidence, it's not conclusive proof that everybody who comes from that culture is going to be
but that doesn't
is going to adhere to the caste system or whatever, but that is different in some way, shape, or form, and therefore evidence that they are not identical in their views on race. Because you can't be identical if you have a caste system.
You also
I hope you would just grant that.
I mean, like, kind of, yeah, I can, but the problem is that, like, I don't think that you're taking into account various factors that happen. Like the fact that if you leave a country where you are surrounded by people that enforce that cultural thing, and you go to another country where there's not going to be as many people who are going to enforce that, then that's going to be something that's going to leave you. Also, America, I'm sure that you will agree, is really good at like integrating people. You guys have that sick melting pot thing.
I would not agree.
Okay, I don't know why you wouldn't agree. Like, the United States is doing like, the US doesn't have the same problems that the UK does with second and third generation Muslims getting radicalized. The US doesn't have, like, your like Muslim population is pretty chill compared to Europe's Muslim population. And this is like a really interesting question that one might ask about, like, why is America so good at this? Why is America so good at at integrating people,
de-radicalizing,
or de-radicalizing
integrating these people? Sure.
Actually,
I'm not as interested in that, frankly.
Okay, well,
so if I look at the Somali fraud, for instance, if we track these people, generally speaking, it's one of the few cases where we get to track second generation immigrants because, for instance, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of black people to begin with. So if you track it's especially if they form like an ethnic voting bloc and a specific geographical bloc that is largely populated and controlled by themselves, effectively a foreign colony, I can point to that and I could say, hey, that does not look like integration. And if I find any data on these people that significantly deviates from the American norm, then I could say, hey, I would be able to, in that case, empirically prove that these people are not integrating. Would you agree with that? Or That'd be unreasonable.
I mean, maybe, but why do you, that's kind of a weird, are you going to be able to find like data on that to that extent? Also, you just mentioned like I hope you're aware that the Somali fraud, like the fraud that we actually have evidence of, the stuff that like was prosecuted under Biden's administration and by Walls or whatever, the ringleader of that, like feeding our future shit, was like a white woman, you know, so.
There was one white woman who,
Yeah,
as far
she
as
was,
I'm concerned,
she was in
spiritually
charge
Somali.
of it. I mean, I don't
White
know.
liberals. Well, she was one of the people in charge of it, to be
Yeah,
clear.
she was one of the people in charge of it. But yeah, like, I mean, they found that stuff. And obviously that's not good, but that doesn't also mean that, like,
When did they find it?
that
I
was
actually
in,
had a
like,
debate on this. I did quite a bit of preparation.
2021.
Blackwood and I were actually on the same side.
Of course you were. Let me guess, please tell me that you don't think there was merit to Nick Shirley's video where he went
No, I
over-
think Nick Shirley's video was bad because it didn't really reveal anything. So it didn't reveal anything about the investigations prior. It didn't reveal any of the data that said the people in charge of investigating originally screwed up miserably, failed at their jobs, and allowed the fraud to go on for way longer than it needed to, were in contact with the people in charge of the fraud after the FBI began investigating. So that looks a little suspicious, and involved none of the efforts, none of the research, none of the writ and rigor, none of the methods that investigators used to verify that Somalis were committing fraud when it came to things like feeding our future or daycare centers, overbilling basically for reimbursement for these daycare centers. Like, he didn't do any of that stuff. It sucked.
Okay, well, that's because that he was trying to say that there was fraud now, not that there was fraud in the past. He didn't care about that. That was the problem, right? And like, I would
I
argue.
mean, there's possibly fraud now.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you're not making the argument that there is 100, that we know for absolute that there certainly is fraud right now, because that, like, that video was probably the reason why all those ICE agents got sent to Minneapolis, and I think that that was stupid. And I also don't know why ICE is going to Minneapolis to look for illegal immigrants because of a video that someone made about fraud that would have been being committed by like American Somali citizens, or at least they likely would have been citizens, you know.
We integrate like a large refugee population from these people, and they're not American.
Yeah, they are. They're American citizens.
Not in the slightest. I'm a civic nationalist, just to be clear. So my definition of America, like American, does exclude people who are not acting American, right? If you're putting on a Klan hood, you're not an American.
Oh, all right. I'm
sorry,
glad that
not.
you said that. Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, I also think that all the people who tried to steal the election in Donald Trump's orbit or whatever are also not Americans because they don't believe in democracy, and I would consider that to be a fundamental value that as an American one should hold. They don't care about believe in. Okay, I'm glad that you will grant that.
I'll buy that bullet in a heartbeat.
Okay, good.
We could send them to Somalia too. But I think on balance, I'm still going to come out on top.
I'd rather send them to CCOT, honestly, especially Stephen Miller. I fucking hate that guy.
No. Well, Stephen Miller's bald, right? And they think that bald people have gold inside their heads. So I think Stephen Miller especially, we got to send him to Somalia.
Okay, well, okay, I don't even know if you consider, like, do you consider Stephen Miller to be one of those people? Because, like, I would, because Stephen Miller is clearly an authoritarian, or, like, he's clearly, like, a fascist.
I would just take your word for it. Well, hold on. You were making reference to the election
yeah, but that's not the only thing,
earlier,
right? Stephen Miller thinks that the president has, like, absolute power, basically. Like he messed up and basically said that in a CNN interview, and then
that would be weird. Does he mean like absolute executive authority? Does he mean like is it like unitary executive theory? That's a little different from the president is a king. I would just grant you. Look, I would just grant you if you said like the president is a king, then I would say, you gotta go, buddy. You should have gotten that hair transplant. Maybe it would have calmed you down. But now you're going to Somalia.
He said
they're going to crack that egg open looking for gold.
He said plenary authority. He said the president has plenary authority, and then afterwards he rose up and like he was buffering as Anderson Cooper kept trying to ask him questions, or Jake Tapper. I can't remember who it was.
I
Actually, it
don't
was
know if that
JCap.
guy does well under pressure. So I heard one of his speeches after Charlie Kirk died. At first, I was like, this kind of sounds like, all right, I could kind of go along with this. Hey, maybe this goes a little hard. Wick came in and called him out as like a D&D player trying to improvise a really inspiring speech. And they start talking about all these like really basic tropes that you would find in young adult fiction. And that's all they got. So they just keep looping on it over and over again. I was like, I can't take that. I can't take Stephen Miller seriously ever since.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I just see somebody like a theater kid really fucking spitting it out.
Every time Stephen Miller talks about like I don't know, Stephen Miller is very, very, very far right, and he wants to like, but maybe you agree with this. I don't know. Stephen Miller wants to like undo the Hart-Celler Immigration Act from '64, and like he believes in all that shit about heritage Americans, and yeah, like he looks like a white nationalist, and he sounds like a white nationalist. He's probably a white nationalist.
He's a bald Jewish man.
Yeah, I know he's Jewish.
And I don't even see a Latina girlfriend. Sorry.
He's married. But are you saying?
But does he have a Latina girlfriend? First of all, didn't Elon steal his wife?
Wait, are you saying that that white nationalists often have Latina girlfriends? I don't get this reference.
Yes. Yes. No, that's a never ask a white nationalist the race of his girlfriend.
How about just never ask a white nationalist what his race is? Because a lot of them seem to increasingly be not white. Yeah.
That's not new. Crazy thing. That's
wait, really? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's
not like so. Back in the Richard Spencer days, like half the attendance would be like half white, half Asian.
Oh no. Okay, no, sorry. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking back further than that. Sorry. Yeah, you're thinking of Richard Spencer. Obviously, Nick Fuentes isn't white either. No. I was thinking back. What I'm saying is that although these people's understanding of what white is way different than what the Nazis' understanding of white was. Like neo-Nazis, they have broadened. I think that's mostly just because in America, whiteness is a concept that's way different than like in Europe. They don't see white people like that. Because in Europe, lots of people were killing each other of people of different ethnicities that to me just look like a bunch of white people. But
yeah, it doesn't hit the same over here.
Yeah, I know. It's because you guys
let the Irish in.
Yes, you did. By the way, the Irish had a lot of issues too, and the Italians when they first came in, and people made the same arguments about them as like people make about immigrants today. I think they probably also would have made similar arguments that you're making because they did all congregate in their own communities and stuff.
Yeah, they were correct about those. Like Boston became understand, they were absolutely correct. North Jersey became ridden with mafia crime. Obviously, New York did as well. Boston became an Irish haven.
Yeah, but like that doesn't mean that Italian Americans didn't like at all contribute anything to the economy or whatever, just because that there was that aspect. All I'm saying is
no, they didn't. That made it really easy. Compare that to like an 81% percentage, or 81% of them being on welfare. And welfare
hold on.
being significantly expanded.
Wait, how do you define? Here's my issue. My issue, maybe this is because I'm a Canadian. I feel like people being on Medicaid doesn't really count as people being on welfare to me, because I don't consider like a government healthcare option for poor people to be welfare if you're still working a job. To me, welfare is like something that is like some other like additional thing. And I think when I looked through those numbers, I believe they were only that high because a lot of them were on Medicaid, but not necessarily anything else.
So there's a problem with that. So
but
for reimbursing medical expenses,
you don't view it that way. So maybe that's just me.
Well, no, it's not just that it doesn't work the same way it does in Canada. And like maybe you could correct me on this, but my understanding is we have a lot of services in America for which Medicaid or Medicare, whatever the version is, will reimburse you for expenses incurred for specific services. And a lot of these will basically engage in price gouging because their income is guaranteed. So for instance, if you put somebody in an old folks home, it could be something like $400 per day. Now, it doesn't matter for you because the old folks home is covered. It's some kind of like hospice or like long-term care facility, elder care facility. for people who maybe have dementia or they have their cancer and they're old, and we're going to put them here. It's $400 a day. Now, the average American can't afford that. Not even above average Americans can usually afford something like that. But the government just reimburses the facility and you don't get charged anything. And a lot of you mentioned that because a lot of the Somali fraud kind of worked in this regard.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. You could fix that or deal with that through law or whatever. I'm sorry. I don't know where we're. Yeah, but wait, do you think that these programs should even exist? Or do you think they should be gotten rid of? Because I remember your passionate, angry assertions to me about FDR and how he was bad because he got rid of the healthcare lodges or something like that, and you probably would rather go back to that or something.
Well, I would rather we have too many doctors. I agree with that. Right? I don't think that's an unpopular opinion nowadays. I don't think I'm going to take any flack for it. But I think that's a red herring because that wouldn't change my argument. If these programs do exist today, and everybody who is currently paying taxes should, if they're a good and moral person, would rather that they operate efficiently and go to people who need them rather than just being an untapped.
By the way, you know what would help with that? Funding the IRS. If the IRS had more money, then they'd be able to do something about that.
The Minnesota Department of Education was funded. They didn't find it. They were in charge of finding it. It was reported to them early on by one of the company's founders.
The IRS
It was reported to them early on by one of the company's founders. Hey, feeding our future. I'm John President, or whatever the equivalent of John is for Somalian. By the way, our new person stole the company from me, and they're engaging in fraud, and I have the receipts.
Yeah, okay, I understand that it took them longer to find it. They did find it eventually, though. Also, I was making a general statement. I was not talking...
They found it after the... Here's the thing. You people can't seem to spot it to begin with. So no, I don't trust you that some other program can be funded for the sake of... Look, the problem is we just don't have enough money. I think that argument's over with.
So,
I'm sorry.
What are you trying to say, then? That, because fraud could be a problem, it means we should get rid of that stuff?
Let me just answer the question from earlier, because I don't know why we swapped off that. You asked me, hey, do I think that these programs should exist to begin with? I don't think that matters because, again, they do exist now. And if they do exist, I would rather they operate for their intended purpose efficiently and not strictly for the purpose of just sending my money to people who can fill out a form for which I'm not eligible.
Okay.
Then, I think I would rather it be done honestly than fraudulently. And that is the opinion of every normal person.
Yeah, obviously.
Regardless of whether they want the program to exist to begin with. So it doesn't matter if I want the program to exist to begin with. I want it to be better than it is now. I have a end state that's a little bit different from yours, but come on.
I mean, I don't think anybody disagrees that, there being fraud is bad. But regardless, that's not... although I think that I do disagree with you. Do you think that if the Somalis hadn't been there wouldn't be any fraud in Minnesota or in Minneapolis or whatever?
I think there would be substantially less.
Okay, I don't know that you even... I feel like that's kind of a silly thing to say. That you would...
It's not.
We don't know
and do you think that this group of people was... Hold on. Do you think that this group of people had no differences in the rates of fraud and how much money they were taking and the methods that they were using for the fraud and the degree to which they were exploiting it out of a relatively small community? There's no differences between them? It's a vast difference in scale.
This is something that we can... Yeah, but you don't... Do you think that... It feels like you're trying to make an argument specifically that because this group of Somali people did this, it means that there's some issue with Somali people in general. I hope that that's not what you believe. Is that what you believe? No, I've never made that argument.
The ones that we have here now, though, absolutely.
Okay, but I mean...
If you want to form an ethnic voting bloc and an ethnic fraud bloc you're participating in, fraud is like a community endeavor.
Wait, hold on.
Is a problem. It requires other people to...
Hold on a sec. Do you think that the majority of the Somalis in Minneapolis were in on this fraud?
That is not my threshold for criticism at all.
Okay, then I don't know why you're making some sort of thing about it being a community endeavor when it was probably just a small
because a community... Hold on. A community endeavor... out of curiosity, what do you think is like a high murder rate?
Fuck, I have no concept.
It's a difficult question. I don't even know that I have one off the top of my head. Like, obviously, I think 100 per 100,000 would be like maybe pretty
that
high,
would be
but I don't.
really bad.
No, I don't know why I know that. But here's the thing: 100 murderers out of 100,000 people isn't the majority. It's not even close. But
yeah, I know. If
we
you want to
use these-
say disproportionately that it's not good, that's fine. But like the thing is that I don't even know like how many people were even.
Because that's not the question. Disproportionate is not the question. It's or maybe a little bit. If we're looking at the crime rate, it's this community's tolerance for antisocial, anti-community, anti-human, anti-American behavior. And if it's higher, that means, guess what? That means you're less American than people who behave.
Can I not make that same assertion about a lot of other communities? What?
Yeah, you can. You should. It'd be crazy not to.
No, I mean like are there not like would not any community that has like higher crimes match this whole thing? Or like
Yes,
match
no,
this
I
threshold?
already bit that bullet. I don't like.
Okay,
I'm saying enthusiastically.
including like white crime, including like white communities as well too, or like American communities.
What did I say earlier about the Irish and Italians?
Yeah, but I'm not just talking
Keep in
about
mind, I'm
them.
part Irish.
Okay, then I don't understand.
I'm included.
Then what the fuck's the point that you're trying to make? I don't even get it. It just feels weird. Like you're trying to make some weird argument against immigration when this is a problem that already exists in America among like people who have been here for like hundreds and hundreds of, or who are descended from people who have been here for like ages, like 70 plus, like generations, multiple generations at this point.
By which you mean two. A little bit. You're really loading on generations there.
Hold on. When
two
did
is multiple.
When did the Irish people come over? Because that was earlier than the Italians.
Huge numbers of them during the Civil War, two the Ellis Island immigration. There was a lot of
that was a long ass time
coming
ago.
Over.
I mean, with the Civil War, that was like 19. That was in the 19th century. So, you know.
Oh, thank you. So I got really nervous for a second there. Thank you for saying that.
What? Wait, what?
I thought you were about to say 1953
no,
or
19th
something
century.
like that.
No, I don't know exactly when the Civil War was.
You stuttered after 19. I was like, oh no.
No, 19th century. I don't know exactly when the Civil War was, but oh yeah, because they came over because of the potato from the 17th century to the mid 19th century. Irish immigration to the United States. But yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is that the Irish people have been here for a long ass time. It just feels like a silly argument to start like gatekeeping people based on like values or whatever when that wasn't happening before.
Well, we could do it based on race instead.
No.
But those are the two options.
Why? Why don't you instead do it based on a background check of the individual on an individual basis? And if you find that
doesn't matter the background of it. Wait, why do you care about the background of the individual? It's totally fine.
Because you don't want to let in someone who committed crime. Like
what does that matter, really? Like, can you really say what percentage of their lifespan was that crime? First of all,
I don't. What are you trying to say?
Was there being a criminal the majority of their life?
I think that it's better to judge people on or to judge people individually who are coming over with like background checks and whatnot, depending upon where they're coming from, rather than like taking an entire group of people and painting them with a broad brush because of culture or whatever, when like some of those people could be leaving the country that they're in order to escape that culture to begin with. You know, like maybe some number of those people
unknowingly recreate it here. And here's the thing: your side, I'm going to say broadly, by which I don't mean the left, I mean the pro-immigration side, the sort of like anti. I'll just say globalist because it's really not a left or right thing anymore.
I mean, yeah, I'm pro-immigration because that immigration broadly is good for your country.
It depends on the immigrants, is the thing. And somewhere along the way, you decided that because Norwegians and
Those people don't
Swedes
want to
and
come to
Australians
America.
and Irish and Italians came to America and broadly were net contributors and didn't overly swap us with crime, at least to a degree where we didn't like start rioting and boot them out immediately. Like we were able to resolve it. Maybe it was a gamble at the time, but we were able to resolve it. At some point, you decided that you could just bring in like the worst people the world has to offer.
But you don't. Why
And
you
I
s-
assume
but that's
that
not
that doesn't
true.
describe every Somali. But for some reason, you either intentionally brought in the worst people imaginable, or you have no
So
ability
because
to
it's-
evaluate the moral worth of other people.
So
and
because
neither of
that
those
some
means that
group-
we could trust you with immigration.
So because that some group of Somalis committed fraud, this means that all of them are terrible people and they shouldn't have been allowed into the United
81%
States.
of them are on welfare. They are not. They're net. They are not net contributors. I don't know why the opposite of that is escaping me for some reason. I'm so sorry. Net deducers? That doesn't sound right.
Are you saying
net
that
detractors? Maybe.
Are you saying that if someone is on welfare, that means that they like aren't contributing anything to the society? They're not like paying taxes or working or doing anything good at all for your society because they are taking money from the government?
Net, right? So on balance versus what they're
Yeah, but I don't-
contributing in terms of money versus taking out.
Yeah, but how do you know what they're like in terms of like what they're also that's not. I think is that number not for the Somalis like in Minnesota or whatever?
Sorry, which number? Because we went over a couple.
The 81%, is that not for the Somalis in Minnesota? Or is it for just Somalis in Minneapolis? Like where does that 81% number come from?
What would that change?
I'm just
Minneapolis
wondering.
is a very populous city. It has a massive population of Somalis in, again, a very critical voting bloc.
Okay.
So if you say, well, listen, we only let in 250,000
but
created
these
this
people-
community of 250,000 who are net detractors from the rest of the society, like that matters.
Okay, here's the problem. I believe that the majority of those people came over in the mid to late 90s. The largest number of Somalis arrived after civil war in Somalia. The Somali community in the United States is now the largest in the Somali diaspora. So like we're talking
Majority of them came after 2005, I believe.
Okay, we're talking about a
Let me
group of
double-check that.
refugees though, not like so they came as asylum seekers.
I'm not sure what kind of difference you're going to pitch to me at this point, right?
Because
This
I think-
isn't- it's not really. We're doing this
Do you-
retrospectively.
Hold
I'm
on,
looking at
hold
the
on a
final
sec.
Outcome
Do-
and
no.
saying, "Oh, this looks horrifying."
No, the problem that I'm having here is that do you think there's no difference between a refugee and like a regular immigrant who's coming because they are looking for like because of economic reasons? Do you
What indication have I given you that one, I care about the difference, or two, can you explain which portion of my argument would need to change based on that difference?
Because refugees are a thing that America as a country.
Which portion of my argument, right?
Well, because I think it's stupid to not recognize or care about this difference, and it kind of says something. Like if you think
Which
these two
portion
things are
of
the
my
same.
argument, though? I know that you want to go down that dialogue tree.
No, it's
but
not a
that's not part of
dialogue
my
tree.
dialogue
It's that
tree.
it feels like you
It
just
is.
don't give a fuck about like helping people who are suffering in other parts of the world by offering them a place in your country. If you're saying that there's no difference with regards to these things.
I never said that there's.
Well, that's
Hold
probably
on,
the
I
reason
never
why
said
the
that there's no
Somali.
difference.
That's probably the reason why like a large part of the Somali community
And you
is
know
on
that
welfare.
I've never said that. That's why I
because-
called it a dialogue tree. Because I said, which portion of my argument? Because sometimes this is not going to work on Leftoid either. If you bring up like these random tidbits, like these random little
I'm not
factoids or
bringing
whatever
up
have
a
you,
random
that's
tidbit
not going
or
to change the
whatever.
argument.
I'm saying
I'm going to go back and ask you the same question. If I'm in a debate with you, I would go back and just ask the same question anyways.
I'm saying that I'm saying that there's a reason why that these people are on welfare, and it probably has something to do with the level of poverty in their community, and also by this point these people are American citizens. So like what is your prescription here? Are you saying that like you wish we could go back in time so they were never brought in the first place, or do you think that they should be deported? I don't understand. What are you advocating
The bloc
for?
within Minnesota, I think you could make a great argument for denaturalizing and deporting them at this point.
Okay, I think that's insane. They are U.S. citizens, and like, if they were, a lot of them are second generation.
They're
I think.
paperwork citizens, right?
No, they're not. If you're second generation, that means you were born in the United States. You are an American citizen. That's the thing. It's written in your Constitution. Are you going to tell me now that you don't care about that part of the Constitution after what you said about the importance of the Constitution?
I never said anything about the importance of the Constitution, but I'll do it now. No, I don't believe in like just disobey the Constitution. I think that sucks.
What?
I think that sucks.
Oh, so you don't like birthright citizenship?
I think disobeying. No, I said disobeying the Constitution. Like I think just getting rid of the Constitution sucks.
Okay.
I think you get to do it just because you're signs in power or something like that. Like that sucks.
Yeah. All right. Well, then birthright citizenship is in the Constitution, and I think that if somebody is born somewhere and it's the only home that they've ever known, then yeah, I would say that it's pretty immoral to tell them that they have to get the fuck out and go live somewhere that they've never been before.
So I did say denaturalize, right? So in this case, I'm arguing for expanding the punishments, or just expanding punishments to include people who have committed, I would say, some kind of fraud in their intent to stay here, whether or not they intend to assimilate. I think if you don't assimilate, then, tough shit. And I'm not obligated to stay at the mercy of people who treat my home like shit, because it was my home before theirs. And it was other people's homes before mine. But depending on which branch of my family you're going down.
I'm sorry.
One branch was here before the Mayflowers. So
I don't care about that. I'm sorry, but I don't care about, oh my God, my generation was here first. Therefore, like, I don't give a fuck. I think that's a dumb argument. I hate that shit. When people talk about it with Israel,
then how are you going to appeal to the nature? Oh, a home that they've never lived in before.
Yeah, I'm talking about them.
Why
the
would
individual.
Why would I care about that if you don't have any respect for my concept of a home?
I'm talking about where you were born, you as an individual, not where your fucking parents or your parents' parents were born or any of that shit. I'm talking about where you were born as an individual and the fact that this is the only home that you've ever known. And I think that it is immoral to kick you out of the country after denaturalizing you because you committed a crime. I think that those people should just go to prison.
Not if you treat it like shit.
And they should be, I mean, why are you making this argument for like, fucking, I don't know, Ted Bundy or any of the other white people? Are you going to say that they should be denaturalized and kicked out of America too?
Yeah.
Okay, I just...
Ted Bundy's a weird example, but I'll give you
I'm
one
sorry,
that I've
he was
given
just
before.
a name that I pulled out of my head. Whatever. Insert heinous serial killer here.
There's who's that guy that Trump pardoned recently? That some guy who was caught in a massive fraud case. I don't think he was caught around the same time, but I do think he was pardoned around the same time. His name escapes me. I keep wanting to say
Sam
Tim
Altman?
something.
I keep thinking of did Trump pardon Sam Altman?
Sam Altman charged with fraud. No, Sam Altman's fraud charge is upcoming, and I do think. Listen, I think
I don't remember
preemptively we should get rid of that guy.
Okay, I mean, I think this is silly. Also, I don't think where are you going to send
take
these
the guy
people?
who actually committed fraud and got pardoned recently. I don't think that he should have been pardoned. I just don't think he should have been pardoned.
I agree.
do support deporting that guy.
Yeah, but where are you going to send these people? What?
Well,
Which countries?
Tim Waltz we could send to Somalia with Stephen Miller. We could chain them at the ankle. That'd be pretty fun.
What? Okay, you think the government of Somalia is going to take all these people? What are you going to do? Just run in there and just dump these people off in other countries and be like, bye, have our trash?
Well, that's not my problem.
Okay,
that's not my problem at all.
Okay, good
Here's
for
the
you.
thing. If you care about that, if you're worried about it, I would suggest at some point there needs to be some kind of incentive for you guys to either stop letting in bad people on purpose or to stop being lax with your standards for what counts as bad people.
Nobody's letting in bad people on purpose, though. And again, I disagree.
Then you just don't know how to spot bad people.
No, I disagree.
But there are bad people here. They didn't pop out from nowhere. And yeah, if you're committing a lot of fraud and it's disproportionate fraud and it's the kind of crime that requires community support and community participation, and it's people who are voting in an ethnic bloc, not having any kind of, not integrating intentionally. There's very few examples of this that we have within the United States.
First of all, you're going to need to show me examples that Somali people didn't intentionally integrate. And I'm sorry, but I also don't like, you're doing it. You're painting these people with a broad brush. This is fucking stupid. You're trying to say
Yeah, I
that
get to
everybody
do that when
who
people
comes...
act in a broad... When people
You're,
purport
no,
with that
but they
broad brush,
don't,
I
though.
get to do it, actually.
Yeah, okay, you're doing it.
Okay.
Do all Somalis, did all Somalis commit fraud? No, they didn't. That was not all of them. Stop saying that. They're not all criminals.
Some of them are in Somalia.
They're not all bad people. No, I mean all the Somali Americans. They're not all bad
The
people.
ones who did commit fraud, the pro-globalism, pro-immigration side did let in. At cost to the American
No, they
taxpayer.
didn't let them in. They were born here or there in America.
What about, okay, Kalinda, when I say let them in, which generation do you suspect I'm referring to? The people who were born here or the people who were...
Oh, okay. I'm sorry that they didn't have a time machine that they could use to look forward into the future and find out that their kids were going to commit fraud. And therefore, we should have just known to not let them in.
Not the first generations. The first generation ones.
Yeah, but how the fuck do you know that the first generation were bad people? Did they commit any crimes? I highly doubt it.
Well, here's the thing. Some people don't struggle with this as much.
Why you do...
And so
I don't want to invoke the R word, dude, but really, like, all you're doing is you're just looking at this group of people and painting them with an insanely broad brush and just saying, all these people who come from this place are bad people and we shouldn't have let them in. Even though, like, the majority of them... Yeah, it basically is. It is what you said. You said that, like, you let in these shitty people, and it sounds like you wish that, like, none of the Somalis had been let in.
And they are. And you've offered, just to be clear, you've offered no counter-argument to that. You've offered no contrary evidence.
Well, you haven't offered any evidence about them not assimilating or any of that shit.
81% of them, yeah, 81. In fact, I got you to agree. Well, you didn't agree.
Wait, are you saying that because that 81% of them were on welfare, it means that they haven't assimilated?
What do you think that integration means?
That you're like American, that you've integrated into American culture.
Okay. What is the culture? It does have anything to do with the way that you act and what you do on a day-to-day basis? Does it have anything to do with your values? Does it have anything to do with your culture? Does America have any kind of mythos of a work ethic or something like that? Do you think that this is like normal for 81% of the community to be on welfare?
Hey guys, is that...
I'm sure in America was at like 50%, right?
Hey guys, is that Aeon guy in chat? He's black. We need to tell him that he doesn't have any kind of work ethic because black people, a lot of black people are on welfare, and I guess that must mean that you're lazy if you're on welfare.
Switching from hold on.
Well, you're making a weird statement about people on welfare.
No, not people on welfare. I think if you immediately come from another country and do not contribute, then yeah, I would say that that goes against integration. I'm curious as to what definition you have.
It's because they're fucking refugees and we make exceptions for them. A refugee is by definition somebody who's going to come to your country and they are not going to like have a bunch of money or be ready to like super contribute or whatever. That's what refugees are. That's why I think it's important to draw this distinction and to understand that there is a difference between a group of people that come as refugees / asylum seekers and people who are coming like, you know, the Mexicans who come over the border and they're just looking to work and they'll take any old, and, you know, like they'll just come and like work their asses off or whatever, because those guys are economic migrants, which makes them different than refugees. If someone gets accepted as a refugee, they are by definition going to be given some sort of assistance from the government. And unless you think this is bad, and you don't think the U.S. should do this, then you have to like accept that this is a category that kind of matters factually here.
Okay. I think that you were saying, so earlier I think it was like asylum seeker versus refugee.
No, refugees and asylum seekers.
Now you're drawing a distinction between illegals hopping the border.
No,
but here's the thing.
Group
2 sounds significantly better.
I'm saying.
Linda, you said that they were different a second ago. Like,
listen to me, Jesus. No,
listen.
economic. I'm saying economic migrants versus refugees / asylum seekers. Refugees and asylum seekers are the same
economic
thing.
migrants are different, correct?
Yes, they are. An economic migrant can be legal or illegal. I'm not talking about illegal versus illegal immigration.
Right. That's when you said, well, when you said hop the border, that implies illegality.
Yeah, I didn't say
you did
hop
know that
the
I was
border,
referring to. So
yeah.
you know I was referring to, like, you know, these guys economic migrants
obviously
versus refugees.
those obviously, like, any illegal immigrants who are economic migrants aren't going to be coming over and getting welfare unless they manage to steal somebody's social security number or something. Because, like, those people have to fly under the radar and they tend to work under the table and have shitty jobs and whatnot. But those people are in a different category. That's not even really what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. Like I said, like, Group 2 sounded a lot better than the previous one. Because here's the thing: we could shut down refugees and we could shut down asylees.
Okay, that's fine. I disagree.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I know, but I disagree with you on a moral level. I don't think that that's good. I think that accepting.
But you don't get to make a moral argument when you let in people who just take the money away, and, like, never recover and never do anything else. Like, we could send them to a different third world country that we're not bombing at the time, and that would be infinitely preferable. There's no reason that you can just, like, airdrop them on a random fucking Midwest town and say, here you go, you got to deal with these people now. Welcome to the new load on your infrastructure. Welcome to the new load on your school system.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Who are you talking? Which town are you talking about now? Are you talking about Minneapolis, the city? Because I imagine they would probably say, if you're talking about that one town that accepted all those Haitian immigrants, those Haitian immigrants were a boon to that town because they got jobs there and they helped the economy of that town.
The locals seem to disagree, but I was talking about Minneapolis because we're talking about the Somalis.
Okay, well, I'm sure that Minneapolis will probably feel similarly about, like, if you're a business owner, you probably you probably feel good about having, like, more people that you can employ.
It depends on whether you own a daycare center or
It doesn't need to be a
local
daycare
restaurant.
center. Why do you think that that's the only
I know it
place
doesn't
that
need
they
to be
went?
a daycare center. I think I was in the middle of listing them off. Yeah, there's a lot of fraudulent businesses out there. But here's the thing.
Okay, stop.
When
Stop. You're doing
ahead.
it. Stop. Can you please admit to me that not all the Somalis committed fraud? Because you're basically saying that they are, or you're trying to troll by
Not all
being
Somalis
provocative.
committed fraud. I haven't made that argument once. I think I explicitly refuted it earlier.
You kind of basically just did, though, when you said what you just said about the fraudulent businesses, unless you're trolling to try to trigger me. In which case, I will accept that.
Okay, so earlier I made the argument, and we were talking about a lot of different things at the time, so maybe you missed it. That's totally fine. Your crime rate and your acceptance of crime, your crime rate is a test. It's a measure of how willing you are to tolerate anti-human behavior, anti-social behavior, anti-American behavior, however you want to call it, behavior that we dislike and that we try to punish.
You're trying to make
disproportionately significant. Hold on, wait. If you have a higher crime rate, that tells me something about your community and culture. Now, the more insulated your culture and community are, the more I'm going to regard that with suspicion, because you have the opportunity. The less likely it is that external pressures are forcing you to commit those crimes or forcing you into, like crimes of survival or something like that. Like if you're in a food desert, that's different.
Oh, okay. So you're not gonna. I don't. Why can all these? Jesus Christ! I know what you're gonna say, but it just feels like it's so weird. It's like you're like, oh my God, now I can finally make all the arguments that everybody makes about black people, about Somali people, because I can just say they never should have been brought here in the first place. Because that's literally all the same arguments.
I was just about to give black people an excuse. I just said it's not the same if you're in a food desert.
Yeah, but not all black people are in food deserts. What?
Well, I just carved out a thing for I just carved out like an exception for things like crimes of survival, for instance.
Yeah, but not all. Bro, do you think that most black people who do crimes are doing them because of survival or whatever? Do you think that they all need that?
Hold on. I think earlier I said it's the people that we brutalized for many, many years and kind of got like.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna give them a pass.
I feel like we're like switching places. Did we just fucking switch places? Like, what are you talking about right now?
I just think it's weird that I'm sorry,
but they got a pretty fucking raw deal.
Yeah,
like,
they did get a really fucking raw deal. I agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said if you got a raw deal, I feel more sympathy for you is all.
Oh,
I don't think that's
okay.
unreasonable.
You don't think that
I think if you get a blank slate, you've been brought to a prosperous nation. You've been like, okay, the weather's not great for you, but that's the only thing you have going against you. Otherwise, everybody is here for you. The money tap is unlimited. You get whatever, you could just fill out a form over and over and over again, and people hardly even notice that you're suddenly feeding the equivalent of like 1 million people a year from your tiny restaurant, but you're getting reimbursed for it anyways. Life is great for you. And if you still do crime after that point, that really sucks. I think we argue about per capita sometimes, right? Like this is a disproportionate crime rate. I think if you're like 6% of the population and your crime rate eclipses in real numbers the majority population, that's a problem of your state.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think that this applies to black people because I think you have slavery, you have Jim Crow, you have like a real, I mean, shoot, you have the welfare projects, which were not designed to uplift people. Whatever you think of them, they were not designed to uplift people, and they certainly didn't have that effect.
That's a whole other conversation that I would have to do
okay, I think
more
those guys had a raw
research
deal. Like, call me not to be woke or anything like that. I think slavery sucks.
Yeah, slavery does suck, but that's not what I mean. I mean that your claim that like welfare was not designed to lift people up. I think that it was designed to help people, but the problem is that
it didn't go great for those guys. Point being, it's like another evil that I think that we inflicted on them. Whatever we did to screw that up, we screwed it up.
Oh, are you one of those people who thinks that like black people now have it worse than they did like before civil rights got passed? I hope that you're not going to say that, or that you just think welfare made life worse for black people or whatever in America.
Those are two different statements.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Do you think welfare made life worse for black people in the United States?
I think it had some negative effects.
Okay, and you think that those were the intended negative effects, or is it very possible that that was like the first part of a series of like things that Lyndon Johnson wanted to do, and he never really got to do any of the other shit because the Vietnam War was a thing, and then he left office, and nobody really wanted to talk about doing any of the harder stuff when it comes to trying to fix the problems in the black community, because that stuff is hard, and it's easier to just throw money at a problem than actually talking about ways that you can fix their issues.
That's an excuse I feel like I've been hearing all my life about other programs. Some of the ones that we've been talking about today. We just didn't. These people think that we could just throw money at the problem. The problem is we didn't get this other department funded. We didn't get this other thing funded. You have to throw the money at the problem the right way, but never decrease the money. No, I've heard this before.
Well, no, I'm saying that there are specific targeted things that you could probably do in the black community. But in order to help
but it seems like every time you guys get like a hold of them, or sorry, the left in general gets a hold of them, or sorry, I really don't like saying the left here. Right? Like I love like labor left, like labor protections, like contract protections, where you look at the transaction costs of labor, you look at the transaction costs of just moving capital around, and you say, okay, like, no, somebody should not have to sue in order to get XYZ benefit. It should just be afforded to them because that's the understanding that we give to people who are doing business with one another. Like, don't defraud them. I don't even know how the race communists, I guess I would refer to.
I just think that it's silly to look at an entire group of people and to decide that they're going to be bad because like some number of them committed fraud. And
well, they could stop doing it, and that would change a lot of people's opinions right away.
Okay, bro, what you think
can stop letting in people who commit fraud. You can stop letting in people who from countries that we're actively bombing. It seems like a pretty severe security threat. And when I say you people, right, I mean like obviously you're Canadian, you don't have any influence on American.
What? No, that's not. Yeah, I understand that, but that's not.
It's just a caveat for like a dumb person who might be listening.
Okay, bro. All you're doing
We
is
went all
making
over the place.
you're making an unfounded generalized statement about an entire group of people because that some small number of them committed fraud. And now you're trying to say that they're all just going to commit fraud if we let more in. And that's basically the argument that you are making, is that Somalis are just fraudsters, like Nick Shirley, like they're pirates, they're thieves, they just want to come here and steal shit. And I think that's a really stupid argument to make. And I think that you should judge people based on an individual basis instead of like instead of doing a weird broad brush. I don't feel like you have refuted this notion, and also the whole thing about refugees is a whole other argument, I think, that we're like, yeah, I think it's good to accept refugees into your country because America as a country is a richer nation and America can afford to take some refugees who are coming from a bad place. And the entire idea is to try to help them so that they can do better. If you want to say that it's a problem,
Maybe, but like a lot of people are suffering right now. And it seems like, because just to be clear, you haven't addressed any of my arguments whatsoever at this point. Right. I argued from like the community basis. I argued from like the crime statistic basis, like disproportionate criminality as
okay,
a marker
hold on. No, you haven't presented any evidence about the community
I also provided,
shit.
And we went to the 81%. Hold on. If they have a higher crime rate, you can reason. If I take a higher crime rate, you can maybe reasonably infer some other outcome or some other fact or proposition that you might make. But I have presented it to you. The 81% figure, I have presented it to you.
What, 81% of them being on welfare?
Yes.
Okay. I think that just says something about the level of poverty within that community. But I guess that you just think that because that a bunch of asylum seekers came here and then their kids are still not doing super awesome, it means that we should have never let them in the first place.
It doesn't matter. So here's the thing. We can stop letting in new ones. And the ones who do commit crimes, we can punish with deportation. And that might influence in two ways. That might influence the ones who remain not to misbehave.
I'm sorry, but that kind of shit doesn't tend to work, sorry. And also I like that kind of like insane stuff.
I guess we got rid of all of them. But putting people in prison? I don't think you're gonna like the alternative.
No,
if you're telling me that doesn't work, I don't think you're gonna like the alternative.
Obviously you have to put people in prison and that can work as a deterrent, but I'm saying that I don't believe that there is evidence to suggest that having like insane punishments reduces people committing crime. And deportation is an insane punishment. And again, I also just disagree because these people are American citizens that were born in America, and I think that it would be incredibly cruel to just deport them to another country that they have never been to,
we could quibble
and where
about
they
the
don't
details. It could be
speak
life
the
in
language. I mean,
why some of them speak the language? We do means
they don't. Well, no,
testing.
they don't all speak the language, bro. Why don't you just
a citizenship test to be deported? That'd be interesting.
Why?
But no, look, we could just do life in prison. That's totally fine.
Why? Wait, why does it have to be life in prison? Why don't you just punish them as like?
If you steal billions of dollars, life in prison. And again, you're not going to like the alternative.
Just give them the regular punishment that you would give people who commit the same fraud, who are like other citizens. They should not be treated differently. They are American citizens.
It's billions with a B.
Okay, that's fine. There are lots of
I think that American citizens who do that should also spend life in prison.
Okay, that's
and not
fine.
a nice one.
That's fine. Whatever.
There's a lot of people who are like facing the real struggle of
all right, well, that's a
America
different
lacking its.
That's a different conversation.
No, it's not a different topic. It's not a different topic because here's the thing: the people do at any point have a right to say, "I don't like it," and vote accordingly. They do have that right. They will exercise that right, and you could either influence that right to go in like a more positive direction for the rest of the country. Or you could say, actually, you don't have that right. And then they're going to exercise it in a way that just screws with you. And it's also not going to be good for them. Probably nobody's going to be happy at the end of that.
I don't...
But...
Okay.
I think that, like,
Yeah, I
Really?
get it. You really want to punish people for doing so. Like, I don't know how long I would make someone
Yeah,
go to
for
prison.
stealing billions of dollars.
Yes, if
that's so stupid of
if
me.
an
Like, come on.
individual has punished, yeah, well, because before you were literally talking about deporting these people, which I think is silly. Actually, I you know what? No, not just silly. I think
taking
that's
it a step
fucking
back.
cruel and like just immoral
It probably would be
and
cruel.
abhorrent.
Yeah.
You know?
But here's the thing. You're doing the same thing. You're doing evil to the native population. You have no consideration for the cost. But if you change that and say, okay, look.
Yeah, but they are the native. They're part of the native. What do you mean the native population? If they're born here, they're part of the population. They're American. I'm sorry, but I don't buy your bullshit. Oh my god, I was here first. Heritage American garbage. Like, I don't care. If someone's born in a country, they are part of the population of that country.
There's a lot of people who do care, and they're voting on that basis. So what I was saying earlier is, depending on how you treat these people, that might influence one way or the other, whether they go way overboard, or if they take a step back, like I'll do right now. I'll just say, you know what? Let's give these people a shot. We're not going to take in any more, because clearly nobody can identify people who are high risk for fraud or anything like that. Or either that or the native population is just a naturally high risk for fraud.
Just do a fucking background check on each individual, and if they don't pass it...
Okay, so you didn't do it beforehand, so that's done now.
I mean, they probably did. Actually, no, they would have, because it asylum seekers get back...
and it's done now.
No, it's their kids! Are you really gonna blame the parents for shit that their kids did?
Huge numbers of them came after 2005. This isn't like
I'm saying that, like, if we are talking with regards to the fraud in question, some number of the people who committed that fraud were American citizens who were born in America.
They didn't figure it out.
Didn't figure what out? Are you what?
Who was a risk for? Yes, some percentage of them were risk for citizens, which means that the ones who weren't were, again, presumably passed a background check, and they still did pretty horrific crimes here. I do think that stealing billions is, like, horrific. I think it's bad. A lot of people who are struggling, poor, and say, what the fuck? I pay half my money for what? So this person who came off a boat, was handed everything, lives in a nice $500,000 house.
Okay, hold on. What? No, you're going to need to cite that now. Are you seriously telling me that all the people that were doing this were
all the people? Have I told you all the people anything at once, anytime, at all?
Why are you
during
citing
this
an example of someone who lives in a $500,000 house?
The answer, Kalinda, is no. I have never once done that.
Okay. Also, by the way, let us remind everybody again. I'm sure you know this, and everybody else in the audience. The American welfare system sucks. Welfare in the United States sucks. Nobody is coming to the United States for fucking welfare. All right, American welfare is garbage.
What about the guys who got who pulled $9 billion out?
Yeah, that's because they stole it.
That kind of money doesn't take you anywhere anymore.
No, that's because they stole it. That's not what I'm talking about.
Do you know how insane you sound? Wait, do you know? Saying that to somebody who makes like $30,000 a year and like half their money is rent, and the other half their money is
you're literally
food?
You're talking we're talking past each other right now. We're not talking about the same thing. Your argument about like people coming to the United States in order to like get on welfare or what? Like, I hope that that's not your argument.
I never made that argument. I said,
okay, because in America, welfare
you are
sucks.
not able to distinguish people, or you're not able to distinguish people of character.
I think that my problem is this notion that, like, if we're talking about the Somali immigrants, if these particular Somali immigrants, if they're like were these people not second generation? Most of the people who did the fraud. That's the question that I have.
Let's say that they are.
Okay, if they are, then at that point you can't turn around and make this dumb argument about how you can't distinguish people of certain character, because like, what the fuck, dude? It wasn't their parents that did the fraud, and their parents would have been the refugees.
All right, let's say that is the case, that the parents are the refugees, and remember, lots of people came in since 2005, but
yeah, I know that, but I just want to know.
They became American citizens, whatever have you, right? It's the kids, mostly the kids, doing the fraud. here's the thing. You brought in a lot of people who the crime rate's not new. I would assume that would be strange. I could be wrong. But we're taking people from a country that we're bombing. Bad idea, number one.
Okay, America's
Number two,
not.
they have a disproportionately high.
America's not.
What?
When was it? Bro, America hasn't been bombing Somalia for a very, very long time.
We set the fucking record for airstrikes in Somalia last year.
Last year,
A record
America
previously set.
America set the record for airstrikes in Somalia.
Let me just make sure.
I thought there was just one
clear,
airstrike.
Your position is that
they
we
did.
haven't bombed them since Black Hawk Down, right?
No, I remember. No, I recall that there was an airstrike that was done. I think like one time last year. Like what has America been doing? Other?
I'm gonna sound like such a huge asshole if it turns out to be our new record was one. That's gonna be real bad.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, the U.S. might be
everything.
bombing That being said, I just want to say I don't think this matters. This is irrelevant to me. Do you think that?
So why'd you bring it up? So why'd you bring it up? Like, come on.
Well, because I thought it was kind of a weird argument for you to make, but I do think that this is irrelevant about whether or not.
Do you think it's weird to say like, "Hey, don't bring in people we're actively bombing"? Do you think that they might have some hostile feelings if we, shot their brother?
Do you think that America?
No, answer that. I really think you should answer that. Do you think that somebody whose family we killed might have some
I don't
hostile
know.
feelings towards
Maybe you
America?
should check each individual and see, was this a person whose family America killed? Because yeah, then that person might have some like rage about it, and maybe you shouldn't let that person in. This is why you should do background checks against people on an individual basis.
Some of them might feel happy about it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like it's entirely fair for you to make that assumption that, you know what, maybe this one guy might be super mad if America if an American bomb like killed his family, and him wanting to come to the States might not be great because maybe he like has some sort of. That's why you have to do background checks on these people. And that's fine. I'm not against doing background checks on people, but I want to do it on an individual basis. Unlike you, who's sitting over here saying all of these Somali people are bad and they shouldn't be allowed to come into the United States because they are of poor character. And you're just saying that about every single one of them. I mean, that is what you said.
Name 5 that I named earlier. Name 5 that
No, you said that. You said that as a group they were bad and that they shouldn't be coming into the United States.
So as a group, they have a higher crime rate. They have a higher tolerance for antisocial.
Yeah, that's what you're. Yes, that's what you're. Yeah, you're saying that they're not good people. You're saying that they're not good people.
Those are. Can you just like repeat what I said?
You said as a group they're not.
Here's the thing. I said the same thing about the Irish earlier.
Yeah.
Is your impression that I am that I think I'm bad people?
Then why
do you honestly think that's my position?
No,
wait,
I mean,
really honestly think that's my position? Because it would have to be.
I think
if your characterization of my Somali argument is true. Yes.
I mean, you literally said that we were poor judges of character when you were talking about like liberal people being okay with letting those Somalis in. So how is this assumption not you're a bad? You think these people are bad people? Whatever group. Like you literally said you guys are poor judges of character when you were talking about the Somali people.
Just to be clear, that applies to me, right? That applies because I'm part of
No,
Irish.
I don't think that. Well, I mean, I guess by your dumb fuck logic about how like I guess like people's character get passed down like generations, then I guess it does apply to you. Sure.
I absolutely never said that.
I mean, you kind of did when you were making this weird
argument. No, not in the
argument.
fucking slightest, actually. I made a specific argument from the crime rate. Now, unless Kalinda has some secret kind of a clan hood that she's hiding there and thinks that means genetics, I don't think it does.
Well,
I was making an argument
then
from culture.
why are you
fact,
making...
I'm pretty sure I said, maybe I'll have to rewind the tape. Pretty sure I said anti-American, anti-human,
I know.
anti-social
Yes, I'm
culture.
aware of that. Are you denying that those are all bad
here's the thing, if I'm not allowed to make that distinction, or else you're just going to say that I hate people in general, a lot of people are going to say, you know what? Fuck it. Fine. We're not letting any in.
Okay, but I disagree with that, and I think that's fucking stupid. And I think that it's stupid to look at like
Yeah, here's the
first
thing. They think
generation.
you're stupid for saying that you can't talk about this without being called, without making some appeal to genetics. If you have to invent new things about their argument, they also think that's stupid.
Yeah, but here's the problem. You're the one who's over here saying that like there's something wrong with like this group of people's culture or whatever, because
higher
like,
crime rates are bad, Kalinda. That sucks.
If you
Kalinda, if a culture has a higher
hold on a sec. Stop.
Kalinda, if a culture has a higher percentage of rape, are you saying that's no different from anywhere else? That's just like normal.
No.
That doesn't influence your impression. Hold on, that doesn't influence your
yeah,
impression
it probably would influence my impression, but I'm still going to judge people based on an individual basis, and I'm not just going to start making assumptions about every single person because of a culture. That would be like me looking at black people and being like, "Wow, black people sure do commit a lot of crime." I'm just going to make this assumption that they maybe aren't necessarily great people because of their culture. Like, you can't judge people based on, like, their fucking culture, dude. There's more to people than that.
I'm judging the thing they make up, which is the culture.
I mean, no, they don't make up the culture.
That's something individual people form through communities, through businesses,
their culture culture is created. Also, by the way, environment influences culture too, which is why black culture is the way it is.
All right, but we have a transplanted one that went to a predominantly white culture, which you've argued has assimilated completely.
Wait, what are you talking? What has who has?
We're talking about the Somalis. They went to a predominantly white culture in Minnesota.
Okay.
It's like Minnesota is like very white compared to the rest of the United States.
I don't know if I would argue. I don't know if they've assimilated completely, but you haven't really presented me any evidence otherwise, except for all this weird shit about culture, about like their culture
Weird shit
or whatever.
About crime.
You do realize? Hold on.
And ways in which they diverge from the average American.
Can I ask you? Do you recognize that people ages 18 to 25 commit more crime than people from other age groups?
Sure.
Okay. Do you recognize that lots of immigrants who come in are going to be of that particular age group? And that if you let in a bunch of people who are like young men aged 18 to 25, they're probably going to have a higher crime rate than the average population because of their age group.
Okay.
That's why immigrants have a higher crime rate overall. It's because of their age group. And when they age out into the rest of the population, their crime goes basically back to normal or like levels out with the rest of the population. So I don't know why you're making this weird argument about
Does that mean the crime
Somali
never
people.
happened? Does that mean that like the crime never
No,
cost us
it
money
doesn't.
to take care of?
But
that
like,
had no influence on our infrastructure? Like,
no,
what are you talking about?
No, it doesn't mean that. But if you replace that same
Well, here's the
group
thing. If you're presenting it as a rebuttal, it had better mean that, or else it's part of my argument.
No, because
it sounds like you've perfectly you have a criteria for letting people in that is maximizing the chances of negative impacts on the population.
No, it actually isn't, because that there's a bunch of other things that they contribute to the population. I'm explaining to you how this particular stat works. The problem with this is
Somalians don't is the problem. The ones that you picked seem to take
they're
more than they give.
refugees. Refugees are different. I get that you don't care.
Okay, Belinda, the metric that I'm using is the money that they take versus the money that they put in.
Okay, no, stop.
And
Stop.
so somebody can be a Okay, go ahead.
Stop. No, you're moving. I'm talking about immigrants in fucking general, okay? I'm saying that, like, if you're going to make this argument about how crime goes up because 18 to 24-year-olds and 18 to 24-year-old immigrant population is more likely to commit more crime because people in that age group commit more crime.
That was your argument.
No,
I never made that argument.
I'm saying
that was your argument. That was
I know it was, but you were talking about the
I'm being a little bit more chippy with you now because you're putting a lot of words in my fucking mouth.
I'm not putting it. I'm saying stop.
You've done
Listen.
it a lot.
Stop. Please let me finish. Jesus Christ. I'm saying that you're
Just
making
put
all
words in my
these
mouth,
arguments about crime going up when you bring in like immigrants and shit. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that the reason why this happens is because that the immigrants that come in are often 18 to 24-year-olds, and that group of people often commits more crime than other age groups. And like by your standard about how, you know, if you increase the population with a particular group of individuals who are more likely to commit more crime, then your argument basically should just be, well, we just shouldn't have more crimes, no more youths, or no more people. Like, you're basically against increasing the population, period. Because, like, what?
Okay, so
why do you think the same shit won't happen? Yeah, but
I said that wasn't my argument, you went ahead anyways.
No, you often make
fine.
this argument. Yeah, but why do you think that this doesn't apply to Somali people? 18 to 24-year-olds commit more crime on average than other age groups.
I guess there's nothing that can be done about it. But people are going to try to do it anyways, and that's going to, I guess,
you deal with the crime.
People.
But you deal with the crime. But I don't know why, like, you're making it seem like this is a special thing that applies in particular to Somali people.
Okay, did I name any other groups that this applied to previously?
I mean, no, but you were
like at the beginning of the conversation, granted you.
You said that about Irish people, but the point, like, do you not understand the point that I'm trying to make?
Is that my only? Wait, Kalinda.
And
you were wrong a moment ago.
Italian people too.
I did. That was not it.
Wait, was there like another immigrant population that you were talking about? Listen, I'm sorry. Okay, this conversation has gone on for a very long time.
It has. I'm sorry.
I mean, you did mention black people too, but that was mostly because I brought them up.
No, I don't think I mentioned. No, I carved out an exception for them, and I believe that, like, very seriously.
Okay.
Nobody tells you about the horseshoe theory of racism. Like, once you go too far in one end, like, you start developing empathy for other people. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but it seems like you don't.
Oh shit, that was really rough for those guys.
Wait? Then why don't you feel that same way about like how incredibly shitty it must be to come from a war zone? Why don't you think that like America or other rich countries should help refugees?
I think we should stop bombing them. I think it sucks that we bombed them 26 times in January.
Okay, that's fine.
Of this year.
Okay. Wait, what was?
I think that's horrible.
What was being bombed? Was it Al-Shabaab?
I assume it was people.
Yeah,
now, Al-Shabaab could be some kind of like Somali hive mind that's out there.
No, Al-Shabaab is a fucking terrorist group. I was just curious, like, what was the purpose of the bombing?
Are they all terrorists? Have you done background checks on each of them individually?
Al-Shabaab is an Islamist terrorist group. They are a terrorist, like,
all
militant
Islamists
group.
are terrorists now.
No, Al-Shabaab is.
Al-Shabaab.
No, what the fuck? Now you're just being bad faith. Why are you what?
Yeah, you've been doing to me for a while here.
No, I haven't.
So when I make
like
arguments
that.
from like, I think that like there's differences in culture, exactly like that. Actually, I make arguments from culture, and you could disagree. Like, it's
the
totally
problem that I
reasonable to
have
say,
with
like, I don't think that your crime rate has any impact on your culture or how I evaluate it. If you say that,
no,
like, that's fine.
I don't know.
Or if you just say like it's not enough, that's also fine.
I don't think that it's enough to say this whole group of people can't come to the United States or some other country, that we're not going to take any of these particular immigrants because that they come from a country where America like has been bombing or whatever. Do you think that America shouldn't have taken in any of those Afghan translators who were fleeing the Taliban?
Oh yeah, fuck those guys.
Okay, then like we just have like a fundamentally different like moral view about refugees.
But I figured that we could discuss that without like me sticking words in your mouth and you sticking words in my mouth, which is like, oh, you just hate these people. It's like,
I mean, I'll try not to, but I don't necessarily know like how we're gonna like. Why would you?
You're trying that hard.
No, what I mean is I'll try not to. I'm just saying that that could be an interesting discussion to be had. Although I feel like you and I have a fundamentally different or fundamentally different moral axioms. If your response to looking at people who are going to get murdered by their tyrannical government for helping Americans and saying fuck those guys, if your response to that is to say fuck those guys, we don't need to help them even though they risk their lives to help the United States.
What's it cost for the Americans?
Yeah.
That's the question at the bottom of all this. If you keep
Okay,
saying like,
so
it doesn't matter,
do you just-
Americans can just suck it up and deal with it, then the response is going to be pretty fucking ugly.
Okay, so
And I'm telling you this kind of to prepare you, maybe.
You have a tit
for
for
like
tat
what comes
system?
after Trump is going to be really fucking ugly.
I don't know that the majority of Americans agree with this in the same way that you think they do.
It doesn't have to be the majority.
Okay.
That doesn't.
I just mean I
even
don't think that there
matter.
are enough of them who are like I don't think people think about things the way that you think about.
You're wrong.
things.
70 million people voted for Trump and voted for deportation.
Yeah, I know that. Did they? Yeah, but did they vote for?
That's a lot of fucking people.
Did they vote for sending people to CCOT without due process? Did they vote for
no.
ICE going into Minnesota and for American citizens getting killed in the street? Did they vote for that?
Yes.
Did they?
ICE going into Minnesota, yes. American citizens being killed in the street. Opinions are split.
I mean, I think that those two things are like directly connected to each other. I'm saying also,
yeah, like more police interactions. Like feds are gay, just so everybody's
did
clear.
did they vote for like 4-year-old kids basically like being like taken with their dads to a detention center in Texas? Did they vote for like the cruelty of all of this insane shit? I don't think they did. I think they voted for the deportation of illegal immigrants, probably illegal immigrants who committed crimes more so than anything else. Not like, let's go to a Home Depot parking lot and just find anybody who might be illegal, or let's racially profile people under the assumption that like if you have an accent, you might be here illegally. Like, did they vote for like people asking for identification or whatever? Like,
asking for absolutely.
I mean, I think that's okay. So you think it's okay to like just ask people for their papers for whatever reason, even if you haven't done anything?
To be clear, I don't think that if they say no or anything like that, like I don't think that you get to jump straight to jailing them. That's
okay.
not good.
All right, that's fine.
Right? I was like, wait a minute, like, asking a question. That's totally who cares about being asked a question?
I think it depends
it's the
on
implication of the force afterwards, right?
I think it depends on the context of why you're asking the question or whatever. But yeah,
the question is always fine. It's the force that's behind it. That's
yeah.
Or the threat of
Listen,
force, you could
Epic,
say.
unfortunately, based on what Epic said, the cost for Americans is that we don't take care of if we don't take care of those translators next time we invade a country, the locals will remember what happened and refuse to work for us. That undermines U.S. security. Unfortunately, Epic, Ash here probably thinks that America shouldn't be invading other countries ever, because would you say would I be mischaracterizing you if I said you were an isolationist? Is that an incorrect characterization of your foreign policy position?
That's fine.
Okay. I wholeheartely disagree with that, but yeah. Although I think you knew that.
Well, here's the thing:
it's
like
whatever.
we've already done that to a variety of Middle Eastern
Yeah, I know.
countries. Fucked them over and then pulled out and then go back in. Fucked them over again. So
yeah, I know, but I think that
at that point, it seems like the cost is pretty severe for going back in.
Yeah. Okay.
But
well,
I was talking more in terms of like monetary value, like what you inflict on the. Like it's so easy to say. Fuck, you could just lie about it at least and say, look, actually, these guys are coming in with gold bars. that all the translators have 2 gold bars, and they're going to be adding to the thing. They're going to be adding to the U.S. budget or whatever, or gold reserve, and they're making all of America stronger. And you could literally just lie to them. It's something that's so mundane about evil that you have to like flex over them and say no. If anything that you suffer as a result of this is good, you're a bad person.
I don't understand. I don't even understand what point you're trying to make here. Nobody's justifying. I'm not justifying. Maybe Epic might justify some of it, but I am not justifying the U.S. invasion of Iraq. I think the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. I think the U.S. did have casus belli to go into Afghanistan. They did have just cause for war. I think the nation building afterwards.
I'm just talking about
stupid.
cost here.
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand what you even meant. Like the problem.
Like. Maybe it's because I was a salesman for like a few years, but like if I wanted people to buy the thing that I was selling, I would have to like convince them. I would have to lay out the reasons. I would have to listen to their problems. I would have to lay out the reasons as to why what I was doing was good for them. And I'm telling you, like, hey, I'm open. It's an open bid.
So what you're yeah, okay, so is your moral system some sort of like is your moral system transactional, where you basically say like, what do we get out of helping refugees?
I think transactions are a good North Star.
Okay, so you don't
Because
believe...
generally, a transaction is something that both people like. It's good for you and me. It's good for both of us.
So you don't believe in helping people, just like to help them? Like you don't think that if a country is suffering...
Helping people makes me feel good.
Yeah, I know.
That's good for me. I like doing it both. Yeah, I might not need to do it even if it I've helped people before when it felt shitty and when it sucked. But it wasn't that big. Here's the thing, it wasn't that big of a deal for me anyways. And so like my moral intuitions, the cost was low enough and my moral intuitions were high enough that I could be persuaded in. There's a balance there that can be very easily thrown off by people who just say, well, you have to take it because I want it and I think it's good for you.
Okay. I don't know that there is any any attitude in the United States to like stop accepting refugees, but that's a whole other thing. So wait, so is your actual position then that refugees are not a bad thing? Like, what is your position on refugees? Do you think that America should take refugees, even if they come from countries that the US has bombed, as long as you do background checks on them, which by the way they do?
No, there's no reason to think that the infrastructure for if you're bombing a place, the infrastructure for a proper background check does not exist, especially if the US is bombing it. Somalia does not have a Somalia, I don't think, has taken up the offer of Palantir just yet. And I'm not sure they have enough phones or electronics to make it effective or record-keeping systems.
You know what? There's a guy from Somalia in this Discord. I don't think that they're as Stone Age as you think they are. Like, if you think that they have no records whatsoever, or that there's no way for the... Are you telling me there's no way for the United States of fucking America to conduct a background check on like, refugees coming from Somalia?
Okay, obviously I'm not saying that there's no way to make a background check. I'm saying that the effectiveness would... Are you saying that there's no difference between a country that has some kind of centralized tax revenue service and a country that we're bombing to smithereens in terms of what they can offer us in terms of records?
It's not just going to be what they offer. No, because it's not just going to be what they offer.
Are you saying, wait, I answered your question. Are you saying there's no difference?
I don't think you understand, like, where the background check shit or whatever the fuck comes from. Like, do you think that these people don't have passports? Do you really think that, like, do you actually think that Somalia is just like a country that just doesn't function at all, that they just exist in the Stone Age?
Well, if I don't think that they exist in the Stone Age. I don't think that they function in any way that I would recognize or care about or advocate for. But I don't know why you wouldn't grant like this trivially simple point that it's probably easier to do a higher quality background check.
Yeah, it probably is, but that doesn't mean that you can't do a background check of any quality unless you think that the United States
increases the risk and the risk factor. I would say at the point at which you've let in a lot of people who you haven't caught is at that point unacceptable, especially because it's not necessity, it's voluntary. Right? We can let them in, or we can close our gates entirely. We can get rid of a lot of people who've come in prior. But if you're going to make the moral argument, I think what you need to do is make the argument. Either you could bundle it with some other policy, by the way. This is a crazy fucking idea. What if you said, look, we're going to bring in more refugees, but we're going to give... A lot of people are suffering right now. We're going to make sure that people born here have housing, or we give them like some pity like stimmy check or something like that. Like, it's really, really easy to get people to buy in.
Do you think that like do you think this is like a zero-sum game or whatever, or that like the United States can't walk and chew gum at the same time? Do you think that it's not possible to like help out your own native population whilst also supporting refugees?
Linda,
America is a rich
that's my
country.
argument. When I say, hold on, the United States is not universally rich. A lot of people, again, are suffering.
I'm okay.
Having some problems. Rightly or wrongly, you could easily get them to support your side if you just had the forethought to say, hey, I can give you something that you want at the same time that these people
Okay,
get
well,
what they
earlier
want, and
you
I get
kept
what I want, which is
making this
more
argument.
refugees.
By the way, I don't know whether or not, like, can I argue with you without you talking about, like, this is what you need to say in order to get people to buy into X, Y, or Z or whatever? Because then at that point, I don't know if I'm arguing with you or if I'm arguing against, like,
no, that's
whatever steel man you're
Yeah.
doing of some broader population of people that you're appealing to.
No, like, okay, my opinions are for sale. Like, look, if you give me you give me a house, you give me 50K, like, I'm gonna be really happy. Unless the value of that 50K goes down like precipitously, that would be a problem.
Okay, well, I mean, nobody's going to give you a house for 50K, so I don't even know, like, that's not going to be a thing that the
Okay.
government is just going to give to you. Not like, you know, but, like, are you referencing something when you name those numbers specifically, or are you just using that as some sort of
No,
word?
50K I pulled out of my ass. I could
Okay.
point to there's a lot of property that's held by banks or by people in some really high risk mortgages.
Okay,
Some of those are like
that's
some of those are
completely
commercial
separate.
lots or something.
All I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
is
it's
that
like there's a lot of property out there for grabs, though.
all I'm saying is that the United States, that I have every confidence in the United States government that they could do background checks on most people, and that there is, and from what I recall, with regards to the Syrian refugees and how everybody in America was flipping the fuck out about the prospect of letting any of them in, it has been discussed, like, that they went through a vigorous background series of checks before they were allowed into the U.S. So yeah, because I remember that. Actually, I don't even think that it was just the US. I think it was even Europe as well, too. Like, well, maybe not Europe to the same degree, but like for the United States, they certainly received, like, there was like vigorous background checks with regards to letting Syrian refugees come into the States.
Okay.
Like,
Like, look, our intelligence budget is higher than the GDP of some countries. I have no doubt that we have a better ability to do it than
yeah,
anybody in
okay.
Europe.
The US, yeah,
But-
American intelligence is awesome and can find lots of info. I'm sure that they could do background checks. I'm not saying it's perfect. No system is ever going to be perfect.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's silly to just, like, say, no, we can't. We can't let
I don't
particular
care if you
people
think
in.
it's silly or not, because you don't give me a reason to think otherwise. You say, like, look, this is how it's going to be, punk, and that doesn't work when
Yeah, but I don't,
when
like,
you're not in power.
What reason do you want me to give you to think
My
otherwise?
earbuds just
Because
died.
it what? Oh, okay. His headphones just died, guys. We might wrap this up soon, though.
Yeah, no, sorry, I've kept you on for like a bunch of. I gotta get to sleep. Jeez.
Wait, what? How long have you been awake?
I work
for?
overnight.
Oh, wait. Do you like do programming overnight, or is that just a hobby?
That is a hobby.
Oh, okay.
I get some money out of it, but like it's not my job.
Oh, all right. I would ask what you do, but I don't need to. Yeah. I don't need to.
After listen, you've I'm the new face of the KKK to your audience right now, and it's like I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, that's fair. No, you know, I listen. I think my audience is cool people, but you don't have to tell us. I understand, because who the fuck knows who else might be listening or whatever, you know. Yeah.
No, they seem fine, especially with like all come in here. It'll be like one guy or whatever, but they all seem nice. They all seem chill.
Oh well, I'm glad. I'm glad that they all seem chill. Oh, I was checking to see who Destiny was talking to because I wanted to talk to him about something, but
You should jump on with him. Listen, after my nonsense, give yourself a palate cleanser.
yeah. Well, you know.
All right, I'm gonna hop off to bed. Always a pleasure chatting with you.
Yep.
Get that sales prep procedures, sales routine ready. Yeah.
Have a good one. Jesus, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there would be anything that I could say to convince him, honestly. Like, I could look stuff up about Somalis or whatever, but I feel like if they're all on welfare, or if like a large number of them are on welfare, that probably means poverty. But I kind of doubted that they are contributing nothing. Hello, Avi. Oh yeah, it's because he said my name a lot. Yes. I mean, I think that there were some things that were said in that were kind of crazy, and then like he denied that he said them or whatever. But Kalinda, do turkey Tom. Kalinda.
Palestinians the way they do is because they are a testing ground for surveillance technology. Basically, I can't say all, it's a big overstatement. A significant amount of the development.
Also, Epic, are you here and available? Because if you are and you have stuff you want to say about Palantir, you can come on in and do so. I'll even go back in my room. I don't know if you're even actually available because you might be at work right now. By the way, Insomniac, that was Ash of Creativity. That was the guy that I wanted to debate about immigration. I guess we kind of had a immigration debate. But Kalinda, don't you see, Kalinda? Also, apparently Hutch is going to talk to Pisco again. Oh boy. Intense discussion with Hutch, my enemy. What the fuck? Is fighting with Pisco, Taylor Lorenz glazes China. Wow. Oh no.
The Netflix show, I think.
Should Newsom himself instruct DOJ to prosecute Trump admin, or should he leave it to the DOJ? He should leave it to the DOJ. Jesus. I'm so glad that nobody's saying Newsom himself should do it. That would be fucking terrible. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I will take, listen, Ash, I am going to take your advice with regards to Leftoid, though. And instead of making any arguments about secession or whatever, I will just appeal to the fact that most people in the East still consider themselves Ukrainian and that they didn't want to separate or join Russia. And that this was largely a manufactured thing on the part of Russia. And most people also did not support the storming of public buildings, as was done by people like Gherkin, who is a Russian citizen. Only P, no, that argument is terrible. Wait, which argument? The argument to Leftoid? I mean, I would probably also make the other argument too, but I think that I don't think it matters. Oh, the cultural argument. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, whatever. I don't know. Also, by the way, Toby, Ash does actually just sound like that. I have talked to him multiple times. Oh yeah, like you did a lot of historical research. I haven't ever heard from Leftoid and it's relevant. Yeah, I have. I've been doing a shitload of that. And I'm going to be doing way more. I'm not even done. I still have to do more research on the war in Donbass. Because I only just started digging into that yesterday. But yeah, I'm sure, like, I don't know what Leftoid's problem is, that he seems to have, he seems predisposed to believe whatever the Russian arguments are, to the point where he'll just argue them, like he did with the children ship, by saying that they're all orphans. How are you compiling this Obsidian? No, Google Doc, but right now a lot of it is in my head. Oh yeah, and a bunch of it, the voice drives like 2% of people insane in a good way and 2% of people in a bad way. It is what it is. Yeah, that's fair. A bunch of it is actually in this chat here with the Clanker, because it, like, this is where it has linked to a whole bunch of shit, because I would ask it questions to find me polling data. I need to go through this and basically like link all this stuff and compile it in a proper way, which of course is going to be the most annoying part of all of this. You'll end up over-leveling Leftoid by the time you debate just on research experience. Yeah. You can absolutely control your time. Oh, yeah, you know what? I don't know. I think that Ash kind of manages to get what he gets. It's fine. I enjoyed that conversation regardless. I appreciate, I think also talking to Ash is challenging and infuriating. So it's, whatever. It's a thing. Okay. Leftoid is immune to damage level, doesn't matter. Well, like, Lactoid has a narrative that he's running with, and his narrative is wrong. He seems to believe in that to Ukraine's narrative, but it does not match the polling data. I don't know what polling data he's using, but it doesn't. Like, even for Crimea, it doesn't really match. Wait, what? Don't wait until you're done researching? What do you mean? What? Wait until I'm done. Oh, you mean for compiling all this shit and putting it into a Google Doc? I'm going to share my Google Doc with people once I'm done putting it together. I absolutely will. Like I will put my gigantic Ukraine research document together. Yes, I do use Linux only, P. I use Arch Linux. I use Arch, by the way. And I also do a little bit of programming too, or at least I did. Ash. I've done Bash and some JavaScript and some CSS. Probably mostly JavaScript, but yeah. What is his general shtick? Is he a data guy or vibe, morals, etc.? What can you beat him on? I mean, Lactoid seems to just repeat a lot of Russian talking points, honestly. Lactoid's whole thing seems to be that he wants to try to say that the conflict is actually more complicated than what people in the West has been saying. Well, his whole morality is informed by data, is the problem, Wasserman. Like, it's informed by data that's wrong. Because he believes that people in the Donbass wanted to leave, that most of them did, or that most of them felt disenfranchised or whatever. This is an argument that he believes in, but it doesn't really fit because, as we said, Zelensky is their guy. They voted for him, and he won. Be warned that Lactoid is going to call into question the polls. For example, he said he didn't trust the IRI polls because they were done by a US-based NGO. I mean, that's the polls that I'm referencing. I don't think were done by US-based NGOs. Also, Lactoid has cited the KISS, Kyiv Institute for Sociology or whatever. Yeah. What's wrong with ChatGPT, Nato? I'm not using I'm using ChatGPT to find me information, which I will then link in my research document. I'm not asking it to I'm just using it as a glorified Google scraper because it's faster. And I also have it set to extended thinking, which means that it does a better job. I check the sources that it finds, by the way. Like, I'm not just taking what it says. Like, it provided me with a really good research paper that we read on stream the other day. I mean, you can say cap if you want, but yeah, I don't know. I think AI is really good if you know how to use it. Also, when I ask it questions, the prompts that I'm asking it are not at all biased. Like, I literally am just I just asked it, Can you also find me opinion polling regarding Euromaidan within the Donbass itself? Namely, I want to know how much people supported the protests and if Yanukovych was mainly popular in the Donbass, since I did notice that in the 2010 elections, lots of people voted for him, whereas many people in Western Ukraine voted for his opponent. So I'm particularly interested in what the opinions were of people from the Donbass. I understand that once Russia started meddling after the removal of Yanukovych, it becomes more complicated to figure out exactly what people thought there, which is why I'm curious about their attitudes towards Russia and the rest of Ukraine, as well as their views of Yanukovych and Euromaidan before Yanukovych left office. Historical polls are also acceptable, so it doesn't need to be from the year 2014. Like, this is the question. This is the prompt that I gave it, and then it found me a bunch of polling data. Yeah. So the data serves as the foundation for a narrative that he keeps consistent. So the disagreements are going to be over the data itself. Someone will grant some difference of opinion, and then it will shift to more moral arguments. Yeah, I mean, I suspect as much. If we grant X, how do we justify Y type discussion? Leftoid shine. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I think I've seen him do that before. But like, I'm not going to grant like his scenario or his hypothetical about, you know, people being able to leave. I mean, I guess like if it comes to that point, then maybe there'll be a talk about that. But I have quite a bit of like I've got quite a bit of stuff related to like or I mean, a lot of my morality, like I'm a pragmatist, so I'm willing to be pragmatic. Like I think to myself, if we allow this to become a norm, what's the then like, do we really want to live in a world where people are doing X, Y, or Z or whatever? No. Okay, then this probably shouldn't be like a moral norm. If we do that in some ways or what have you. But like the pragmatism is based on empirical evidence a lot of the time. So yeah, that's why I said I don't think it would be practical to have a world where we just said anybody can just leave for whatever reason. Like for any regions can just leave countries for whatever reason. But that's also not really a thing that happens. And I do think that oh hey, Nat Promed, you're that same guy. It's Toby. It's that ghost troll dude. It's the same guy. They're always in here saying Russia has a right to defend itself. I know that that's why it's him. Because he's the same person who came in and then who came on Voice and was quiet for like 5 minutes. Like who took forever to think about anything. The last time I argued with him, he ran away. He's of course going to deny it here. Or he's going to say that he owned me. He's also probably going to say that he owned Lonerbox in a debate, too. No, Chase, I did not see the news about Gaddafi's son being killed. Yeah, there's always going to be at least one. Yeah, there's that one troll guy. I'm pretty sure he's also always in Lonerbox. Chat keeps coming to Lonerbox to say he owned his mob fleet. Yeah. Damn, Toast Cleaner. I don't even know what you wrote there. How many Ukrainians are actually in this chat? I'm curious. How many glorious Ukrainian people do we have in here who are still in Ukraine? I mean, I know Wasserman is like in Kyiv, but anyone else? Is there any other Ukrainians here? I'm not gonna engage with you like Nat Pro because I know you're just you're just that same troll guy. There's no point. 2 of my friends watch you, so that's 2 more. Oh, base. Now, if this guy doesn't, I don't think he's got any opinions. Not right now, though. That's fair. What time is it in Kyiv right now, anyway? It's really late, isn't it? I mean, it's like 7 o'clock in London, so. How many need a green card? Listen, Ukrainians would come over and be hard workers, I imagine. Yeah, it's like 11. Oh, okay. Oh, it's 9:27 p.m. Okay, 9 p.m. Oh, Alex K, are you also Ukrainian? No, Chase, I'm done. I don't need to hear any more of Vosh ranting about how much he hates Israel. We're on Israeli time, by the way. Wait, really? Like, I told you. I think it's a bit silly to just go back to that, watching that video. It's literally the same thing. We are not... I think, Chase, did you miss it when I started up this video? I put a timer on the screen, and the timer was how long until Vosh mentions Israel? And then I was immediately... And then, like, it was fucking immediate. She just got an hour of Vosh. Give Kalinda a break. Yes, I just went an hour with Vosh's twin brother. So yeah, no, we're done with this. I'm finished. I don't want to I knew I wasn't. I thought that I warned you that I wasn't going to watch the entire video. That it was just going to be a little bit of that video. Okay, wait, hold on. Josh was tough to listen to, true. Irish Laddie, Irish something else. Oh yeah, his name used to be Irish Laddie. Wait a minute, alright, hold on.
Be they on the left or the right, Democrat or Republican of their predecessors, because we don't want to be a banana republic. But the other element of a banana republic is one that will not punish political corruption when it's there. Going after your political opponents simply because they're your political opponents, that is the stuff of banana republics, but giving a free pass to corrupt politicians is also...
See you later, Ash. Sleep well, bud. Have fun. Hutch is a fifth columnist, I'm very sure. What do you mean? I think Hutch is pretty based, honestly. Maybe he goes a little bit too far, but... I'll see what Mr. MR is up to, BRP. Oh, God.
To the stuff of banana republics, and we can join the company of advanced democracies like France and South Korea and Japan, who have investigated and prosecuted corrupt public officials. And so I want a Justice Department. I'm committing to a Justice Department that will follow the facts wherever they may lead, but I do want a Justice Department that will examine the actions of the previous administration, and where they find lawlessness, they should prosecute, and where they do not find lawlessness, they should not. Something to that effect. I think we're past the point of the Biden approach to things, which is to simply not comment. I think the Democratic base is past that point, and I see.
Okay. The Piers segment with Ethan's not out yet. By the way, energy ceasefire is over. Last night they were shooting again, even though NATO head was in Kyiv. Yeah, I'm not surprised that. Although, well, I mean, they also did say that it was going to. Yeah. Yes, we did talk about Israel earlier. AI also makes researching facts more palatable. I mean, it's just quicker. The other thing that I also really like about it too is that it's exceedingly helpful if you're looking for stuff that's in a country that where like the main language isn't English. Like, I appreciate the fact that if I wanted to, I can also ask ChatGPT to find me Ukrainian sources for things. I was able to use ChatGPT to hunt down a Ben-Gurion quote as well. Don't let the ILM tempt you. I mean, like, I'm being careful with it. Like, I'm not just going to take what it says. Like, I do look at these sources, you know. It found me a Kyiv Post article that mentioned that that there was impeachment proceedings registered against Yanukovych, but that they were they were registered in the Rada, but they never nothing ever came of them. And they were not posted online. So, you know. Oh Lord, don't ever ask it for non-English stuff. Oh, do you? I thought AI was good. Like, I don't know. Hold on, wait. Why do you like Hutch? Only P. I like Hutch because that Hutch is a liberal and he is out there fighting for liberalism, and I appreciate having people like that. And I think he can be funny. I like his like sort of like dry humor or whatever. I also started watching him back when he played Call of Duty, and I enjoyed watching him play Warzone as well too. So like years and years ago, like I think I started watching Hutch in like 2018 or 2019 or something, when he wasn't always doing politics. But yeah, like I found him when he came on and talked to Destiny. I became aware of him, and then yeah, and I've just kind of followed him ever since. And I think he's generally a good dude, you know, and I like his content. I don't always like his content. I think sometimes maybe he talks about Hassan too much, but you know, I mean, it's not necessarily that surprising that Hassan's content is mainly focused, or that his content is mainly focused, or that Majority Report's content is mainly focused on Trump, Chase. Like, I expect that they are going to talk about Trump, you know, I just, you know. It's clandestine support for the enemy from operating its. Like, but why do you think Hutch is a fifth columnist only, P? I'm curious. At least Gemini translations I find more correct, can't say about others. Oh, I mean, like, you know what, Fasterman? I don't know if you have Discord or not, but like, if I get to the point where I need ChatGPT to do me any translations from Ukrainian to English, then like obviously I'm gonna ask a Ukrainian in my audience to look at it to ensure that it's correct. That's what I did for any of the Hebrew stuff. I asked Insomniac, I asked him to like tell me if the translation was accurate or whatever. Because I actually used ChatGPT to find me a Ben Gurion quote, which I thought was good. Oh, you don't use Discord? Okay. Well, I mean, if there's any other Ukrainians or what have you, or like, I don't know, I'll find somebody, or like, I'll send it to you by email or whatever. Although, obviously, I'm not going to ask you to put your email in my live chat. Although, you can send me an email, because that I do have an email that is publicly available on the YouTube page, so... But I haven't even reached the point where people have started emailing me. My favorite is DEPL, though, which I use for work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, there's like a billion AIs. Because he isn't concerned with fighting liberal values like individualism. He's more concerned with attacking the worst far lefties and pushing for their expulsion. And that only does the rights job. What do you mean, only P? Why does that do the rights job? The far leftist people that Hutch is attacking are not friends of the Democratic Party. They are not allies. They don't want the same things that Democrats do. They don't believe in liberalism or like any of that. Like, they are illiberal people. Hassan is a tankie. And they also like purity test the fuck out of the Democratic Party too. Like that's what they do. Like they do this weird like you have to come on board with me shit. Hold on, let's see what they're talking about here.
I see no. All you got to do is just, you can do kind of dog whistly kind of stuff. Like, all you got to do is just have President Newsom get up there and say, I want the DOJ that's operating underneath me to focus heavily on government corruption. And to that end, I would like to nominate Jack Smith to be Attorney General. And
by the way, that would be based if Jack Smith got nominated to be Attorney General. Everybody would be so mad. And by everybody, I mean the Republicans.
you know that guy is going to pursue charges. If assuming that Trump doesn't pardon himself and his cabinet, and in that case, the conversation entirely becomes moot. But what is
the far leftist tankies are bad, sure, but spending all your time attacking them and then extrapolating them to represent all socialists is doing what the right has done for decades to undermine Dems. I mean, he's not doing that though. If I recall correctly, his barometer is people who don't want to vote for the Democrats and who spend all their time shitting on Democrats. Those are the people that he wants it made clear that he doesn't want Democrats to work with or treat like allies. Yeah. After RFK, they don't get to be mad. True. Agreed. Like, no, Hutch is not extrapolating that to all socialists. You're confusing Hutch with Destiny. Destiny's the one who's doing that, not Hutch. I'm not doing that either, by the way. My barometer, my only barometer is, are you going to vote for the Democrat? Are you going to tell your audience to vote for the Democrat? No matter who they are. No? Then get the fuck out. Otherwise, welcome, hello. That's it. That's all it is. And so, yeah, like this whole thing about, like, no, we don't want to vote for Kamala, or Kamala's not good enough because of the genocide and all this other crap. Yeah, that was a problem. And then demanding that people make concessions on your foreign policy issue that would be insane concessions. Like, then yeah, I just don't. And before that foreign policy issue, it was demanding that they support Medicare for all. And like, after that foreign policy issue and the Medicare for All thing, it's just going to be something else because these people just continuously find excuses to not support Democrats and to continue to shit on them because all they want to do is complain. So yeah, no, Hutch is not extrapolating that to all socialists. A lot of socialists vote Democrats, and that's fine. You know, that's cool. But they're not the problem. I mean, if Hutch is genuinely rigid about that and isn't using that line liberally, sure. Well, I mean, like, I don't know what you mean. Like, he is, or like, yeah, like the people that he's attacking are people who spend a great deal of their time shitting on Democrats. Or who do this weird false equivalency by saying both parties are the same. Like, he's talking about people like Hassan, Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, Brianna Joy Gray, Majority Report, all these guys who like basically like spend a lot of their time shitting on Democrats. And also all of like Hassan's like cadres of friends or whatever, like all of his orbiters. Because unfortunately there seems to be, I mean, hell, honestly, at this point, I'm about ready to put Vosh in this camp. Just because he's getting crazily close to it. You see, Majority Report and Kyle Kalinske do fight for Dems and support them. I don't, like, Kyle Kalinske, listen, we were looking into this before, but Kyle pretty much, endorsed Jill Stein. Now, he might have taken it back and then later on endorsed Harris, but when you're spending all of your time in the lead up to the election, like, highlighting Israel-Palestine and talking about the genocide and how evil the Democrats are for perpetuating the genocide, and it's all just the genocide, like, if you are not out there, like, telling your audience, you guys need to vote for Kamala, and instead you're just doing this weird purity testing shit, or like you're like, yeah, you know, you should probably vote for Kamala, whilst at the same time constantly shitting on Democrats because of support for the genocide, like, that's not good enough. Okay, I'm sorry, but it isn't. Like, Kyle is one of those people who thinks that Democrats lose all the time because that they don't go far left enough. And I just don't, like, he just wants to change the party. He wants the party to be something different than it is. Like, he thinks that the establishment is all corporate Democrats and all this other weird shit. And I'm sorry, but I just don't buy it. It's not a thing that I, also, Kyle's foreign policy is absolutely insane. I think Crystal is probably worse, though. Like, basically, I'm talking about these people who are fucking populists and who are insane about their populism. That's my problem, is those people. I think Cenk is worse, but, you know, it's still not great. As for the Majority Report, as far as I could see, it seemed like they were basically doing the same kind of shit. Or, like, they spent all their time obsessing about Israel-Palestine. And, yes, Crystal Ball is disgusting on Ukraine. And, I mean, Kyle is, too. Kyle's got a shitty, you know, opinion on Ukraine. And, yeah, it's just, you know... Oh, so, Alex, okay, so you're not Ukrainian. You are, you're just a friend to the Ukrainians. Yeah, basically, Kyle and Crystal's foreign policy is just America bad garbage, and I hate it. And unfortunately, it bleeds through into other things. Project Pat put this in my Discord. Ash of Creativity argument animated. Ash of Creativity's argument animated. Oh no. I'm gonna get copy struck for this, but...
Uncle Ruckus, no relation. I want to sing y'all a brand new song I just wrote called Don't Trust Them New Niggas Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust them new niggas over there, leaving they nigger essence in the air.
Oh my
them
God.
happy nappy head niggas with the fingers on the trigger. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't trust them big nostrils over yonder. They suck up so much air it'll make you wonder. Don't trust them new niggas with their spotty little nigga figures. Don't trust them new niggas over there.
By the way, I'm just gonna say I haven't actually watched this show. I basically only know about it because other people constantly bring it up. I know I need to watch this show. It's a funny show. Iran said looking to move its talks with US, keep other countries out. Oh. Hello, Epic.
Well, hello.
Hey, what's
Did you
up?
still have questions for me? I heard you. I was like 45 minutes behind, and you asked me something
Yeah.
about Palantir.
Yes, well, you were really mad in the chat about stuff that Ash was saying,
Oh, yeah.
and you were saying he was
Yeah.
wrong, and I wanted you to explain how, because I don't know
Correct.
fuck all about, like, listen, I don't need
Um,
another thing to research, okay? I am
no.
deep in Ukraine right now.
So, there's a lot of defense information technology companies. Palantir is one of them. It was founded by this guy named, co-founded by this guy named Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So because Peter Thiel's active today politically with Trump and like MAGA and stuff like that, people are like now rewriting history that like Palantir is this like unique company. Here's the reality. Palantir is one of many information systems companies that works with DoD. Google's one too. Cisco, IBM, all these companies. There's a whole system. The internet itself came from a DARPA project to spy on people. Like that's where the internet. Forget the name when it was an internal DARPA program. But like the
ARPANET?
original, ARPANET. Yeah, that's where the internet comes from.
Yeah,
The U.S.
that
has
I
been
know.
investing in these technologies since longer than you or I have been on this planet. After 9/11, we passed a lot of things like the Patriot Act, and that expanded the surveillance state domestically a huge amount.
Yeah.
And when we passed the Patriot Act, we were working on this. There's an acronym. It's an Army program. It's like Common Distributed Ground, DCGS, I think, Distributed Common Ground System. And it's like the Army's program post 9/11 for this like global surveillance ISR capability. And Palantir is one of the many companies that have made software for that. And that's all Palantir is. There's really not much more to it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it sounded like Ash had a problem with the or with like the idea of domestic surveillance or whatever, and because specifically apparently Palantir does or contributes or sells and then he kept bringing up that Gotham thing or whatever, that software, that one piece of software that Palantir was sold to like countries in Europe. Yeah.
Gotham was part of the DCGS system for the Army. It was Palantir's contribution to that system. But I mean, like, if we're talking about tech companies doing crazy shit, I mean, China helped develop when China was developing software to identify what people in public are Uyghur Muslims, they have all these cameras in their cities, and they're all owned by the state and accessible by the state. And they had Google develop a software that could literally like tell by the gait someone walks with what their identity is, so then they could check what race and religion they are. And that was part of China's, like, Google helped China put Uyghurs in concentration camps. So it's just really weird that we only care about Palantir all of a sudden. I get why, because Peter Thiel's behind it and Trump's president, and now because Trump's everywhere, people are hearing about Peter Thiel and they're hearing about Palantir. But like, it's really not a unique tech company. And if we want to talk about like whose blood has the most hands on them, it's going to be like IBM and Google, not Palantir.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, that makes sense. I understand that they did a bunch of shit. I guess there was this shit in the news recently about Palantir being or like apparently developing stuff related to domestic surveillance on Americans or something to do with like names or something like that. But
well, that's a thing. But like, at the end of the day, as much as I don't like our domestic surveillance, as much as a lot of Americans are concerned, after 9/11, Congress passed laws that empowers the Department of Defense to spy on American citizens and the intelligence community to spy on American citizens. Those are laws passed by the Congress, and until those are no longer U.S. law, then it's going to keep happening. And it's just a little strange to like say it's because of this one company profiting off of this ecosystem that we mandated to exist and fund every year and keep reaffirming. Like every 5 years we have to vote on the Patriot Act. It keeps getting updated. Like it's U.S. law. I'm sorry. That's just,
Yeah. Okay. That's what I figured. Also, ETA for the carrier group to Iran.
It's there. I mean, it seems like right now either they're waiting on more stuff or the president's not sure and still wants to try negotiating, but the carrier's there. And the Central Command did, they call it an air mobility exercise, and they were saying, we're just preparing options, basically, is as far as they're willing to say publicly. But there's a lot of stuff in the theater right now, but it's going to be up to ultimately whether or not President Trump wants to go through with strikes.
Yeah. And whether or not he will do that is a, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I mean, I think when he first started ordering stuff to go there to prepare the option, obviously the protests were at their height, and now they're receded. So I think there's a lot of speculation, like, what would strikes accomplish? Would they actually get people back out in the streets? Would it actually lead to the collapse of the regime? Or would it just weaken them and piss them off and then lead to a bunch of ballistic missiles hitting American and Israeli cities and bases?
Yeah. Only P is saying, I think your friend is misrepresenting the argument. Most people would agree Google and Microsoft are evil. Most would agree Patriot Act is evil. Peter Thiel and Palantir are the leader in this, though. And Thiel and his tech friends have a very dangerous agenda. I mean, it's true that Thiel and his tech friends have a very, like, in the sense that Peter Thiel believes, like, all that shit about the dark and, like, he basically, like, he doesn't believe in democracy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this is local politics for me. I grew up in the Silicon Valley, like the Facebook mafia the PayPal mafia and the Teal 5 and all these groups. Like, these are local figures I've hated my whole life. Trust me, no one hates. I've hated Peter Thiel longer than you guys have known about him, probably, because again, like, he was a name in San Jose politics 10 years ago before people were talking about 20 years ago. So I share all these concerns. But again, it's that narrative that's just not true, and a lot of people have, because they just said he's the leader in this. No, he's not. He's a very small component of a much larger ecosystem that has existed longer than these people have been involved in defense politics. I guarantee you, he's not as big of a part as people think. Palantir is not as big of a part as people think. Palantir is not the biggest company in that segment. They don't have the longest history in that ecosystem. Thiel is not the most influential person in that ecosystem. And if you think he is, it's because you've just recently learned all about this through a very politicized narrative in reference to Trump and Thiel's support of Trump. So you know about that, but you don't know about the 20 years of nonsense that we've been allowing to happen in this country, Thiel notwithstanding, before Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I mean, I guess like some people would know about that, but maybe they just didn't. And I guess for whatever reason, now they're just talking. I mean, honestly, let's be real. The only reason why they were even talking about any of that shit with regards to like Palantir and all that stuff in the Vosh clip is because it was about Israel. Like, that was it. That was the whole point of like the incredibly stupid argument that he was making, where apparently he just learned about globalism 101 and wow, shock of shocks, multinational corporations sell their shit to other governments.
And especially major non-NATO allies that we literally have treaties where we develop technology jointly. Like, Israel is a major non-NATO ally, so is Japan, so is there's like 30 of them. Pakistan is a major non-NATO ally, right? These are all countries that we have treaties with where we share defense technology. Like, if Israel develops a new rocket motor for their Python 5 or Derby 3 missiles, Boeing is going to get access to that design, so Boeing can put the new rocket motor in our AIM-9X1 and X2 missiles, right? This is how joint technology sharing works. So when an American defense company that makes software comes up with a new technology that helps in defense, obviously Israel is going to be part of that development. They're probably going to be funding it in some way, just like other non-NATO major allies like Japan will be. They're going to be benefiting from it, just like all the other non-NATO major allies, non-NATO allies.
Is Ukraine one of those? I mean, I know the U.S. is sharing intelligence with them now.
No, Ukraine is part of the state partnership program, which means they have a partnership with one state, being California, and California shares information with Ukraine, the California National Guard, and the California National Guard does training with Ukraine, but that's only the California Guard. It's not the Guard of any other state. It's just an agreement with California.
Oh,
by the
okay.
way, whoever you had on earlier said when foreign people meet governors, that's interference. This is a completely illiterate understanding of American government. States had foreign policies before we had a constitution, and states have had interactions. Newsom flew to Brazil a few months ago to negotiate a climate agreement. Basically, the way it works is an agreement a state makes with another country can always be nullified by the Congress. If Congress wants, they can vote it and they can say, nope, California, you're not allowed to do this. Obviously, because we have a supremacy clause. But until Congress does that, states are allowed to do what they want, including pursuing relationships with other countries, as long as they don't contradict the laws of the United States.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So, insert state here can't like do business but with Russia in violation of U.S. sanctions.
Because of U.S. sanctions,
Yeah.
But if those sanctions are lifted, then they can. Yeah. It's, people talk about states' rights, but like this is what they actually look like. Like if it's the 10th Amendment clearly says any powers not delegated to the federal government are left to the states. What that means is if Congress doesn't make a law saying a state can't do it, and the Constitution doesn't say a state can't do it, then they are allowed to do it. That's what states' rights means. That's why people will say like we should leave this a states' rights issue. What they're saying is like with abortion, they're saying don't make a federal law about abortion, let states write laws about it. Yeah.
Wait, California joined the World Health Organization? Is this a thing that you guys did after America left the World Health Organization?
Yeah, we're the first state in the union to do so. But there's a lot of reasons we're leading that. There's two health coalitions in the U.S., the Western Health Coalition, California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii's in that one, and the Eastern, and that's led by New York. So basically the policies California is writing in its state laws, like the entire West Coast is using for health guidelines.
Oh, you mentioned this before. You said something about that. Like this is a thing that they're doing because of what's happening and stuff with the with like the Trump administration and all that shit.
I'll put in the chat for this little room, but there if you're just looking for basic info on it. But yeah, we New York's doing the same thing for the East Coast states. So like when the federal government, because keep in mind, again, back to the states' rights and what that means, when a federal agency like the Department of Health says these are our health recommendations, that's not U.S. law. Those are just recommendations from an executive agency. So whether or not a state goes with those recommendations is completely up to the state's government. So if California comes up with different recommendations based on agreements it makes with international institutions, other states are free to join a coalition and follow those recommendations instead of the federal ones. And unless Congress passes a law saying we have to follow the federal ones, we're allowed to do what we want.
Based. Okay, apparently Iran is trying to, they want to keep other countries out of the talks to limit negotiations to Iran's nuclear program, as opposed to a broader discussion of Iran's conduct in the region, including its missile production and its support for proxy terror groups. This is... Iran wants to change the location and format of Friday's talks with the U.S., Axios reports, citing two sources with knowledge. According to the report, the Iranians are trying to move the talks to Oman. They were currently slated to take place in Istanbul. Tehran wants to limit participation in the discussions, turning them into bilateral talks with the U.S. Egypt, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are meant to participate, but Iran wants them to be observers, per the report. Oh, interesting. Probably because they don't want any of those countries to bring up anything having to do with like terrorism shit or other stuff that Iran is getting up to in the region. Seems like they just want to
probably
talk to
part of it.
That's actually today the U.S. military shot down an Iranian drone that approached the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea. A U.S. official told Reuters. Oh, funny. Okay. And then it just mentions the U.S. buildup yeah. But the protests are mostly over now, so it's probably too late, I guess. It's too late for Trump to come to the rescue of the protesters. It was all too late, but like things just didn't work out because there was no assets there in the region to do anything with that. So
Yeah, I mean, there are consequences to being not in the correct posture. I hope little incidents like this demonstrate how important it is that like we keep a 2 carrier presence around the Taiwan Strait, or that like Europeans need to get more serious about what they're going to do to defend the eastern flank if the US isn't able to show up, because shit can happen quicker than you can move to reinforce different strategic locations, and you're shit out of luck if that's what happens.
yeah, that is unfortunate. All right, I think that's everything then.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't think of anything else. Alrighty.
Well, have a good one.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. Have a good one. All right. What am I gonna do? Why do you guys think it's too late? Oh, because the protests are over. Like, I mean, and also because now they're talking. So I just don't think that, yeah. What's Destiny talking about?
Jesus Christ. Maybe that topic's just like particularly heated though.
Not even a good emote.
Oh, he's doing like drama shit. I feel bad just kind of like jumping in there whenever because I don't want to just interrupt him with whatever it is that he's doing, you know. So I probably won't. It might not be too late, but it also might be. Who knows? Yeah, you're right. Like we don't know. I mean, the protests seem to be over. So, but at the same time, it seems like Iranians are still really angry. Oh yeah, they absolutely could. I mean, last I heard, apparently, like they were shouting it from their windows. So they're waiting to see if Trump does anything. Yeah. Now it almost seems like he won't do anything because he's just been because like now they're talking. But maybe if like the discussions fall through, maybe he will, because we know that like Iran's not going to like give up nuclear weapons 100%. They're just going to do the same thing they did with the
why is your method more preferable than mine? I just feel like you guys saying that he should specify who DOJ should go after. That to me just feels so unnecessary.
So
wait, so are these guys arguing about something else?
Number one, I'm not sure. I mean, I agree that
presidential candidates say like, and we saw the massacre that occurred that day,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to cover it up. We're going to investigate the massacre that took place. That someone in the administration, they're hiding it. Someone in the administration is covering this up.
Okay, yeah, these guys are talking about something different than what I was thinking about. I don't know why I thought Peter Thiel was Jewish. I think the only reason why I thought that, like, for some reason, like, Fuentes and everybody is obsessed with him. Oh, also, he's not from Namibia, but his family lived in South Africa, and then Southwest Africa, which is today Namibia. One of my Iranian contacts shared that almost every family has a member that was a casualty. Jesus. I don't know. It reminds me of right before the 12-day war, to be honest. But that was Israel acting, so it's different. Yeah. The oppression could stop tomorrow, and they would still have the water issue. Oh, yeah, you're right. I know. That's also a problem. But, you know, yeah, I don't know. The issue too is that like you really need to get people who are gonna come over, or who like it's not just enough to have like a whole bunch of people out in the streets when you have a regime like this. that there needs to be, like, the army needs to switch to their side, and, you know, yeah. If Trump takes out the Ayatollah, I might give him another chance. /S. You know what? Listen, I think, I'm not, that's not well, okay, maybe about the other chance thing, but yeah, I wouldn't give him another chance, but I would, you know, hey, Conradical, I'm trying to think of, like, where else I want to go, because it is 3 o'clock now. We have had a nice long stream, and you guys have given me money. Thank you for that. Thank you for the cash. Thank you for, yeah. Ah. Hello, kitty. Whoa. Guns are important. I agree. Guns are a thing. Guns are fun. Yeah, this guy is demanding food. I'm probably going to go take a nap. I'm surprised that Loner didn't stream at all today. Actually, I'm not really surprised, to be honest with you guys. On account of the fact that he yeah. I'm surprised that it does surprise me though that Destiny is back this early. I thought that he was gone until the 6th, but I'm in the minority in America. What? No, Loner didn't vanish. Loner was up ridiculously late last night, and so he probably decided that he wasn't going to stream because he's probably going to try to fix his sleep schedule. Snow canceled his events. Oh, Snow canceled Destiny's events? Oh, okay. That's why he came back early. That makes sense. Hello. It was snowing in the south. Yeah, I know, I heard. You guys have had some crazy weather. I mean, yeah, pragmatic American. That's fine. You don't have to light guns. What about watching what MR video? Why? Whoops. TikTok goes on wild censorship spree. I mean, I would rather not get my news about this from the Majority Report. But I understand that a bunch of people did get banned from TikTok. Like, I know I said it was like, but yeah, like, we did talk about, we did talk about Vosh with regards to lefties. And we talked about, and we did, like, some Ukraine stuff as well. And we talked about Israel. When I was talking about fire in the chat. You know, so yeah. Or, like, when I was talking about the stuff that, the argument that fire was giving me, basically. So, yeah, I say that counts for Tanky Tuesday. Like, if you wanted me to, like, I did, listen, Chase, I'm sorry, but when it comes to reacting to Vosh, if you want me to react to Vosh, like, that's about all you're going to get out of me if Vosh is talking about Israel, because it's boring. However, that did lead to an interesting discussion with Ash of Creativity, so, you know, something that I'll probably put on the YouTube channel. I actually really should be doing more editing. There's a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of segments that I should be making. And I should really get back to doing that and, like, kind of, like, have a habit of doing that or whatever. More so than not. But, yeah, go get some poutine. Yeah, sure. Thank you guys for stopping by, though. Thank you for that. Thank you for the cash and everything. Hi, baby. Yes, he is very cute. And he's hungry, and I'm gonna feed him, and then I'm gonna go in my room and take a nap, and he's gonna come and snuggle with me, and it's gonna be lovely. Maybe I'll, if he lays down in a cute way, I will post I'll post some pictures in the Pet Pics channel in my Discord. You guys can join my Discord. Oh yeah, I saw the little Doomy pics. Doomy is absolutely adorable. Unless or did Van post more? Aw. So much cuteness. Oh yeah, yeah. I saw those little Doomy pics, but you know, yeah. Cleo is oh yeah, Cleo is very cute. Yeah, Vanilloven's cats are lovely. Both of their cats, all the cats are absolutely cute. Anyway, goodbye, goodbye guys. Thank you all for the donations and the gifted memberships. Have a great day, you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.